Part 1. Containment. But I've a rendezvous with death at midnight in some flaming town. Alan Seeger, I Have a Rendezvous with Death. Chapter 1. Doll Factory Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse. The car sat in the middle of the road, with the radio playing at full blast. All 4 doors were open. The windows were cracked, and there was one small red handprint on the glass. The voice on the radio was saying that this was the end of the world. There was no one in the car, no one in the streets, no one in any of the houses or stores. There wasn't a single living soul there to hear the reporter's message. It didn't matter, though. They already knew. Chapter 2. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Stebbins County Police Officer J.T. Hammond pushed on the crash bar, and the door opened. There were bodies outside in the school parking lot. Scores of them, crumpled and broken. J.T. looked around for movement and saw none.
It's clear.
He stepped outside and held the door as the line of infected people shambled out. Adults and children. Billy Trout and J.T.'s partner, Desdemona Fox, came last, each of them holding a small child in their arms. The National Guardsmen popped several flares on the far side of the parking lot to attract the masses of living dead. On that side of the lot, behind the chain-link fence, all of the guard trucks sent up a continuous wail with their sirens. The dead shuffled that way, drawn by light and noise. One of the victims, a man who had been bitten by what had been his own wife and children, stared glassily at the stiffly moving bodies. Then he raised a weak arm and pointed to the soldiers.
"Are they coming to help us?"
he asked. "They're coming," said Des, hating herself for the implied lie. She told the wounded to sit down by the wall. Some of them immediately fell asleep. Others stared with empty eyes at the glowing flares high in the sky. For a moment, it left Des, J.T., and Trout as the only ones standing, each of them holding a dying child. The tableau was horrific and surreal. They stared at each other, frozen into this moment, because the next was too horrible to contemplate. Then they saw movement. J.T. peered into the shadows.
"They're coming."
"The guard?" asked Des, a last flicker of hope in her eyes.
"No,"
he said. They heard the moans. For whatever reason, pulled by some other aspect of their hunger, a few of the dead had not followed the flares and the sirens, and now they staggered toward the living standing by the open door. More of them rounded the corner of the building, perhaps drawn by a more powerful force. The smell of fresh meat.
"We have to go,"
said Trout.
"And right now,"
agreed J.T. He kissed the little boy on the cheek and set him down on the ground between 2 sleeping infected. Trout sighed brokenly and did the same. Des Fox clung to the little girl in her arms.
"There's more of them,"
said Trout.
"Des, come on,"
murmured J.T. But Des turned away, as if protecting the little girl she held from him.
"Please, Hoss."
"Des,
"I can't."
"Give her to me, honey," J.T. said gently. "I'll take care of her. Don't worry." It took everything Des had left to allow J.T. to take the sleeping girl from her arms. She shook her head, hating him, hating the world, hating everything.
"Better get inside,"
J.T. warned. Some of the zombies were very close now. 20 paces. Trout ran to the door. "Des, JT, come on. We have to go. We can't leave this open or they'll get inside." Des reluctantly moved toward the door, backing away from the child she had to abandon. Trout reached and took her hand, and when she returned his squeeze, it was crushingly painful. He pulled her toward the door as the first of the dead stepped into the pale glow thrown by the emergency light. "JT, come on, let's go," Trout yelled. The big cop did not move. He held the little girl so gently, stroking her hair and murmuring to her. "JT," cried Des, "we have to close the door." He smiled at her.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"You do."
They waited for him to come, but he stayed where he was. "JT?" Des asked in a small, frightened voice. "What's wrong?" JT kissed the little girl's forehead and set her down with the others. Then he straightened and showed her his wrist. It was crisscrossed with glass cuts from the helicopter attack. "What?" she asked. He pushed his sleeve up. That was when she saw it. A semicircular line of bruised punctures. Des whimpered something. A question. "How?"
"Upstairs, when those bastards tackled us. One of them got me. I didn't see which one. Doesn't matter. What's done is done."
Then the full realization hit Des. "No!" It was all Trout could do to hold her back. She struggled wildly and even punched him. The blow rocked him, but he did not let go. He would never let go. Never. "No!" Des yelled. "You can't!" The dead were closing in on JT. He unslung the shotgun. Across the parking lot, the last flares were fading and the trucks turned off their sirens, one by one.
"Go on home, honey,"
JT said. "No goddamn way, Hoss," she growled, fighting with Trout, hitting him, hurting him. "We stand together and we fucking well go down together."
"Not this time,"
JT said, and he was smiling. Trout could see it, even if Des could not, that JT was at peace with this. "No, no, no," Des kept repeating.
"I'm going to keep these bastards away from those kids as long as I can," said JT. "I need you to go inside. I need you to tell the National Guard to do what they have to do, but make sure they do it right. They got to wipe them all out. All of them."
What he meant was as clear as it was horrible. "JT, don't leave me." He shook his head.
"I won't ever leave you, kid. Not in any way that matters. Now, go on. There are 800 people inside the school, Des. There are children inside that building who need you. You can't leave them."
And there it was. Des sagged against Trout, and he pulled her inside and held her tight as the door swung shut with a clang. They heard the first blasts of the shotgun. Trout didn't hear the next one, because Des was screaming. JT stood with his back to the line of bite victims, holding the shotgun by its double pistol grips, firing, pumping, firing. There was almost no need to aim. There were so many, and they were so close. He emptied the gun and used it as a club to kill as many as he could before his arms began to ache. Then he dropped the gun and pulled his Glock. He had one fill magazine left. He debated using the bullets on the wounded, but then he heard the whine of the helicopter's rotors change, intensify, draw closer, and he knew what would happen next. He just had to keep the monsters away from the children until then. Soon it would all be over, and it would happen fast. He took the gun in both hands and fired, and fired. and fired. Inside the school building, huddled together on the floor, Desdemona Fox and Billy Trout held each other as bullets hammered like cold rain on the walls. It seemed to go on forever. Pain and noise and death seemed to be the only things that mattered anymore. And then, silence. Plaster dust drifted down on them as the roar of the helicopter's rotors dwindled to faintness, and then was gone. "It's over," Trout whispered. He stroked Dez's hair and kissed her head and wept with her. "I won't ever leave you, Dez. Never." Dez slowly raised her head. Her face was dirty and streaked with tears, and her eyes were filled with grief and hurt. She raised trembling fingers to his face. She touched his cheeks, his ear, his mouth. "I know," she said. Dez wrapped her arms around Trout with crushing force. He allowed it, gathering her even closer. They clung to one another and sobbed hard enough to shatter the whole ugly world. Chapter 3. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. The gunship hung in the air like a monstrous insect. Except for the heavy beat of the rotors, there was no sound, inside or out. Sergeant Hap Rollins, the door gunner, crouched behind the M134 minigun, mouth acrid with the gun smoke he had swallowed, his ears ringing with remembered thunder. Thousands of shell casings rolled around his feet, eddying like a brass tide as the Black Hawk and its crew waited. Rollins removed his hands from the minigun's handles, but his skin and bones still quivered from the vibrations of firing 4,000 rounds per minute in a steady flow down into the parking lot. He reached up to his face and, with clumsy fingers, pushed his goggles up onto his forehead. His eyes burned from the smoke, but as he blinked, he could feel wetness on his lashes. It wasn't sweat, and he knew it. Rollins wiped at his eyes with the backs of his trembling hands. Below was a scene conjured in hell itself. The parking lot of the elementary school was littered with the dead. A few of them whole, most of them destroyed, torn apart by the relentless plunging fire from Rollins's Black Hawk and the other gunships. But what drew Rollins's eyes and pulled tears from them was the figure that lay twisted into a scarecrow sprawl by the back door. It was a tall black man, or it had been. A man dressed in the uniform of a police officer. A man who had been infected. A man no one and no science could save. But he hadn't turned yet. That was clear to Rollins and probably to everyone. The man had come out of the school leading a staggering line of sick and injured people. All infected, all dying, none of them dead yet. Another cop, a woman, had tried to pull him back inside. Rollins could tell from her body language that she was screaming and fighting to pull the male officer to safety. However, another man, a white man, dragged her away and forced her inside the school. Two of the uninfected getting clear, leaving the others outside, leaving them to die. The cop had stood his ground, and as the zombies closed around him, he fired and fired and fired. It was the most heroic thing Hap Rollins had ever seen in 12 years as a combat vet. The man had to know that there was no hope. None. So why did he fight? The answer huddled behind him against the now closed door to the Stebbins Little School. A little girl. Other little kids. The cop fought like a wild man to keep them safe from the monsters. to make sure that their last memory was not of being consumed, to protect them from that while he waited for the big black insects in the sky to end it all with bullets. Rollins had been in the best position to fire on the black cop and the kids. The orders came. The killing began. The dying began. And the tears. Now the infected were dead. All of them. The dying and the risen dead. All of them littered on the pavement and splashed against the walls of the school, against the building designated as the town emergency shelter. Rollins was not a deeply educated man, but he understood the concepts of irony and farce, and tragedy. He wanted to look away from the torn body of the cop and the smaller ragdoll figure of the little girl. Wanted to. Couldn't. On some level, Sergeant Rollins felt that it would have been a sinful thing to do. Disrespectful. Then the helicopter began moving, rising and turning, pulling him away from the evidence of such hurt and harm. As it went, Hap Rollins hung his head and prayed to a God he was absolutely certain had turned his back on this world. Chapter 4. Pennsylvania National Guard Field Command Post, inside Stebbins County. Major General Simeon Zetter watched the live feeds on the screens of the 4 laptops set side by side on the big table. Around him, the other officers under his command watched in utter silence. No one spoke. All Zetter could hear was the tinny sound of helicopter rotors from the laptop speakers and the labored exhalations of the men and women around him. Everyone was panting as if they'd all run up a steep hill, even though all they had done was watch. The voice of a Black Hawk pilot suddenly cut through the stillness. "Zero movement," he said. "Spotters observe zero movement on all sides of the target." The target was the school. On the screen, 4 M1117 armored security vehicles entered through the main gate as machine gunners behind the fence kept watch. The M1117s split and each one began rolling along one side of the school. The vehicles bounced over ragged pieces of the dead. "Confirmed," said the same voice. "Zero movement." Zetter heard several of the officers let out deep sighs. He reached for a microphone and gave a string of orders for his people to expand the ground search using the modified Desert Patrol vehicles. Lines of these dune buggy-like 2-man vehicles vanished into the surrounding woods and neighborhoods, going where the heavier and clumsier Humvees couldn't. Then Zetter sat back and let out his own sigh. He got to his feet and turned to the gathered officers, all of whom fell silent. "This is a tragic and terrible day in American history," he said. "We have all been asked to make hard decisions and to carry them out with professionalism and efficiency." The officers nodded. "You're all aware of the political delicacy of what has happened today." More nods, but now they were careful. There were 3 huge elephants in the room with them, and nobody wanted to talk about any of them except the infection. That was safe ground because it was why they were there. The president and the governor of Pennsylvania had mobilized the Guard to stop the spread of an old Cold War bioweapon that had been released accidentally by a former Soviet scientist. That was, by strict military parlance, a clusterfuck. And the pathogen's virulence was such that it spread throughout the town, infecting virtually everyone, killing them. And then, in a twist of mad science that even Zetter found hard to accept, it brought the dead back as aggressive disease vectors. The risen dead, driven by the genetically engineered parasites that made up the substance of the pathogen, attacked like sharks, mindless, endlessly hungry, and vicious. That resulted in the second elephant in the room, the one each of them knew would haunt their lives and taint the military here on the ground and the administration in Washington. Acting under orders to sterilize the town in order to stop the spread of the infection, Zetter's command predecessor, Lieutenant Colonel Macklin Dietrich, had ordered the town's emergency shelter, the Stebbins Little School, to be destroyed. It was filled with people, many of whom were infected. Every officer understood the necessity for that kill order. Most of them even agreed with it. However, a reporter, Billy Trout, from Regional Satellite News, was inside the school. Inside, but connected to the outside world via a live news feed. As the gunships opened up on the building, Trout made an impassioned plea to the world to save the uninfected children. The plea hit every single news service. The media and public outcry was immediate and massive. Massive. And that directly led to the ugliest part of this, at least for the officers in that command center. The reporter's plea was broadcast to the troops outside the building via the school's public address system. The result? One by one, the soldiers at the fence stood up and refused to follow orders. They would not kill the children. It was mutiny, and one officer, a young lieutenant, tried to nip it in the bud, but he was overwhelmed and eventually, outranked as a more senior officer, Captain Rice, went to stand with the mutineers. The president had immediately ordered General Zetter to relieve Dietrich of his post and assume overall command of the situation. Every officer there knew that it was unfair to put the blame on Dietrich, just as it was unfair that the public and the media would demonize them for their actions in Stebbins County. Actions that, had they not been taken, would have opened the door to a massive and perhaps unstoppable pandemic. That was the biggest elephant in the room, and nobody there dared talk about it. Now another chapter had been completed. Zetter had contacted the reporter and 2 police officers inside the school and made them a deal. If they sent out every infected person, then the school would be spared. It was a bad deal, and everyone, inside and outside the school, hated it. But it would play well in the media, as well as something like this could play. Zetter looked at each of his officers and read variations on this story in each pair of eyes. He grunted softly and nodded.
"Y'all have your assignments," he said. "Let's finish the cleanup so we can all go home."
The officers stood to attention, crisply, silently, and with absolutely no trace of expression or emotion on their faces. Zetter couldn't blame them for not wanting to show anything to him. He was the hatchet man for the administration, and that administration would be looking for more scapegoats to sacrifice on the altar of public outrage. It was how the politics of warfare worked, and it was how that worked, probably going back to Alexander the Great. When he was alone, Zetter sat down and sagged into his chair, feeling all of his years and more that he hadn't earned. He knew that once this was over, he was as done as Dietrich. Done and gone. He wasn't even sure he minded. Not after a day like today. He reached for his phone and punched in the number that direct dialed the White House Situation Room. The Chief of Staff, Sylvia Ruddy, answered the phone and then put it on speaker.
"Mr. President," said General Zetter, "we have contained the outbreak. It's over."
Chapter 5. Good Night's Motor Court, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. Dr. Herman Volker parked his car in one of the vacant slips outside of the small motel. He turned off the engine and sat for nearly 10 minutes, watching the rain hammer down on the windshield. The sluicing water blurred the glass and transformed the neon sign above the office into an impressionist painting, all pinks and greens. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his eyes, blew his nose, and then tossed it onto the seat. Then he opened the door and stepped into the downpour. He wore trousers, a dress shirt, tennis shoes, and a blue sweater, and he looked like the tired, defeated, sad old man that he was. His feet barely lifted from the ground as he shuffled toward the door, pulled it open, and went inside. He carried no suitcase or overnight bag. The only thing he brought with him was his wallet, and it took him a long time to organize his thoughts well enough to fill out the information sheet given to him by the bored night clerk. He paid for the room with his credit card, took the key, and walked outside again. His room was on the same strip where he had parked. Volker used the key card to open the door, went inside, closed the door. He sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at the ugly painting on the wall, an artless mess that was supposed to remind people of Joan Miro. But it didn't. Not in any way that lifted the soul. The doctor stared at the painting for a long time. Chapter 6. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. At first, they could only sit there, huddled against the wall, locked in each other's arms, beaten mute by horror, wrapped in their cloak of shared grief. Time was fractured, and each second seemed to expand and stretch, refusing to end, refusing to pass. Des kept repeating JT's name over and over. Was it a plea or a prayer? Trout couldn't tell. Then suddenly Trout felt a change in Des. It was a subtle thing, but it was there. One moment she was empty of everything except her pain, and then he felt her body change. Her muscles tensed. No, that was wrong. It was more like they somehow remembered their strength. She straightened in his arms, and her clutching hands gripped him and pushed him slowly but inexorably back. He resisted for a moment, then let her create that distance between them. Unnecessary distance for her, he was sure of it. And in that space, Des Fox reclaimed the personal power stolen from her by disease pathogens, guns, and betrayal. There was a final moment of intimate contact, when their faces were inches apart. Des was flushed, her face puffy from weeping, her eyes red and filled with pain. Then he saw the blue of those eyes become cold and hard and unforgiving. Her full lips compressed into a tight line with just a hint of a snarl. Trout knew that look, and he was fully aware of how dangerous she was when her mouth wore that shape and her eyes were filled with that much ice. So he eased back, releasing his embrace, shifting his body toward the wall and away from her. There was one heartbreaking moment, though, where he saw that she was aware of his allowance and acceptance of her power, and how he withheld his own. Des gave him a single, tiny nod of shared awareness. Then she got to her feet. It took effort, and it took time, but when she was standing, Des towered over him, and he sat there in her shadow, looking up at her. "We have to make sure the kids are okay," she said in a voice from which all emotion had been banished. Trout wondered what it cost her to affect that much control. "Yes," he said. "And we have to search the building again." "Okay." She began to turn. "Des," he began, but she held up a hand. "No," she said. Then she began climbing the stairs. No. Trout wondered if she thought he was going to say something about JT's sacrifice, something encouraging about how the kids inside were safe, or something more personal, something about what he felt. He knew that what he had planned to say was that he'd do whatever she needed him to help however he could. But he wondered if those were the words that would have actually come out of his mouth. Des hadn't thought so. Maybe, he thought as he got heavily to his feet, she was right. Damn, he said aloud. He patted his pockets and realized that the satellite phone Goat had given him was somewhere upstairs. He needed to go get it, to tell Goat what just happened, to have Goat tell the world. This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse. There was more truth to tell, more of the story he needed everyone to know. Maybe it would help. Trout was past knowing that, or anything for certain. Aching in body and heart, Billy Trout lumbered up the stairs after Des. Chapter 7. Tunnel Hill Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Corporal Lonnie Silk was sure he was dying. He could feel the warmth leave him, running in lines inside his trousers, down his legs, pooling in his shoes. The bleeding wasn't as bad now, but he didn't think that was a good thing. As his daddy used to say, you can't pour coffee from an empty cup. And he felt so empty, of blood, of breath, of everything, like God was rolling up the whole world to throw it in the crapper. It was like that. The rain-swept street was all harsh whites and blacks in the stark illumination thrown by the headlights of abandoned cars and businesses, with all the lights turned on but nobody there. The glow gave everything a harsh look, like crime scene photos in old newspapers. No soft edges, even with the rain. Lonnie knew that he was a dead man, would be a dead man soon. The captain had told everyone in his platoon about the infection, about how it worked, about what it did, about how there was nothing anyone could do. Nothing except die. And how fucked up was that? How crazy. How impossible. His legs needed to stop moving, and he collapsed against the corner of a burned-out store at the corner of Tunnel Hill and Dull Factory Road. Across the street was the hulking mannequin factory that had given the road its name. The windows were smashed out, the parking lot littered with the blackened shells of cars and bodies. A car stood alone in the middle of the intersection, its radio playing. He moved on, stumbling down the long blocks, splashing through puddles. Some were filled with dirty rainwater. Some were viscous pools of dark red. There were so many bodies, all of them sprawled in a sea of black blood. Thousands of shell casings stood like tiny islands. Weak sunshine and dying firelight gleamed on the metal and winked on the rippling surface of that dark lake. No wind stirred the surface, though. Lonnie knew that for sure, and it was one of the things that made dying feel worse, more deeply terrifying. The black blood was alive with worms. Tiny, white, thread-like, so small that they looked like thin slices carved from grains of rice. But there were so many of them. From where he stood, Lonnie couldn't see the worms, but he knew they were there. The worms were everywhere. Everywhere. He could feel them, on him, in him, wriggling through the ragged lips of the bite on his arm, twisting and writhing inside the lines of blood that ran crookedly down his body. He tried not to look at the wound. He could not bear to see the things that moved inside it, around it. He could feel that wound, though, and even that was wrong. The bite was deep. Skin and muscle were torn. It should hurt. It should be screaming at him with the voices of all those torn nerve endings. Instead, it was nearly silent, cold, distant, as if the skin around that bite was no longer connected to him, no longer belonged to him, as if it was on him, but not of him. Cold emptiness ran outward from the wound, tunneling through his body like threads of ice. Every minute he felt more of the cold and less of the warmth he needed to feel. With every step he knew that his desperate heart, his pounding heart, was pumping that infection throughout his body. Cold blossomed like small, ugly flowers all over him, taking him away, stealing his awareness so that he wasn't even sure he could feel himself dying. Would he slip away completely and not be aware of it? The captain had said something about that. And that guy on the radio, the reporter trapped inside the Stebbins Little School, what was his name? Billy Trout? He'd said something scary, something that was crazy wrong. That the self, the consciousness, the personality, the everything of the victim didn't die with the body. Instead, it would be there, hovering, floating, aware but no longer in control of the meat and bone that had been its home. "Please," said Lonnie, asking of the day, of the moment, of anyone or anything that could listen. "Please." He did not want to die like this. He didn't want to become something sick and twisted. He didn't want to be a ghost haunting that stolen home of flesh and blood. Above him, somewhere up there, hidden by the buildings, he could hear helicopters, Blackhawks, Vipers, Apaches. And way above them, the growl of jets carrying fuel air bombs, waiting to turn the whole place, the whole town, into hot ash. 40 minutes ago, Lonnie Silk would have screamed and run at the thought of that fiery response to the plague. Now he looked to the heavens and prayed for it. It was better to burn on earth than be damned here. Hell here, heaven later. "Please," he said to the sounds of salvation that flew in formation above the storm clouds. "Please." But there was no one and nothing to help him. Lonnie turned and headed along a side street toward the edge of town, trying to go home. Chapter 8. Office of the National Security Advisor, the White House, Washington, D.C. Scott Blair, the National Security Advisor, wanted a drink so bad his skin ached. He was not normally a drinking man. A few martinis at a State Department dinner, a beer after 18 holes, but now he wanted to crawl into a closet with a bottle of bourbon and chug the entire thing. Instead, he opened a drawer, removed a bottle of Tums EX, shook 10 of them into his palm, and then shoved the entire handful into his mouth. Everything was spinning. His head, the room, the media, and maybe the world. The actual world. All because of a tiny shithole town in an inbred part of Pennsylvania no one gave a damn about. Not in any strategic sense. The devil is off the chain. That was how it started, for Blair and for everyone. The director of Central Intelligence called the president to forward an urgent message from a nonentity named Oscar Price, a CIA handler whose only job it was to babysit retired Soviet defectors. How hard could it be to keep tabs on a bunch of old men? Instead, one of Price's charges, Dr. Herman Volker, a former Cold War scientist, had taken an old and classified bit of science and turned it into what could only be described as a doomsday weapon. Doomsday. There was a time in Blair's life when that concept was a ludicrous abstraction, a scenario to be considered with no more reality than something cooked up by a Dungeons and Dragons games master. Except now, this wasn't a role-playing game for nerds. It was the most important issue to ever cross Blair's desk. Perhaps the most important issue to ever cross the desk to fall under the umbrella of national security. A doomsday weapon. Conceived by devious minds, funded by a desperate government, constructed in covert labs, and then brought to America by a defector who was long past the point of relevance. And given a name that was far too appropriate. Lucifer. Blair wondered if that kind of name was too close to actually tempting fate. It felt like a challenge, or an invitation. All Price had to do was keep the old prick out of trouble until old age or the grace of a just God killed the son of a bitch. But then that message came in. The devil was off the chain. That was how it started. A flurry of phone calls, teams of investigators put into the field, and the machinery of control and containment put into play. Except that nothing was controlled, and Blair did not share the president's confidence in General Zetter that this thing was contained. His desk was littered with intelligence reports. The latest on the storm, satellite pictures and thermal scans of Stebbins County, casualty estimates, and projections of how bad this could get if even a single infected person made it past the Q zone. This wasn't swine flu or bird flu or any other damn flu. It was a genetically engineered bioweapon driven by parasitic urges that were 1,000,000 times more immediate and aggressive than those of a virus, though equally as encompassing and indifferent to suffering. Every infected person became a violent vector. Everyone exposed to the black blood was likely to become infected, even if they were not bitten. The larvae in the infected blood clung to the skin and would find an opening, any opening. A scratch would do it. There were response protocols. Of course there were. Politics floated on a sea of paper, so there were reports for everything. There were reams of notes on the Lucifer program, tens of thousands of pages. And right now, virologists and microbiologists and parasitologists at the Centers for Disease Control, the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center, and over a dozen bioweapons labs were poring over those protocols and the accompanying scientific research records. The protocols prepared after Volker's defection were very specific, coldly alarming, detailing in precise terms the consequences of inaction or insufficient action. There was, in fact, only one possible outcome of a Lucifer outbreak. Doomsday was no longer an abstraction. Blair made a series of phone calls to get the latest on the hunt for Volker. With each call, his heart sank lower in his chest. The bastard had vanished. He'd walked out of his house, got in his car, and disappeared from the face of the earth, taking with him the greatest hopes of understanding his variation of the pathogen. Lucifer 113, the version loose in Stebbins, did not precisely match the profiles of the old Cold War version. It was much faster, much more aggressive, and the reanimation of the dead victims took place in seconds. Seconds. It would mean that in any confrontation with a group of infected, the newly bitten victim would become an aggressive vector, a combatant in a twisted way, while the fight still raged. Apart from the obvious tactical disadvantages, That scenario created a devastating psychological component. When soldiers would be required to suddenly fire upon their fellow soldiers, doubt and hesitation would be born, and many more would die. It was a nightmare. It was surreal. His secretary tapped on the door, poked her head in, and waggled a sheaf of papers at him. "Mr. Blair, the speechwriters have a draft of POTUS's address. They want you to take a look at it."
"Good. Let me see it."
She crossed to his desk and handed him the speech. "This is unusual, asking for your input on a speech."
"Usual was last week, Cindy."
He bent over the speech. But Cindy lingered. "Sir, the word is that they stopped this thing. That's true, right? I mean, this is just winding down now." Blair raised his head and looked at her for a long time, saying nothing. She finally retreated from him and fled. He wished he had something comforting to say to Cindy. However, he liked the woman and didn't want to lie to her. Blair read through the speech, making disgusted sounds at the ends of nearly every paragraph. The speech, written by well-intentioned people who lacked a clear perspective on the problem, took the wrong tack, focusing on a response to Billy Trout's impassioned and ill-considered internet tirade. Blair felt the president needed to go in a radically different direction, and not only in terms of the speech. General Zetter in Pennsylvania kept trying to convince the president that the devil was back on the leash, that the situation was contained, which, as Blair viewed it, was a criminally distorted view of the facts. He grabbed a red pencil and began hastily redrafting it. Chapter 9. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Billy Trout went to the auditorium to find his camera. It lay on its side among the debris. Less than an hour ago, the big multi-pane windows that lined the east wall had been obliterated by machine gun fire as attack helicopters fired on the school. Trout looked at the damage and shivered. Tens of thousands of rounds had torn the window frames apart, showering the big hall with millions of fragments of glittering glass and jagged wood. The bullets had carved away at the bricks, leaving a gaping maw through which cold winds blew the relentless rain. The kids were all gone now, moved to other rooms so their wounds could be tended to. It was a freak of happenstance, the only real luck Trout could remember in that long, bad day, that none of these kids had been shot. He couldn't even work out a scenario that explained it. A quirk of physics, a bizarre collision of angle, the storm winds, uncertain targeting, the slanted floor with its row of seats, and who knew what else. But the kids were alive. Not okay, not all right, merely alive. Trout skirted the main floor, which was nothing but bullet-pocked detritus, and made his way to the stage where he had left his camera and satellite phone. They were beaded with rain, but when he tested them, they still worked. Another stroke of luck. And it made him wonder about the perversity of whatever gods there were that small luck was afforded them, while on the whole, the fortunes of Stebbins County seemed to have gone bad in the worst possible way. Shaking his head, he took his gear backstage and found a small office with a desk. Trout cleaned the camera lens, wiped off every last trace of moisture, and set the camera's tripod on the desk. He tested the mic and the signal. Then he called Goat to make sure that this message would go out as smoothly as the others. The satellite phone was routed directly to Goat's Skype account. The phone rang and rang. Goat never answered. Trout checked all of the connections. Everything seemed to be in order. He called again. Nothing. Just the meaningless ring with no answer. Screw it, he thought. He'd record an update anyway and send it to Goat. Maybe his friend was ordering a refill at that nice, warm, safe, goddamn Starbucks. or he was in the nice, warm, safe bathroom taking a leak. "I am going to let Des kick your bony ass," Trout promised as he clipped on his lavalier mic. He hit the record button and set himself in front of the camera. "This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse," he began, then shook his head. "I know how that must sound. If you're anywhere but here, it's probably pretentious and corny, but not from where I'm sitting. Right now, I'm in a small office near where the military fired on 600 children a few minutes ago. Since then, we've reached a kind of détente with the National Guard. They offered us a deal. We had to gather all of the sick and wounded people, anyone who showed any signs of infection from Lucifer 113, and we had to take them outside. That's right, out where the monsters are. And we had to leave them there. Men and women and children." He paused and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Children. I still can't believe that we did it. Does that make me a war criminal, too? Did I help staunch the spread of a deadly pathogen, or did I participate in a heinous act of brutality? I honestly don't know. I don't know." The camera kept recording, but Trout had to take a moment to collect himself. "One of the people who went out there was a good man, a good friend, a Stebbins County police officer named J.T. Hammond. I want to tell you about him. I want you all to know about him, about how decent and kind he was, how strong he was, how courageous he was." Trout then told the camera about what J.T. did, about how he was infected, and how he made a stand with the children. By the time he was done, tears were streaming down his face, and there was a tremolo in his voice. He sniffed and collected himself. "And now what, America? We have 800 people in this building. 200 adults, the rest kids, ranging from kindergarten through middle school. We have a few guns and some ammunition, probably not enough. This place is the town's emergency shelter, so we have food, water, cots and blankets, first aid equipment, and other basic necessities. Enough to provide for 300 people for 2 weeks. Yeah, stop for a moment and do the math." He had to control his anger because rage wanted to make him say the wrong thing, then punched the buttons to send it to Goat. Technically, Goat should have been streaming it straight out to the net, but Trout wasn't sure. He tried calling him again and once more got nothing. He thumped the phone down in frustration. And that's when he saw her standing there. Des. She was pale and ghostly in the shadowy hallway, her blonde hair hanging in rat tails, her uniform torn and dirty, her blue eyes filled with pain and tears. But her mouth. Despite everything, Des was smiling. "Thank you," she said so softly that he almost didn't hear her. "For what? I don't know if that even got out." Des shook her head and stepped into the room. "I heard what you said about him. About J.T. Trout began, then said simply, "He was my friend, too." Des reached for him, and he took her into his arms. They kissed for a long time. It was hot and wrong, and her lips tasted of tears, but he absolutely did not want to let her go. Then she leaned back and looked at him, studying his face with eyes that were filled with questions. "I'm sorry," she said. He did not dare ask for what. There was so much wreckage behind them. Years of trying to make a relationship work and years of failure. Sometimes spectacular failures. Like the last time. For now, he didn't care what she was sorry for, or if it really related to him at all. He nodded and kissed her again. Then, after a long, sweet, oddly gentle time, Des pushed him back, turned, and walked away. Once she was gone, Trout leaned against the doorframe and stared at the empty hallway.
"I love you,"
he said to the shadows.
"And I'm pretty damn sorry, too."
Chapter 10. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. No one spoke while Billy Trout talked about the slaughter of the infected, the devil's bargain made with General Zetter, and the death of J.T. Hammond. When it was over, the president rubbed his hands over his face.
"Well, that should pretty much bury all of us," he said.
"Actually," said Scott Blair, "we're the only people who have seen that video, the only ones who ever will." The president stared at him.
"What?"
Blair cleared his throat. "We shut down the cell and landlines and are doing focused jamming operations on satellite phone service. Our guerrilla newsman isn't talking to anyone anymore."
"Did I authorize that?"
Blair spread his hands. "I believe it falls under the umbrella of national security, sir." The chief of staff, Sylvia Ruddy, leaned close to the president. "We'd better run this past the Attorney General. We may be on thin constitutional ice here." "National security," repeated Blair very slowly, focusing it on Ruddy so even she could grasp the concept. "Cutting Trout off could backfire on us," said Ruddy. "The public already thinks we're killing citizens." "We are," said the president. "But a blackout would heighten paranoia and throw gasoline on the public outcry." "Let it," said Blair. "We've already been vilified. That damage is done, and when the president addresses the nation, we'll be able to manage a great deal of what the public perceives. Without Trout being able to release fresh messages, his veracity will collapse. We'll make sure that happens. What we have to do now is manage the official information we need to release regarding Stebbins and regain the public's trust." "There's no trust left," said Ruddy. "Trout pretty much killed it with his first lie from the apocalypse speech, and he has Dietrich on tape making threats." "Trust is fickle, Sylvia," said Blair dismissively. "We're in a crisis. We need control, not friendly smiles." Ruddy leaned close to the president again. "A blackout now would drive the last nail into your credibility." The president drummed his fingers very slowly, one fingertip at a time, on the table. His presidency already teetered on the edge, and he doubted there was enough spin control left in the world to repair the damage done. If that was the case, then all he had left was his legacy. So, how did he want to be remembered? He cleared his throat and glanced at Scott. "It's my understanding that Trout was using a satellite to get his messages out." "Yes, sir." "To whom? Was he streaming directly to the net, or—" "We believe he had outside help. Someone on the other side of the Q-zone. Whoever that person is, he's very clever, and it's likely he has either background as a hacker or has hacker friends." "What are we doing to find this person?" Blair smiled. "Every agency in the alphabet is looking. We will find him. Or them." "And what about Dr. Volker?" Trout mentioned that the doctor gave him the research notes. "Yes, sir. Dr. Volker confirmed that when he spoke with Oscar Price, his CIA handler. He put everything on a set of flash drives and gave them to Trout." "Jesus," said Ruddy. "As protocol blunders go," said Blair, "it boggles the mind. Naturally, we are looking for Dr. Volker. Forensics teams are tearing apart his office at the prison where he worked and his home." "Where is he?" asked the president. "Can't we find the man?" "We are looking, Mr. President. Every possible resource is in play." "Will we find him?" "I have no doubt we'll find him," said Blair. "However, we should consider the obvious alternative, which is—" "Getting those drives from Billy Trout," said Blair, "by any means necessary." Chapter 11. Bordentown Starbucks on Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Goat looked through the windows at the storm. The night sky was still black, but the rain had slowed to a gentle drizzle. From where he sat, he could see the lines of red taillights and white headlights on the highway. He wondered how many of those travelers knew what was happening. Probably all of them by now. The story was everywhere. It was the only story on the news right now, and Goat suspected that half of those oncoming headlights were reporters trying to get to Stebbins while the story was still breaking. He had already seen ABC, CBS, and CNN vans come through. He trolled the online real-time news. Fox was the first to pull the word zombie out of the info dump of the Volker interview. Zombie plague in Pennsylvania. Goat snorted. It sounded like an SNL skit. Wasn't funny at all. He looked down at the clock on his laptop. 10 minutes to 1 in the morning. It wasn't even 24 hours since this thing started. It felt like a year. The night had been so goddamn long. As soon as he had gotten to the Starbucks, the first thing Goat did was to download the files from the flash drives Volker had given Billy and emailed the contents to himself at several accounts. He copied the email to Trout and their editor, Murray Klein. He wanted to send the stuff directly to the other media, Huffington Post, Daily Beast, Rolling Stone, all the others. But Billy had suggested holding off on that. It was their only hold card in case the feds tried something. Which they would inevitably do, mused Goat. He wondered what he would do if he was in their place. Would he kill to make the situation go away, to hide the blame? Would that protect the public and prevent a panic? Goat wasn't sure. Ethical issues like that seemed clear until you were standing up close. Then all perspective became skewed. He hoped he would have the moral courage to do the right thing, but that opened a door to concepts of greater good and what that might actually mean. It was so hard to think it through and come up with a workable plan. The president was scheduled to speak soon. Originally, the word was that POTUS would address the nation at 3:30 in the morning, but the speech was moved up to 1:30. On any other day, that alone would be highly weird for a presidential address. A lot of people here on the East Coast would be asleep. The West Coast would be in the last hour of prime time. However, Goat didn't think anyone but the most abjectly stupid, indifferent, or uninformed would be sleeping or watching sitcoms. And it wasn't just the nation watching this story. The net proved that the whole world was watching. A couple of hours ago, most of the world, hell, most of the state, had never heard of Stebbins. Now Goat knew that it would become a part of the common language. You'd be able to say Stebbins the way you said the Towers or the Boston Marathon, and everyone would know what you meant. Stories like this changed the world, if not in fact, then in perception, by gouging a marker into a page of history. Days like this, events like this, were hinge points on which history turned. This story was about to blow up even bigger. The president and everyone in his circle had one chance to win this thing back, and that was to own it, take the bullet, and while they were still in office, do what they could to prevent further spread of Lucifer 113. Essentially, they could save the world without filtering that through their own political self-interest. Goat didn't believe in Bigfoot or the Easter Bunny either, so he figured that wouldn't be the way the White House would play it. It made him wonder where the line was between cynicism and clarity of vision. Goat sipped his coffee and smiled at what was about to happen. Despite all of the pain and loss and the deaths of so many people he knew, there was a dark and dirty part of Goat's mind that murmured disappointment that things didn't go completely south at the Stebbins Little School. Billy's previous speech, which Goat had streamed live to all of the news services, had made it impossible for POTUS to allow the National Guard to destroy the school and sterilize the town with fuel-air bombs. From here on, The story would roll forward on wheels greased by the political blood of everyone whose head would roll, and on the public outpouring of grief over the thousands who had died from the infection. But the story was becoming past tense. The kids at the school, now rescued, would become a symbol, a talking point, a voting influence at the next election. On the other hand, a couple of hundred kids being shot to death and then burned on national TV, that story would keep going, keep running, keep shouting for everyone to pay attention and react. And he, Goat, would be the conduit for that story to get out to the world. He was already part of the story, but if they wiped Stebbins off the map, then he would be the story, the only survivor. The fearless cameraman who'd gotten the truth out, getting footage while the world burned around him. He would be the most famous journalist on Earth, immediately and irrevocably. Had the story gone that way, gone that far. Now it looked like it would break in a different way. There were already posts claiming that the Stebbins thing was another internet hoax, that Billy Trout was a liar, that he was some kind of grandstanding fruitcake, and even that he was a cyber-terrorist. Goat wondered how much of that was genuine disbelief or White House spin-doctoring. Maybe a 50-50 split? Either way, this was brewing into a mother of a story. He murmured the words impeachment and Pulitzer, and he liked how each of them tasted on his tongue. But then he felt a flash of guilt. He hated that he thought about this thing, that he wanted it on some level. He had wanted it then, and he wanted it now. And there was a flicker of remorse nibbling at his soul that he knew he would always secretly regret the way it had played out. Goat opened Skype and punched in the number for Billy's satellite phone, but a message window popped up. No signal. He tried it again, making sure he got the number right. Same message. "Oh, shit," he murmured. The last message from Billy said they were going to take the infected outside. Since then, nothing. What was going on? Had they gotten to him? Had the helicopters come back? Goat's fears said yes, but his gut told him no. There was something wrong, but he didn't think Billy was dead. Not yet. He was, however, absolutely positive that the government was screwing around, that it was responsible for this silence. Cursing under his breath, Goat turned toward the counter to ask the barista if the router was down. Headlights flashed in his eyes as a car pulled into the lot. Goat flicked a glance through the window. A metallic green Nissan Cube. Ugly. Same make and color as the one he had seen parked in front of the house of Homer Gibbons' old Aunt Selma. It made him think of that, and how it all started. Then his mind ground to a halt as the driver's door opened and a man got out. A tall man, bare-chested despite the cold. A grinning man with a tattoo of a black eye on each flat pectoral. This was impossible. Goat wanted to scream, but he suddenly had no voice at all. He wanted to run, but he was frozen in place. The man walked the few steps between car and door in an awkward fashion, as if his knees and hip joints were unusually stiff. Goat's fingers were on the keyboard. Almost without thinking, his fingers moved, tapping keys as the bare-chested man pulled open the door and stepped into the Starbucks. The few remaining customers turned to look at him. The barista glanced up from the caramel macchiato she was making. She saw the bare chest and the tattoos. She saw the caked blood and the wicked smile. The man stood blocking the door, grinning with bloody teeth. Goat's fingers typed 8 words. The barista screamed. He loaded the address of the press and media listserv into the address bar. The customers screamed. Goat hit send. Then he, too, screamed. In Bordentown, Homer Gibbon. Quarantine failed. It's here. Chapter 12. Communications Command Post Number 2, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. It's working, sir, said the radio specialist. The captain in charge of communications for the National Guard detail on the eastern edge of Stebbins County was a small, fussy-looking man with the face of a geek. Even with the uniform, he didn't look like a soldier, and in his own heart, he wasn't. He was an electronics nerd who joined the Army to get free training and to play with more interesting toys than he could afford working at Best Buy. The unit in which he sat cost more than $30 million, and it was his. More or less his. The captain leaned over the specialist's shoulder and looked at the gauges, dials, and meters, then down at the digital readout on the computer monitor. It was arcane to anyone who didn't live and breathe electronics. To him, it was a language he understood better than English, a language that was precise, without ambiguity. The information on all those meters told him that no communication signal was getting into or out of Stebbins, except those on very precisely fixed channels. The blackout was immediate and complete. Stebbins County went dark, taking with it the border towns of Portersville, Allegheny Falls, St. John's, and Bordentown. All landlines, cell towers, and Wi-Fi were silent. No cell phones, no landline, and no damn satellite uplink. Everything was being jammed. He smiled. Good, he said, as he reached for the phone to tell Scott Blair that Billy Trout wasn't reaching anyone. Not anymore. And neither was anyone else. Part 2. Broken Dolls. It is dangerous to be right in matters on which the established authorities are wrong. Voltaire, The Age of Louis XIV. Chapter 13. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Trout tried Goat a dozen more times and hit the same wall every time. Then he went looking for Des and couldn't find her. Disturbed and depressed, he drifted back to where the kids had been gathered. It was uncomfortably subdued for the number of young kids there. Coffee? Billy Trout turned to see one of the younger teachers, Jenny DeGroot, holding a tray on which were a dozen paper cups. Steam rose and clouded the petite woman's glasses and put a flush on her cheeks. Trout fished for her name. Thanks, Jenny, he said, and took a cup. She nodded, and he stepped out of the way as she entered the big classroom. He hadn't liked the glazed look in Jenny's eyes. Too much shock, not enough hope, way too much fear. It made him wonder what was in his own eyes. He sipped the coffee and winced, not because it was hot, but because it tasted exactly like reconstituted horse urine, possibly the worst coffee he had ever tasted, and he'd worked in a newsroom for 20 years. He caught Jenny watching him from across the room, and Trout hefted the cup in a salute and pretended to smile in appreciation of the taste. A second sip only confirmed the bad news from the first taste. Horse urine with just a hint of hog feces. Maybe not as tasty as that. He drank it anyway, standing in the doorway to the art room. The classrooms on this floor had been separated by partitions, but they'd all been pushed aside to create a space nearly as big as the auditorium. Even so, it was crowded. J.T. had estimated 800 survivors, but Billy had done his own count. The math was both more and less encouraging. There were 843 people here, but that was all there was left of the population of Stebbins and its surrounding villages. 843 alive. More than 7,000 dead. Or whatever passed for dead, now that the world didn't make sense anymore. Infected, he told himself. It was a much safer word than zombie. He sipped the bad coffee. Inside the combined classroom, hundreds of children were huddled into groups, their bodies wrapped in blankets or coats. The surviving teachers and other random adults, school staff, a few parents, and stray survivors sat with them, trying to give comfort when there was no comfort left to give. Everyone in that room, Trout knew, was in shock. Some were in denial. Some were completely broken. Across the room by the teacher's desk, a man in a business suit sat holding a little girl and rocked back and forth. Trout knew him. Jerry Dumfries. The little girl, though, was the youngest of the Gilchrist kids. Trout had no idea where Jerry's daughter was. She attended this school, but she wasn't here in the room. She had to have been at the school, though, or on one of the buses. That thought, that knowledge, was dreadful. He watched Jerry rock back and forth with the girl. His eyes were nearly unblinking, and he kept murmuring the same snatch of song over and over again. A piece of a lullaby. Something old, but something that was as broken as he was. Only a piece of song. The lyrics, mangled and mostly forgotten, the tune stretched thin by repetition, like a piece of old cassette tape that had been played so long the emulsion was wearing off. Trout wondered if the girl heard any of it. Neither of her parents was here, nor were her two brothers. Her eyes were fixed and focused, looking out at the world, but he was absolutely sure, seeing and hearing none of it. Broken. Both of them. Like so many others. Even before the military had opened fire on them, these kids and the adults were teetering on the edge. The infected had attacked the buses, had dragged hundreds of kids out and torn the life from them. Parents and teachers had fought to protect their children, but as they succumbed to bites, they became the very things they had tried to stop. They had become the monsters that preyed upon the children. Trout prayed to God that no trace of the original personality was left in any of the living dead, though he knew that his prayer was a hopeless one. Yesterday he and Goat had interviewed Dr. Herman Volker, the former Cold War scientist, now working as a prison doctor, who had created the Lucifer 113 pathogen. Volker had told him that his latest version had been intended as a way of punishing convicted serial murderers. Volker's sister and her children had been savagely killed by such a monster in East Berlin long before the wall fell. Volker had spent years working as a Soviet scientist, ostensibly serving the state, but actually developing his ultimate revenge. The pathogen, based on genetically altered parasites and a witch's brew of chemicals, kept the consciousness alive even after the body died. It was Volker's desire that any prisoner executed for mass murder be conscious of his fate, even while his body rotted in the grave. It was a horrible punishment, though had it only been used on its intended subjects, in this case the serial killer Homer Gibbon, Trout might have privately wished Volker all the success he could get. But that's not what happened. Gibbon was infected with the pathogen during his execution by lethal injection, but instead of going immediately into a numbered grave on the prison grounds, a previously unknown relative had come to claim his body. Aunt Selma. Many years ago, Selma had helped her heroin-addicted sister take the infant Homer to a shelter. At the time, Selma considered taking the baby and raising him herself, even though she was the madam of a whorehouse. She did not, however, and instead Homer went into the system, going from one foster family to another. Some of those families cared for him, but others abused him. The abuse happened too soon, too early in Homer's life to give him any chance of normalcy. In that meat grinder of a system, a true monster was born. Homer earned his conviction and his sentence, and no one was going to mourn him. except Aunt Selma. Driven by regret, by the last spark of her conscience, she claimed his body with the intention of burying him on the family farm where he might have some rest after a life in hell. But the pathogen was already at work. Homer's mind was alive in the dying body. And the parasites that made up the substance of Lucifer 113 were alive too. Alive and hungry. They kept his mind alive. They woke him up, and they awakened in him a hunger that was unlike anything nature could ever have created. Trout was only now putting the pieces together of what happened here in Stebbins. He knew from Des Fox that Doc Hartnett, the town's mortician, had been killed along with Doc's cleaning lady. Both of them reanimated, though, and from what Des said, the first victims of Homer Gibbon did not demonstrate any awareness of self or recognition of other people. They were mindless monsters. Zombies, to use Dr. Volker's word. And yet, the doctor had insisted that the pathogen kept the consciousness alive, that in each of those zombies was a kind of helpless passenger, aware of what his or her hijacked body was doing, but totally unable to exert control. All it could do was feel the flesh rot and witness what the body did. It was the most horrible thing Trout had ever heard. And it was loose in Stebbins County. It had consumed the town of Stebbins. As he stood there, looking at the traumatized man holding the traumatized little girl, he wondered what had broken each of them. Was it simply the shocking deaths of the people they loved? Certainly that would be enough. Or was it worse? Had they looked into the dead eyes of their own family members, wife, children, siblings, parents, and somehow saw the screaming ghost of the people they knew, trapped like victims behind the windows of a burning building? Had they seen that? Billy Trout prayed that was not the case. He knew that if, God forbid, anything happened to Des, if she was infected and became one of those things, and if he looked into her beautiful blue eyes and saw the person he loved there, trapped in the body of the monster she became, he didn't know how to even think about that without screaming. But he knew what he would do if such a thing happened. He wouldn't run. And he certainly couldn't take the headshot that would bring her down. No. Trout was absolutely sure he would simply drop whatever weapon he held, that he would stop fighting, that he would let her take him. Slowly, Trout backed out of the doorway and turned away. He wandered down the empty hall, careful not to step in any of the pools of disease-blackened blood, mindful of the tiny larvae that wriggled in the mess. He kicked shell casings away with shuffling feet. When he reached the end of the hall, he stopped and leaned against the wall. The satellite phone hung from his belt, and he removed it and once more punched in the number for Gregory Goat Weinman. The phone rang and rang. Goat did not pick up. From down the hall, through the open doorway to the art room, Trout could hear sobs and the eerie echo of a broken man singing a broken lullaby to a broken little girl. Billy Trout leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes and tried to think of a way out of this. Chapter 14. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. Scott Blair was admitted to the Oval Office and was pleased to find himself alone with the president. "You made your changes?" asked the president, holding a hand out for the speech. "I did, Mr. President." He handed over the papers and waited while the president read through it. Then POTUS removed his glasses and sat back in his chair to appraise him. This is what you want me to say? This is what I think needs to be said. What about the Trout video? Our people are tearing it to pieces online. By morning, it won't be any part of the official story. What about the popular story? We'll manage it, and we'll weather it. The president smiled. You're beginning to sound like Sylvia. God forbid, thought Blair, but managed a bland smile. We have to protect the administration if we're going to win this. We beat this, Scott. Not sure why everyone else thinks so, and you don't. Because I don't have my head up my ass, he almost said, but managed to think it through first. Instead, he said, I know you and Simeon Zetter are friends, and I know you trust him implicitly. Understood. I, however, do not trust anyone implicitly. It's my job not to make assumptions. Are you saying that's what I'm doing? I'm saying that's what everyone is doing, Mr. President. We are all in shock because of this, and we are all cognizant of the implications of last night's events. Heads will roll here in Washington, even with the spin control we're using. Heads will have to roll. Dietrich will take the most heat, but everyone knows that a soldier follows orders. Unless we intend to crucify him as a rogue who exceeded all authority, including a presidential order, which would put him in jail, then we'll have to hang others out to dry. That's a political fact. The president shifted uncomfortably in his seat, but he did not disagree. But all of that is secondary, Mr. President. I can't stress enough how strongly I believe that this matter is not over. General Zetter is in Stebbins, Scott. You're not. Neither are you, you officious moron, thought Blair. Sir, Blair began slowly, but the president cut him off. I'm not ordering another attack on Stebbins. I understand that, sir. But to put it quite simply, Simeon Zetter is nearing the end of his career, and even though he was formidable in the field once upon a time, I think now he's become more of a politician than a soldier. He is supporting you and your presidency. I don't know that I entirely trust his assessment of the situation in Stebbins, because we have to accept the possibility that he is wrong about containment. We must, absolutely must, get Dr. Volker's research notes. I thought you said we'd find Volker. We will. But we haven't yet, and every minute we spend looking is time not spent preparing for contingencies. The president considered, nodded. Did you have something in mind? Yes. Trout has that research on Volker's flash drives. Sir, I would like to stop right there, Scott. I know what you want to do. You want the guard to storm the school and take those drives away from Trout. I won't do that. What I have done is order General Zetter to obtain the drives. This he will do. End of discussion. Blair wondered if he could throttle the president before the Secret Service could stop him. Now, is there something else you'd like to discuss, Scott? Asked the president. Yes, sir, said Blair tiredly. But it concerns General Zetter. If I may speak candidly. The president steepled his fingers. Go ahead, he said guardedly. I think we need an independent assessment of the state of things in Stebbins County. We need unbiased eyes on the defenses, the deployment of resources. We need someone who has experience in ultra-high-profile biohazardous situations, which, by the way, no one under Zetter's command has. We need a diagnostician, not a general practitioner. The president pursed his lips, considering the point. Do you have someone in mind? Yes, said Blair. There's a man we both trust, and he's already in the area. Who? Blair gave him the name. I think you'll agree that he's well suited for this particular assignment. He's also available and close. I could have him and a small team inside the Q-zone in 20 minutes. The president gave him a calculating smile. He just happened to be in the neighborhood? No, sir. I called him yesterday and told him I needed him in the on-deck circle, just in case. And he's there to observe, assess, and report only, is that correct? Yes, sir. Nothing else? No, sir. I would take it amiss, Scott, if I found out that your pet shooter was there to do an end run around Simeon Zetter. It would pain me to learn that he and his team put so much as a foot inside the Stebbins little school. You understand me when I say that. We're clear? As glass, Mr. President. They studied each other, both wearing small smiles, both watching the other with cold eyes. Very well, Scott. said the president. "Send him in." "Thank you, Mr. President." "Scott," said the president with a gentler smile, "take a breath. This is over. We won. We saved the country, and you played your part. Be proud." "Yes, sir, I am," lied Blair. Chapter 15. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. Sylvia Ruddy, the president's chief of staff, came in as Blair left. "Scott looks like he's about to explode," she observed. "Is he still trying to nuke Pennsylvania?" "Firebomb," corrected the president. "But no, not at the moment anyway." He told her about the flash drives. "He wanted to send a team after Trout?" "I nixed the idea." "Good. However, I am letting him send a team in to do an independent evaluation of the integrity of the Q-zone." Ruddy made a face. "Simeon won't like it." "Simeon works for me. He doesn't have to like it. Besides, I actually do want to know. Scott's right about one thing. We have to make sure we don't spike the ball before we're in the end zone. I want to believe this is over, but quite frankly, Sylvia, I'm scared out of my mind." "So is everyone," she countered. "But don't let Scott drive you crazy. He's such an alarmist. He was an alarmist when he was the National Security Director, and he's an alarmist now. Maybe more so now. I told you that when you appointed him." "Maybe. But he's been right more than he's been wrong." "Sure, but when he's wrong, he's all the way wrong. And he's wrong on this. He's overreacting to a situation that now requires careful handling and a great deal of subtlety." "I know." "And yet you gave him permission to release the hounds?" "Hardly that. Scott will do what he's told," the president said firmly. "He may have his issues, but he's still one of us." He handed her Blair's amended speech. As she read it, her face went white and then dark red. "This isn't a speech," she snapped. "This is you begging to be impeached and indicted." "I don't see it that way." "No, Scott doesn't see it that way. He doesn't have to worry about re-election." "There are more important things than winning another 4 years." "Are there?" she asked. Chapter 16. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. "Oh, God, there's another one!" Billy Trout wheeled around but had no time to get out of the way as half a dozen people came running straight at him. The lead man was one of the teachers, and he simply shoved Trout, and as Trout tried to take a step to catch his balance, his back flared and his right leg buckled. He collapsed to the floor, and half the people running down the hall tripped over him and went sprawling. It was like a bad comedy routine, except no one was laughing. Most of the people had weapons, guns, makeshift clubs, and fire axes. Everyone was ragged and dirty, streaked with grime, wild with panic. Trout scrambled painfully to his feet and grabbed the sleeve of the closest man, Bowers, the art teacher. "What's happening?" he demanded. Bowers was a frail, frightened man with eyes that jumped and twitched. "Down in the gym," he gasped. "I think it's Mr. Maines." Trout didn't know who Mr. Maines was. A parent of one of the children? A teacher? A refugee trapped in the school? "Is he infected?" Bowers's face, already pale, turned a sickly white. His eyes were jumpy with shock. They said he bit one of the kids." It felt exactly like being punched over the heart. Trout wanted to sag back against the wall, slide down, bury his face in his hands, and weep. He wanted this to end, to go away, to not be real. "Show me," he said. Trout heard himself say the words, felt his body launch into motion, felt his pulse quicken. But he did not want to see this. Not more pain. Not another kid. No way he wanted to see another infected kid. Another hurt kid. Another lost kid. But he heard himself growl as he snatched up a fire axe dropped by one of the men who had fallen. "Hey!" said the man, grabbing for it. But Billy ignored him and kept the axe. At first, he followed Bowers. Soon, though, he simply followed the screams. Billy Trout ran down 2 flights of stairs. Each step shot an arrow of pain into his back. Earlier, when he and Desdemona Fox had fought their way across the parking lot to the school, Billy had picked up a heavy bag filled with guns and ammunition. He grabbed it the wrong way, though, and something had exploded in his lower back. The pain was awful, but it was also useful. It made him grind his teeth on it, to bite down on it, to say fuck it to agony and everything else. Fuck it to his rage at what was happening, to his terror, and to his grief. His fists were locked around the handle of the fire axe as he ran, but already he could feel fear sweat loosen his grip. Rage, he was discovering, was not a constant. It wasn't armor that he could wear until this was all over. If it was ever going to be over. The screams echoed upward from the basement, bouncing off the walls of the fire tower. Another one. That's what Bowers had said. That's what he was running to see. Another one. God. Another of the dead, and another child with a bite. The small knot of teachers and other survivors lagged behind him, their determination to reach the source of the screams diminishing with every step. Trout couldn't fault them, not one bit. After all, what in their lives had ever prepared them for something like this? They reached the basement and burst from the stairwell into the gymnasium, a big, damp, empty space that Trout remembered from humiliating dodgeball games when he was in the 5th grade. That had been his hell year before the growth spurt that would give him the length of bone and quality of muscle he'd later use in high school baseball and track. The gym was linked to his memories of being a weird, shy, strange little boy who didn't have many friends. Des Fox had been his first real friend. When 2 older boys tried to pants Billy here in the gym, Des had beat the shit out of them. He'd been in love with her ever since. "In there," gasped Bowers, pointing. Only a few lights were on, pale cones of yellow that did little to push back the immense darkness. The screams were constant, high and thin. They tore through an open office door at the far end. "Please," begged Trout. "Not another kid. Please, please." The axe was heavy, and he knew he'd have to use it on Mr. Maines, whoever he was. There was no plan B for dealing with those who were so far gone that they had crossed over into what? Even now, Trout had a hard time calling it what he knew it was. These people were infected. These people were also dead. Technically dead. Essentially dead. And yet they moved around, some of them shambling, some running awkwardly, all of them chasing, hunting, grabbing, biting, eating. The dead consuming the living. Zombies. It was madness, and Billy Trout's orderly mind rebelled at it. Death was death, and the dead don't do this, can't do this. The screams told him otherwise. Despite the pain in his body and the agony in his soul, Trout ran faster. He was 6 steps from the gaping doorway when sudden light and noise exploded within. The deafening blast of a gun, the eye-hurting flash of shot after shot. Trout skidded to a sloppy halt, lost his footing in something wet, fell, slid all the way to the mouth of the open door. There was one last blast, one last flash. The screams stopped. Trout lay there on the floor. He could hear Bowers somewhere behind him, panting, mumbling something. Maybe a prayer. Maybe he'd simply gone fucking nuts. Billy wanted to. Something moved inside the office. A shifting of the shadows, the scuff of a shoe. And then a figure staggered out, lumbering, uncertain, sagging sideways against the frame, clothes torn and streaked with blood, eyes dark and dead. Trout looked up into the face. Tess, he whispered. Those dead eyes shifted toward him. Tears broke and fell down her dirty cheeks. The slack expression of shock disintegrated into horror and shame and grief. "Oh, Billy!" She sank down to her knees, the gun still held in one hand, but that hand was slack at her side, as if forgotten or disowned. Trout scrambled to his knees and gathered her in his arms as the first terrible sobs detonated within her. In the bad light, Trout could see the leg of a man, Mr. Maines, and the sprawled form of a child, lying tangled together in a pool of black blood. The smell of gun smoke burned in the air. He wanted to push her away. He wanted to turn away from what she had just done, what she'd had to do. But he loved this woman. And this, all of this, was their world now. So he held her close as she wept. As they both wept. "It's okay," he lied. "It's all going to be okay." Except they both knew that it wasn't. Chapter 17. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You're listening to Gavin Fink, and this is What the Fink Thinks, coming to you live from Pittsburgh. It's the middle of the night, but I don't think anyone within the sound of my voice is sleeping. The eyes of the world are on the town of Stebbins down in Stebbins County, right on the Pennsylvania-Maryland line. And why? Well, my friends, that depends on whom you ask. We all know that Stebbins was ground zero for Superstorm Zelda, a real B-I-T-C-H of a storm that picked up a lot of water from the Three Rivers and dropped it on the Mason-Dixon line. Sure, that's how it started, but then the cow patties hit the windmill, let me tell you. First, there were unconfirmed reports of a double homicide in Stebbins, but within minutes there were all sorts of wild rumors about a riot at a funeral home. But buckle up, kids, 'cause it was a fast slide down the crapper from there. The governor released a statement saying that there was an outbreak of a new kind of virus in Stebbins. Then the internet went. Gavin Fink took a long drag of his cigarette and winked at his engineer. I tell you, folks, I don't know what to believe. Tell the Fink what you think is happening on this dark and stormy night. He gave the call-in number, and before he'd even finished, the board lit up like a Christmas tree. Chapter 18. The Office of the National Security Advisor, the White House, Washington, D.C. After Scott Blair left the president, he hurried to his office. He blew past 3 of his aides, growled at his secretary to hold his calls until further notice, and closed his door. As soon as he was alone, he took his cell phone from his pocket, punched in a 5-digit code to activate a scrambler, and ground his teeth while he waited through 5 rings before the call was answered.
"How'd it go?"
asked the man at the other end. Blair snorted. "How do you think it went?" "Jesus," said the man at the other end. "Did you show him the math? Did he see the projection numbers if this thing breaks the Q zone?" "I did. But for all intents and purposes, that broadcast from the school cut his balls off. He's almost afraid to act." There was a pause. "Which means what?" I gave him an alternative suggestion, which is, "You, Sam," said Blair. "I told him I wanted to send you in." There was a brief silence at the other end of the line. "Go in and do what?" "Find out exactly what's happening in Stebbins. You and a small team. I want to know how bad things are there. However, you are not to report to General Zetter. He and everyone here in Washington is acting like the Super Bowl is over and we're all doing post-game chatter. How's that make sense? Surely they read the same report you forwarded to me. This pathogen isn't a suitcase nuke. You can't defuse it and sit back for a victory cigar." "Preaching to the choir, Sam." "So what the hell's happening? Why the shift from move heaven and earth to win this to whatever the heck you'd call this shit? Is it that broadcast?" "Mostly. That was like being hit by a cruise missile. It cut everyone's balls off. There are people here who think that the attack on the school could be used to do more than bring down the president. They're afraid it's done permanent harm to the structure of government as we know it. I watched the president on TV. He did a pretty solid job of pissing on that video. Don't know if you watched the commentary afterward, but CNN, Fox, and even MSNBC are edging away from belief that Trout's video was the real deal. I know. But once the storm's over and the press actually gets into Stebbins, some of what Trout said is going to be verified. The school looks like it was fired on by machine guns. We can't change that, unless you blow it up. Hiding the body after a murder isn't the same as removing doubt about the crime. Blair blew out his cheeks. No, Sam. This is doing political damage. There's no doubt about it. But who the fuck cares? Growled Blair. How did we ever allow ourselves to get to the point where careers and political agendas matter this much? We are facing a doomsday scenario, and they're acting like it's the midterm elections. Doomsday, Sam. It's not even an abstract concept. It's right there, and we're handling it all wrong. And you want me to go in and what? Take photos of the gates of hell to prove their opening? Pretty much. Jesus. I need irrefutable proof that we're not on top of this, so I can force the president to respond the way we should have responded from the jump. Can you do that? I can try. Sam, I'll do it. Sam amended. How soon can you be on the ground there? Almost right away. I have some assets I can put into play. I kind of figured this was coming, and I tapped some friends who were in the area. You're already there? Not inside the Q zone, but close, said Sam. We're at a motel just outside. Me and 4 people I can trust. I anticipated this, Scott. Don't act so surprised. If I was off my game, we wouldn't be having this call. I knew I could rely on you. Yeah. Yeah, if the world doesn't end, buy me a beer. I'll buy you a brewery. Deal. Now, said Sam, if we're done with the bullshit, Scott, tell me why I'm really taking a squad of first-team shooters into the Q zone. Chapter 19. Farmlands Super Motel, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Sam put down his cell phone and took a long breath, held it until everything inside his mind and body felt steady, then let it out with slow control. Both aspects of the job Scott Blair wanted him to do, the official and unofficial mission, were going to be a real bitch. Although Sam had run with a Spec Ops team for a long time, that was years ago. He hadn't fired a shot in anger in a decade. His technical skills were still there. On the rifle range, he was still one of the 2 or 3 top snipers in the U.S. military, but was he still fit and sharp enough to lead men into a situation like this? Had he lost a step getting to first base? Possibly. More important, could he do what Blair wanted him to do? Would he do it? Sam certainly agreed with the NSA advisor's logic and even, to a degree, with the plan, but it was ugly and it was risky. There were a lot of ways it could go wrong and very few ways it could all work out right. He took a second calming breath. And a third. Then he called the 4 members of his team waiting in rooms here at the motel. They were all seasoned special operatives. None of them were active military. Like Sam, they had retired to contract work, but also like him, their only employer had been Uncle Sam. Different groups within the government, and sometimes the agendas didn't quite mesh, but since they were freelancers, they could pick and choose their jobs. None of them ever wanted to follow an order they didn't like or couldn't square with their consciences. That adherence to a specific ethical code had earned the team the sobriquet of the Boy Scouts. Nice nickname, but far from the truth. People in special ops never felt entirely comfortable in, say, a confessional. Certainly not Sam. Sam caught his reflection in the mirror, bolted to the back of the motel room's door. The man he saw looked small, old, and guilty, even though he hadn't yet done anything except take a call from an old friend. But then he thought about what was at stake. He thought about his family back in California, his dad, his stepmom, his brother, and his infant half-brother. They were 3,000 miles away from this, but with something like Lucifer 113, distance wasn't a guarantee of safety. All it did was buy some time. Time before what? Before the inevitable, or something that might already be over. There was no way to know. No way to be certain. Except to gather his team, saddle up, and cross the Q-zone into Stebbins County. The one place on Earth that no one in their right mind wanted to go. "Fuck are you doing?" he asked himself. His reflection looked pale and sickly, and it offered no reply. Then Captain Sammy Mora stood up, reached for his gear bag, slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder, and headed out to war. Chapter 20. Bordentown Starbucks on Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania.
"Please,"
he begged.
"Don't. Please."
Goat was crammed into a cleft formed by his overturned table, a couple of chairs, the walls, and a tourist who sat bleeding and weeping. He huddled into his niche, arms wrapped around his head, knees drawn up tight, as if the bones of his limbs offered some real protection for what was happening. The air in the Starbucks was filled with screams and prayers. And laughter. Low, thick, wet.
"Please,"
Goat whimpered. He thought desperately about Volker's information, uploaded to his email accounts, but not sent, not shared. And with sudden, screaming clarity, he realized that he and Billy had made a serious mistake. That information should have gone out. Goat's instinct had been to send it, but he hadn't. It was in attachments. It was just sitting there, as useless as he was. God. Despite the carnage around him, Goat cut a sly, frightened look at his laptop, which lay on the floor not 5 feet away. How long would it take to locate the email and forward it to the listservs of reporters to which he belonged? How long? 5 seconds? Less? That's all the time it would take to maybe save the whole fucking world. A handful of seconds. Goat felt himself begin to move, shifting away from his worthless hiding place, edging toward the laptop. Then the laughter stopped.
"Hey,"
said a voice.
"I know you."
The world seemed to freeze around Goat, and for a terrible moment even the screams seemed muted, as if those words had flipped a switch on everything. Goat didn't look up, though, too frightened to risk acknowledging anything.
"Yeah,"
continued the voice.
"I seen you somewhere, ain't I?"
Goat held his breath, refused to move. Then pain exploded in his thigh as something hit him with jarring force. A cry burst past the self-enforced stricture in his throat, and he rocked sideways, suddenly whipping his arms out like defensive stabilizers. Despite his need not to see this man, Goat's eyes opened, and there he was, standing right there, looming over him, bare-chested, ugly, covered in glistening red, eyes dark and wild, smiling mouth full of promise.
"Fucking A, I knew you,"
said Homer Gibbon.
"You were there when they killed me."
Behind Gibbon and all around him was pain and horror. People were broken. Broken. Arms shattered, mouths gaping to reveal broken teeth, handfuls of hair torn out from customers who had tried to run but were one step too slow. Everyone was bloody, every single person. Some of them lay sprawled, dead or dying. But even as he thought that, Goat knew he was wrong. Dying, maybe. Dead? Not really. Death, as Goat had known it his whole life until yesterday, was no longer a fixed point in reality. It was no longer a doorway that, once entered, could not be passed again. All of that had changed. Because of Dr. Volker. Because of something called Lucifer 113. And because of this man, this monster, Homer Gibbon. When Goat didn't answer, Homer kicked him again. Same spot, only harder. Gibbon wore no shoes, but he knew how to kick. And from the laugh that bubbled out of him, he enjoyed it. The way some kids like kicking cats. A small cruelty that spoke with disturbing eloquence about this man. Even if Goat had not known what kind of monster Homer was, even if Goat had not sat through weeks of testimony by clinical psychologists and forensics experts at this man's trial, he would have deduced important truths about him from that kick and its accompanying laugh.
"I asked you a question, boy," said Homer, his voice colored by an accent that sounded Southern but was pure rural Pennsylvania. "Want to see what happens if I have to ask you again?"
"Yes," stammered Goat.
"Yes, what?"
"Yes, I was there." Homer kicked him again, even harder. Goat screamed in pain and tried to turn away to protect the spot on his leg that now burned as if scalded.
"You was there when what?"
demanded Homer. "Yes," said Goat, in a small, fractured voice. "I was there when they killed you. At the prison, at the execution, I was there." Homer nodded in satisfaction.
"What's that make you? Some kind of news reporter?"
Behind Homer, one of the wounded people was crawling toward the door. Her shirt was torn, revealing a bra with little blue flowers on it. Most of her right shoulder looked like raw hamburger. Goat hadn't witnessed the attack specifically on her, but he recognized the bite. Even from 10 feet away, Goat could see a thick black goo mixed in with the blood, and in that goo, tiny thread-like worms wriggled. Dark lines ran crookedly from the torn flesh, delineating the pattern of her veins and blood vessels. Even though the bite had just happened a few minutes ago, the infection was spreading at incredible speed. So fast, thought Goat. It's happening so fast. It was nothing Mother Nature could ever have created. Nothing natural could spread infection at that rate. Lucifer 113 had been genetically engineered to be a perfect rapid-onset bioweapon, and the modified parasites took hold inside the bloodstream with all the deadly speed of a neurotoxin. Homer turned, following Goat's line of sight, and again there was the low, wet laughter.
"Fuck yeah," he said. "That's right. That bitch is one of mine now."
"One of yours?" asked Goat weakly. Homer turned back and then squatted down in front of Goat, arms dangling off the tops of his knees like a gorilla.
"You gonna lay there and tell me you don't know what's happening? You're a reporter, and you want to tell me you don't know what I done in Stebbins? You gonna fuck with me like that?"
"No." Homer reached out and patted Goat on the cheek. 3 pats, each one harder, so that the last one was a full slap that rocked the reporter back against the table. It was not as hard as the kicks had been, but hard enough, and Goat's head banged off the wooden table. He twisted sideways, once more curling into a fetal ball, collapsing against the side of the badly injured customer who had been sitting there, weeping and bleeding. It was then that Goat realized 2 very bad things. The first was that the man was no longer weeping, or breathing, for that matter. And second was that his eyes were open, wide open, staring right at Goat. Black mucus ran from between the man's slack lips. There was nothing in his eyes. No pain, no confusion over the way in which everything had suddenly gone wrong for him, no spark of anything. The eyes saw Goat, though. That much was certain. The dead man opened his mouth to show his teeth. Behind Goat, Homer Gibbon chuckled. "Look who woke up hungry," he said. He was still chuckling when the dead customer lunged at Goat, grabbed him by the shirt and hair, and pulled him toward those blood-streaked teeth. Chapter 21. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Desdemona Fox pushed herself back from Billy. The movement was abrupt, as if she'd suddenly reached the limit of the grief she allowed herself, though Trout knew it was more than that. People were watching. Civilians. And Des was the only person of any authority left, even if that authority no longer carried any official weight. There was, after all, no Stebbins County Police Department anymore. All of the other officers, and even all of the support staff, were as dead as the mayor, the town selectman, the director of public works, and the chief of the fire department. There was, in fact, nothing left of Stebbins except the small knot of people here and the real estate on which they stood. Even so, Des had to play her part. She knew, as he did, that her badge and gun, her uniform, and the personal power everyone knew she had formed the rails in a frail fence between order and chaos. If she lost it, then these people would likely lose it too. And if that happened, then none of the children upstairs had a chance. Not one chance. Des kept her face averted while she went through the mechanical process of removing the magazine from her Glock and thumbing in fresh rounds to replace those she had fired. She did not bother to pick up her spent brass. Everyone stood mute as they watched this, and when she slapped the magazine back into place, they all flinched. The face Des showed them as she holstered her gun was composed, hard, uncompromising, and totally closed. If anyone noticed the drying tear tracks on her face, they dared not mention them. Des nodded to two men who stood slightly apart from the group. "Bob, you and Luke get some of those big plastic trash bags from the kitchen. We have to wrap the bodies and get them out of here." The men stared at her and then passed her to the room where the killing had been done. They didn't move. "Now!" she snapped, and they flinched again. Bob opened his mouth, maybe to protest or maybe to ask a question, but then he caught the look in Dez's eyes and answered with a curt nod. He tapped Luke on the arm, and they turned and hurried across the gym floor. Des appraised the rest of the group. "Listen to me," she said in a quiet, dangerous tone. "The rest of you are going to search this place. Again. I don't know who searched down here, but because some assfuck didn't look in a closet or a closed office, another kid's dead. You hear me? Someone killed that kid, and I'm not talking about the dead son of a bitch who bit him. For now, I don't give a shit who searched down here, but we need to search this whole building again, and that means every nook and fucking cranny. You hear me? And if another kid gets hurt because one of you jerk-offs didn't do your job, then God help you, because when I get done with you, there won't be enough left to feed to the fucking zombies. Anyone think I'm joking? Anyone has anything to say about that? Say it now, and I'll shove it down your throat with your teeth. This isn't a debate. Now move!" They scattered like scared birds. As they moved away, Trout saw that their eyes were now filled with a different kind of fear. Not of the dead, but of the living. Of her. Everyone in town knew Des Fox. Most of the people in Stebbins didn't like her, and Trout knew that a lot of them wouldn't piss on her if she was on fire, but no one could say that she wasn't a good cop. There were a lot of stories floating around town about how Des treated wife-beaters and child abusers. None of those stories were exaggerations, Trout knew. Add to that the things she had done here in the school. She and J.T., her partner, partner, mentor, best friend, father figure. JT was outside, his body infected by a bite and torn by heavy-caliber machine gun bullets. He had sacrificed himself to help clear the school of the infected, and he'd gone down fighting to keep the infected children from being mauled by the dead before the military could use their guns to end all pain for them. Trout wrestled with that, understanding on one level that the slaughter was necessary and even merciful in a twisted way, but on all other levels it was perverse. No matter from which angle it was viewed, the innocents were the victims. Now the last surviving children of Stebbins County were here in this building. No more of them should have died. The men hurried away, splitting into two-person teams, not saying anything until they were in the stairwell on the far side of the cavernous gym. All of them were bigger than Des. Most of them were tough, hardened farmers and factory workers. Some were even combat veterans. No one said a damn word to Des Fox. Des stood there and watched them go. Trout saw that her whole body was trembling, rage and pain. He wanted to take her into his arms again. That would probably earn him an ass-kicking, too. So instead he said, "Des, what do you want me to do? How can I help?" It took a long time before she reacted, as if she was off in some distant place and there was so much distance to travel to get back to where he was. Her head turned slowly until she faced him, but even then there was no immediate recognition in her eyes. She said, "What? How can I help?" he repeated gently. She began, but faltered. She shook her head. Then, without another word, Des crossed the big empty room and vanished into shadows. Billy Trout stood watching the emptiness of the open doorway to the stairwell. "Shit," he said softly. He found a chair and dragged it over to a spot near where the child and the dead Mr. Maines lay. He didn't want to see them, but he felt it was important to stay with them until Bob and Luke returned with their makeshift body bags. When he tried to understand this self-imposed vigil, he found no useful answers, no insights. He checked his sat phone to see if there was anything from Goat, but got no signal down here in the basement. It made him wonder how the story was spreading. Was it time to do another broadcast? This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse. That was what he had said. It hadn't sounded silly at the time. He meant it to be shocking. Now it sounded strange to Billy. It was less than 1 hour since the military attacked the school. And yet it felt like forever. Like he and Des and the others had always been here. Like this was one of those nightmares he sometimes had where he felt trapped in a twisted funhouse experience that never ended. Reporting live from the apocalypse. Shock tactics or straight reporting? The line seemed badly blurred right now. Goat had told him that the whole thing had gone viral, but Trout didn't know what that actually meant in terms of the survival of the people here and the handling of the outbreak. Was it all over? Was his part in it over? Trout was a career reporter, even though that career had dumped him back into his hometown of Stebbins. A one-stoplight dirt stain on the Pennsylvania map. Rarely had he gotten so much as a whiff of a significant story. Even his coverage of the execution of convicted serial murderer Homer Gibbon was not star-making. There were too many better-known reporters there. At best, the pieces he filed for regional satellite news were folded into stories by bigger and, very likely, better journalists around the country. But now he was the story. And that was a paradigm shift so radical it stripped all the gears. He sat on the rickety folding chair, staring at the shadows, listening to the sounds of an old building settling into its own grave. He could still feel the dried tear tracks on his own cheeks. Somewhere beyond the walls of the school, out there in the black night, he could hear the heavy drone of helicopters, the menacing thrup, thrup, thrup of their blades. "Ah, Des," he said softly. He thought about what this was doing to her, hurting her, aging her. Desdemona Fox was the most beautiful woman in the world to Trout. Tall, fit, powerful, blonde, with great bones and every curve on his personal must-have list. Curves he knew more intimately than anyone. Granted, he was far from the only person, or even the most recent person, to have explored that landscape, but he was the one who loved them and loved her. Not in that order. They'd been an item more times than he could count, and they'd both logged mileage in breaking each other's heart. The last time had been a doozy. He had proposed marriage, and the next day he walked in on her with a biker. That was her reply to the proposal. Classic Des. Why cross a bridge when you could burn it? Since then, she'd been a raging bitch to him. And to hear others tell it, she'd been a raging bitch to the whole world. Even more viciously defensive than normal, which was saying quite a lot. There was, however, a corresponding increase in her efficiency as a police officer. She wrote more tickets, arrested more drunks, broke up more bar fights, and kicked more ass than before, all of it with a nasty fuck-you smile on her pretty lips. Then the devil came to Stebbins County. Even now, Billy found it hard to reconcile the fact that his town was being destroyed by something conceived half a world away during the Cold War. It was spy movie stuff. It was horror movie stuff. He wondered what the death toll was here in town. 7,000 people had lived here. Were all of them dead now? Was that even possible? Add to that the kids bust in from neighboring districts and the parents who had come to get them out of the path of the storm. What was that? Another 1,000? Maybe 2? Someone else's madness had brought wholesale death to town. Except in Stebbins County, death wasn't death anymore. He put his face in his hands, not to weep, but to try and hide. Chapter 22. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Gavin muted the mic and hit the intercom. "How are we on calls?" "Oh, we have them lined up from here to next year," said Gavin's producer, happy with his kind of call-in volume. "Sending you a hot one now." Gavin Fink punched a button to take the call. "And we're on with Brenda from Harrisburg." "Hi, Gavin. Long-time listener, first-time caller." "Glad you picked up the phone, Brenda. So, tell me, what do you think is happening in Stebbins County?" "Zombies," she said. "Come again?" "Zombies." "You're saying zombies?" "Yes, zombies." "In Stebbins County?" "Oh, yes, they're all over Stebbins County." "Zombies?" "Zombies." "Okay, this is a new one even for What the Fink Thinks. Tell me, Brenda, what makes you think there are zombies at large in western Pennsylvania?" "My nephew told me." "Your nephew? And does he see zombies on any kind of regular basis?" "Oh, no, he's a soldier. He's with the National—" "Sorry, Brenda, I have to cut you off," said Gavin. "I'm being told we are going to have a statement from the President of the United States. Going live to Washington." Chapter 23. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. "Mr. President," said the cameraman, "we're on in 5, 4. He finger-counted down the rest of the way and then pointed to the commander-in-chief, who sat at his desk, neat and tidy and severe. "Hello, everybody," said the president, his voice deep and sober. "There are 2 issues confronting us this evening. The first is the major storm that has developed in western Pennsylvania. This storm, now being called Superstorm Zelda, has exceeded the predictions made by the National Weather Service. The severity and duration of the storm has caught everyone by surprise. However, I just received a full briefing from our emergency response teams, including FEMA, and agencies that are going to be helpful in the response and recovery efforts. The Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Health and Human Services. Behind the teleprompter, Scott Blair nodded. He'd helped write this announcement, using his typical hands-on approach. The president had raised objections about much of the content, but in the end had been persuaded to handle things a certain way, in the way that Blair and the Joint Chiefs all agreed was the only way to keep the train on the rails. Obviously, continued the president, reading it verbatim, everybody is aware at this point that this is going to be a big and powerful storm, and that it is far from over. What were originally estimated to be a line of smaller cells moving behind the main storm front have taken an unfortunate turn and are strengthening. However, all across the region, I think everybody is now able to make appropriate preparations, and everyone is taking appropriate actions. I've spoken to the governors of Pennsylvania, Maryland, Ohio, and West Virginia. They have issued emergency declarations. Those have been turned around quickly here in the White House. We have prepositioned assets so that FEMA personnel are working closely with state and local governments. We're making sure that food and water and emergency generation is available for those communities that are going to be hardest hit. But because of the nature of this storm, we are certain that this is going to be a slow-moving process through a wide swath of the country, and millions of people are going to be affected. Beside Blair, Sylvia Ruddy stood with her arms folded tightly across her chest, wearing what the French would call a moue of disapproval. Blair disliked her because she was far more concerned about party politics and the president's legacy than she was about actual national security. "So the most important message that I have for the public right now," said POTUS, "is please listen to what your state and local officials are saying. When they tell you to evacuate, you need to evacuate. Do not delay. Don't pause. Don't question the instructions that are being given, because this is a serious storm and it could potentially have fatal consequences if people haven't acted quickly." The president paused and gave the camera a 2-second beat of unblinking intensity. "But keep in mind that for folks who are not following instructions, if you're not evacuating when you've been asked to evacuate, you're putting first responders in danger. We're going to have search and rescue teams in and around multiple states all at the same time. And although we've got the Department of Defense all positioned, if the public is not following instructions, that makes it more dangerous for people, and it means that we could have fatalities that could have been avoided. Transportation is going to be tied up for a long time, and probably the most significant impact for a lot of people, in addition to flooding, is going to be getting the power back on. We anticipate that there are going to be a lot of trees down, a lot of water, and despite the fact that the power companies are working very closely with their various state officials and local officials to make sure they are bringing in as many assets as possible and getting those ready in preparation for the storm, the fact is that a lot of these emergency crews are not going to be able to get into position to start restoring power until some of these winds have died down. And because of the nature of this storm, that may take several days. So the public should anticipate that there's going to be a lot of power outages, and it may take time for that power to get back on. Blair glanced at his own copy of the prepared message. The groundwork was established, but the real game was about to begin. Don't fuck it up, thought Blair, knowing the president's tendency to go off script. Now we come to the second matter before us this evening, said the president, in a voice that changed from firm control to something approaching cold steel. Many of you are already aware of reports of an outbreak of a new kind of flu virus. This outbreak was first reported in Stebbins, a small town on the border of Pennsylvania and Maryland. There has been some wild speculation in the press as to the nature and severity of this disease, and that speculation has sparked a rash of irresponsible and inaccurate posts on social media. Much of the information being shared about this outbreak is false, and some persons have posted faked videos and audio files purporting to be from reporters in that town. The president paused for effect, and Blair believed that everyone in the country paused with him, taking the same deep breath holding it in their chests, waiting for the heavy punch that follows the tentative jab. "Those reports are false," said the president, with a real edge in his voice. "And they pose a serious threat to the efforts of FEMA and the Centers for Disease Control. Reports like that are the worst kind of internet manipulation, and investigations are currently underway to determine if these posts are an attempt to deliberately disrupt our ability to provide effective emergency response. I can assure you that the substance of these posts are false, and I will promise you that the persons responsible will be found and prosecuted as cyber terrorists. It is abhorrent when a misguided or malicious few attempt to exploit a catastrophic event in order to further their own agendas, especially if that goal is at the expense of the American people. We will not allow them to succeed, and we will protect the people of this great nation." "Good. Nailed it, word for fucking word," thought Blair, and he wanted to fist pump, but didn't. The president almost glared at the camera. "Last point I'll make, though. This is going to be a difficult storm, but the great thing about America is when we go through tough times like this, we all pull together. We look out for our friends. We look out for our neighbors. And we set aside whatever issues we may have otherwise to make sure that we respond appropriately and with swiftness. And that's exactly what I anticipate is going to happen here. So I want to thank all the federal teams, state and local teams that are in place. I'm confident that we're ready. But I think the public needs to prepare for the fact that this is going to take a long time for us to clean up. The good news is we will clean up, and we will get through this. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America." The camera lingered on the president's face for a moment, then cut to a place card of the presidential seal. "And we're out," said the cameraman. The president sagged back and closed his eyes. He looked as exhausted as Blair felt. It was nearly an hour into a new day, and they'd been at this since early yesterday. Blair knew that there was little chance any of them would get a moment's rest any time soon. They were all wired with caffeine and whatever prescription stimulants they each had in pockets or handbags. Even so, Blair smiled and nodded to himself, well pleased with the statement that had just gone out. He leaned toward Sylvia Ruddy. That was letter perfect. The chief of staff swiveled her head like a praying mantis and glared at him with absolute hatred in her eyes. "We're all going to hell for this," she said. Chapter 24. Over Stebbins County. Sergeant Hap Rollins crouched over the minigun and peered through the slanting rain at the endless rows of stalked corn eddying like waves beneath the rotor wash. "Anything?" The voice in his headphones was the pilot, Sully. It was maybe the 40th time he'd asked the question since they'd come out to the farm country. Rollins wished Sully would shut the hell up. If he saw something, he'd say so, and Rollins didn't see shit. Nothing human, anyway. Bunch of cows lying down to try and get out of the wind, and a few horses running free from an overrun farm. The farmhouse and outbuildings had already been destroyed by rockets. 30 or 40 times they flew over dead bodies lying on the road, or on lawns, or in the middle of fields. Dead bodies, not walking dead. Rollins was still processing that distinction. The officers wanted them to use the word infected, but most of the guys were calling them zombies, a word from old Bela Lugosi movies, a word from comic books and horror novels. Zombies. Rollins didn't like the word. Didn't like the way the word fit inside his head. It had too many sharp edges. It nicked the walls of his worldview. And it didn't do anything good for his faith. Rollins was a Catholic, and the only dead that were supposed to be walking around were the ones Jesus raised. Like that little girl he said was only sleeping. Lazarus, too. And J.C. himself. Only saints and saviors were supposed to be walking around if they were dead. Those were the rules. And Rollins didn't remember reading anything about infected ordinary dead people getting up and walking around biting people. That wasn't death, no matter what the mission intel said. That was something else. Something bad, sure, but dead people don't do what these people were doing. Even though Rollins believed in Jesus and God, he wasn't as sure about the concept of the devil. He knew he was supposed to believe that, and even though he could imagine a place where sinners went, his ex-wife and her boyfriend came to mind, a guy with hooves and horns directing traffic for lost souls was hard for a grown man to accept. He wiped raindrops from his goggles and leaned out to look down the rows of corn. Nothing. "We're good," he said into his mic, and he had to repeat it over the constant crackle of interference. Some of the guys said the communications team was operating jammers in the area. Collins could believe it. He had tried to call home to check on his parents, who lived in Pittsburgh, but there was no signal on his cell. That had been a couple of hours ago. So, jammers? Sure, he could buy that. "Let's go check out the other field," he yelled into the mic. "Looks like a pear grove. Come in low on the west side and we'll see if there's anything under the trees." "Roger that," confirmed the pilot, his voice fuzzy and distorted. The Black Hawk lifted away from the waving corn and began a shallow climbing circle. They were working with 19 other helos, quartering and searching the vast farmlands that filled this corner of the country. It was a crazy job, and Rollins, like everyone else, knew that it was pretty damn close to a fool's errand. There were 300 farms here, ranging from little postage stamp herb gardens to the fruit and vegetable groves that stretched for miles. There were 50 teams in various ground vehicles and a couple of hundred two-man patrols, and with all of that, it seemed like an absurdly impossible task to Rollins. Even so, there was plenty of radio chatter from the ground and the other Blackhawks, saying that they were finding spots to clean out. Infected, trapped inside locked cars. A whole bunch of them trapped inside the Y supermarket after downed trees knocked out the power. Some strays wandering through fields. Like that. The infection was out there, and the Q-zone seemed to be holding, but Rollins had his doubts. His buddy, Dave, who was a lot more Catholic than Rollins was, had confided to him that he was really scared by all this. Religious scared, not just regular scared. Dave couldn't understand why God allowed something like this. The dead to rise. Rollins told him, "This ain't God, man. It's science. This is weird science shit. It's the dead rising, man. No, just sick people acting dead. Like in that old movie, the one in London, 28 Days Later. It's only a disease." "No, man," said Dave, lapsing into a confidential whisper. "I think this is what they talked about in the book of Revelation. The end times." Rollins started to grin at that, but the look on Dave's face killed that expression before it was born. "Come on, man," Rollins said mildly. "It's just like that anthrax thing. It's a disease, and that's all it is. Don't mess your head up by thinking bad thoughts." But Dave wasn't convinced, and Rollins didn't at all like the look in Dave's eyes. No, sir, he did not like that look at all. Kind of wild. Maybe a little crazy. He wondered how Dave was getting along. He was out working a checkpoint with their drinking buddy, Tito Rodriguez, out on the Q-zone line. The pilot came out of his turn and slowed as he dropped down almost to the level of the road. The rotor wash blew into the field and raised the skirts on the pear trees. Muddy water swirled upward, but Rollins had a clear enough view under the front 4 or 5 rows. He saw slender tree trunks, and between those— "Shit!" he said suddenly. "Got one!" There was a man there, dressed in farmer's clothes that hung in torn rags from his burly shoulders. His eyes and mouth were black, and as the helo edged sideways toward him, the man snarled and reached for him. Rollins took a small breath, let it out, wrapped around a small prayer to Mary, and pulled the trigger. The captain said to go for a headshot, but that didn't much matter when you fired a minigun. The heavy-caliber bullets tore the infected apart, splattering him to the wind. The parts that fell no longer seemed to belong to something that had once been human. and the rain pressed the red detritus down into the mud. "Got the sumbitch," said the pilot, sounding happy about it. The feelings within Rollins were far less certain. "Anything else?" asked the pilot. "No," said Rollins, though he wasn't as sure as he sounded. The helicopter drifted along the farm road, blowing back the boughs of the trees, tearing half-grown pears from the branches, looking for more things to kill. As it flew, Rollins remembered the look in Dave's eyes when he said that he thought this was maybe the end times. Rollins mouthed the words of the prayer to Mary. "Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death," hoping that he was just being ridiculous, hoping and praying. Chapter 25. Operational Command Post inside Stebbins County. A young lieutenant knocked and entered the general's trailer just as Colonel Dietrich left. "Sir," said the young officer to Zetter, "we're still getting reports," he said, holding out a clipboard wrapped in plastic. Zetter took it, shook off the raindrops, and studied the data. 6 patrol helicopters had encountered infected, 2 of them within a mile of the Q-zone. 16 ground patrols had also located and eliminated the walking dead. In all cases, the infected were eliminated without any of his people taking injury. No additional loss of life was reported. "And there's this," added the aide, handing over a second report. The general took it, and as he read, he felt his heart sink. He turned away in case his feelings showed on his face. Zetter stood there, considering the information in the second report. He sighed, read the rest of it, sighed again. "Damn," he said to himself. During the ground search, his teams had encountered 23 people who displayed no signs of bites or other injuries, and who did not appear to be in any way infected. 5 men, 7 women, 11 children. 2 of the children were babes in arms. The report was written in the way that such reports had to be written. All potential risks were removed with dispatch. Removed with dispatch. They didn't even use the word eliminated. Removed. "Is there a reply, sir?" asked the aide. "Just, proceed with the operation as directed," said Zetter. "Yes, sir." The aide left. General Zetter sat heavily in his chair and stared bleakly at the report. "God damn," he breathed. He considered calling this in to the White House. In the end, he did not. There was nothing new to report except that the cleanup was proceeding as anticipated. Proceeding, in fact, as something close to the best-case scenario outlined in the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center protocols. "We're winning this," he told himself. "We're winning." Chapter 26. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. The president met with his advisors for an update and learned that nothing new was happening. That should have been comforting, but wasn't. He shooed them all out and told the Secret Service agents to make sure he wasn't disturbed for 10 minutes. They nodded like silent robots and pulled the door shut. The president dug into his pocket for a pack of Winstons and the gold lighter given to him as a gift when he agreed to visit a NASCAR event in Georgia. He kissed one out of the pack, popped the lighter, leaned into the flame, inhaled all the way down to the bottom of his feet, and sank back into his leather chair. He held the smoke inside, enjoying the way the menthol changed from cold to hot in his lungs, and then blew a long stream of blue smoke at the ceiling. On the big TV screen, there were 6 windows showing various views of General Zetter's efforts to clean up Stebbins County. Gunships filled the rainy skies. Armored personnel carriers were laden with guns of kinds he couldn't name, some of which he had never seen. The president was a lawyer and career politician and had never served. Not that it mattered, because many of his predecessors hadn't either. Not everyone could be JFK. He tried to understand the military, though, and felt he had a good grasp of its philosophies. He knew the big-budget technology, of course, the drones and missile programs, the fleets and the last jet fighters. All of those were big-ticket items that were constantly in the press. As he watched a line of soldiers in hazmat suits deploy from the back of a troop transport, he made a mental note to become more familiar with their gear, with the things they had to carry into fights like this. He took another drag, wishing for a moment that he was back in college and hitting a blunt instead. That was a long time ago, and he hadn't gotten high since junior year. Now seemed like a good time. Maybe it would take the edge off. Or maybe not. He remembered the paranoia that sometimes accompanied the high, and he sure as hell didn't need any more of that. As he lifted the cigarette to his lips again, he studied his hand. It was shaking. Had it done that during the meeting? He wasn't sure. Was it relief that the crisis was over? At least everything except the spin control. Or was it something else? Was Scott Blair right? Were the generals right? Except for Zetter, they all agreed with Blair. So what did that mean? The president punched a button on the table. "Yes, Mr. President?" asked his secretary. "Doris, get General Zetter on the line. Private call." "Right away, Mr. President." It was just that. In less than a minute, Zetter was on the line. "General," said the president curtly, "are you alone? And is this a secure line?" "Yes to both, sir," said Zetter. The connection was still weak and static-filled because of the high-intensity jammers. "Good. I'm alone as well, Simeon, so this is just the two of us. What I want is the bottom line. No politicizing, no padding or fluff. I want to know the absolute truth about where we stand in Stebbins County." There was a very small pause at the other end of the call. "We're in good shape, Mr. President," said Zetter. "However, with the storm strengthening, we could use more men. Have there been any fresh sightings?" Another pause. A little longer this time. "There are scattered sightings, sir, but each encounter has been satisfactorily resolved. How's the line holding?" "We're confident that the Q zone is absolutely solid," Zetter said. "There have been no incidents at any of the checkpoints, and we have satellite and helicopter surveillance, as well as roaming patrols and spotter planes. A mouse with a head cold couldn't get out of Stebbins." "Simeon," said the president, "I need you to be absolutely sure about this." "I am, sir." Another hesitation. "However, we could really use the extra troops. National Guard, reservists, or regular Army, any or all. The more boots we have on the ground, the tighter the lock, and the quicker we can put a button on this whole matter." "Very well. Send your requests to Sylvia Ruddy, and I'll sign the order and make the necessary calls right away." "Thank you, Mr. President." "Of course. And, Simeon." "Sir?" "I appreciate you stepping in to take control of this situation." "Doing my job, sir." "I know that Mac Dietrich is your friend. If there was time to have someone else ask him to stand down, I would have made that call." "He's a professional soldier, sir. He understands, as do I." But there had been one last little hesitation before Zetter said that. The president took a long drag, considering the implications of that pause. He exhaled slowly. "Simeon, there's another matter that you need to be aware of." He told Zetter about the flash drives, believed to be in Billy Trout's possession. "That's a wrinkle," Zetter said slowly, clearly unhappy with the news. "It is. Do you want me to iron out that wrinkle?" Gently. "You have a relationship with the police officer in the school, Desdemona Fox?" "We spoke. It wasn't, as you can imagine, a comfortable conversation for either of us." "Will she talk to you again?" "I believe so." "Good. Do so, and ask her, and I mean that, Simeon. Ask her for the drives. I could send some of my people into the school to have that conversation, Mr. President, in front of 800 witnesses. Do you think that's the best move? No, sir. No, agreed the president. If, as you say, the situation is under control, then there is no immediate need to escalate an already tense situation. A pause. Very well, sir. Let's repair bridges, not burn them. Of course, Mr. President. Though, the president said, drawing it out with feigned casualness, have some people on standby, just in case. Always good to be prepared for eventualities. I agree, sir. Thank you, General. Keep me apprised, and disconnected the call. He sat in silence, looking through the smoke at the images on the screen, eyes narrowed, brain working, hands still trembling. Chapter 27. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have Mary from Philadelphia. Go ahead, Mary, you're on the air. What do you think is happening in Stebbins County? It's not aliens, said the caller. Glad to hear you say that. It's definitely not aliens. So you say. Want to tell the listeners what you think is going on? It's the Chinese. Chinese Americans? No, the Chinese. The government of China, Gavin. In rural Pennsylvania? That's where it starts. It starts off the radar. It starts right in the heartland. The Chinese already own America. Gavin signaled the producer for more coffee. This was going to be a long night. Tell me how they're planning to do that, Mary. It's the Asian bird flu. That's what's killing people. The Chinese have sent agents over here to release their flu, and you know we don't have anything that can stop it. Why is that, Mary? 'Cause it's Asian. The coffee arrived, and Gavin took the flask from his briefcase and added 2 fingers of early times. Definitely a long night ahead. Chapter 28. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des Fox ghosted through the empty halls of the Stebbins Little School. Her Glock was in its holster, her hands empty of everything except promise, her heart heavy with shame and grief. Every once in a while she paused and cocked her head to listen to the old building. Even the silence was not silent. With buildings this old, there was always some sound. The faint hum of the battery-operated clock mounted high on the wall, its glass face covered by a heavy wire grill, the creak of timber and stone as the building settled, the faint banshee whistle of wind clawing its way in through broken windows upstairs, the muffled sound of children weeping beyond classroom doors at the other end of the hall. No new shouts, though. No screams and gunfire. She was positive, though, that she could hear the discordant pounding of her own heart. Without warning, the walkie-talkie clipped to her hip squawked. The sound tore a cry of alarm from her. "Officer Desdemona Fox, please respond," said a voice clouded by harsh static. "Officer Des snatched up the device and keyed it. "This is Fox," the voice said. "Officer Fox, please hold the line." "Is this some kind of trick?" asked Des, but the voice didn't reply. Another voice spoke, one she hadn't heard before. "Officer Fox." "This is Fox. Who's this?" "This is Major General Zetter." "Glad you remembered that we're alive, General." "Is Mr. Trout with you?" "No." "Can you put him on the line?" "What is this about, General? If you're thinking of trying to change our deal, then you can shove that right up your—"
"It's my understanding that Mr. Trout is in possession of a set of flash drives belonging to Dr. Herman Volker. Are you aware of this?"
"Yes," Des said carefully, though she knew that Billy didn't have the flash drives. Goat did, but Des didn't want to say so to Zetter, and definitely not without talking to Billy first.
"Are you aware of what's on those drives?"
asked the general. "Abso-fucking-lutely."
"We would very much like to get our hands on that information, Officer Fox."
"I bet you would. And I bet that 1 minute after you got them, you'd shove a Hellfire missile up our asses. No thanks." This isn't a trick, Officer Fox. Uh-huh. And the check's in the mail. I'll call you in the morning, and I won't come in your mouth. Officer Fox, do you really expect us to believe anything you say? You have been given assurance on behalf of the President of the United States that no further attacks will be made on the school as long as you follow the safety protocols. Right. Tell that to the Sioux. What? As much as it causes me physical pain to say this out loud to another, what I assume is another Republican, our government doesn't have a great track record for keeping its promises with people who have something they want. Kennedy Democrat, said Zetter. What? I'm a Democrat. It may surprise you that there are plenty of us in the military, Miss Fox. Whatever. You get what I'm saying? You know there's not a lot of trust going on here. I suppose that's an unfortunate truth. But given that I was no more involved in making treaties with the Indians than I was behind the attack on the school, how about we avoid making assumptions that might confuse the situation? And it was I who ordered our troops to stop firing on the school. Oh, blow me, Zetter. Billy Trout's broadcast hit the news services and the president's nuts crawled up inside his chest cavity. That's what happened. He told you to stop trying to kill us only because it would look really fucking bad at the next elections. If you're going to try to pretend otherwise, then this conversation is over. Zetter took a moment with that. Fair enough, he said. We don't see things from exactly the same perspective, but I take your point. Which leaves us where, General? In the middle of a grave national crisis. Everything else aside, all bullshit aside, Officer Fox, the infection is still out there. Contained for the moment, but still out there. Still a major threat. You know that this is a bioweapon, one designed by Cold War scientists and then redesigned by Dr. Volker. If we stand any chance of eradicating it, then we need to have his research notes. Why the fuck are you bothering us about this? Go ask Volker for them. If that was a possibility, officer, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Meaning what? Meaning that right now we can't locate Dr. Volker. Des felt the floor tilt under her. She staggered into one of the classrooms, checked that it was empty, leaned against the wall, and slid down to the floor. Officer Fox? Didn't he leave any records? None that we have so far been able to find, said Zetter. How the hell are you idiots allowed to run a country? I should have voted for a clown college. They'd at least have a reason for being this stupid. I don't want to debate politics, Officer Fox. We need what's on Mr. Trout's flash drives. 1,000 thoughts raced through Des's head. None of them were good. Most were way across the line into paranoia, but she felt justified in thinking every one of them. Tell you what, General, she said. How about you do this? How about you airlift us the hell out of here? Take us to Pittsburgh or Philly or somewhere other than where people are eating each other. How about you do that and then we can talk about the flash drives? You know we can't risk that. You have to understand that. Sure. Have a nice day, General. Thanks for calling. Well, wait. What? She barked. We can't take you out. You have to understand that. We don't know enough about this disease to guarantee that it's safe to bring you out. Until we look at Dr. Volker's research notes, we don't know all the ways in which this thing can be communicated. We have concerns that anyone coming into close contact with the skin or blood of one of the infected might be at risk. We don't know if someone can carry the infection without developing obvious symptoms. There are a lot of things we don't know, and until we do, we need to keep you in isolation. Surely you can appreciate the severity of this. Surely you can understand the necessity of... Okay, yeah, I get it. Fuck. So letting us have the flash drives is the quickest and surest way to help us understand this enough so that we can get you out of there. I get the logic, General, but pardon me if I don't trust your motives worth a wet shit. The General sighed. Is there something else I can do for you that would encourage you to do the right thing here? Fuck you, Officer Fox. No, General. Fuck you and that asshole in the White House and fuck everyone else who had a hand in this. Fuck all of you. All of you. Am I making myself clear? Is any of that getting through? You deserve to burn in hell. General Zetter's response caught her totally off guard. He said, I know. A sob broke in Dez's chest. She squeezed her eyes shut as tightly as she could, wincing at the effort not to see anything, even her own thoughts. "You killed him," she said. "Who?" asked Zetter sharply, clearly alarmed. "Is Mr. Trout—" "Not him, you douchebag. You killed J.T. "Who is that, Officer Fox? Was that a friend of yours?" "Patrol Sergeant J.T. Hammond, Stebbins Police. A good man, a family man, a decent person who only ever cared about other people. You maniacs killed him." Zetter said, "Was he the officer who went outside with the other infected?" "Yes." It hurt Dez to say that one word. Zetter cleared his throat. "I saw what happened to him. I saw what he did. He protected the children from the infected. Officer Hammond died a hero." Dez banged the back of her head against the wall. "J.T. was murdered and you bastards killed him. Now you want us to spread our legs and let you fuck us." "That's not how it is, officer." "Yeah," she said. "It is." Neither of them spoke again for several burning seconds. Then Zetter said, "We need those flash drives." "If you try to take them, General, I'll burn them. You can come in here with guns blazing and you won't find shit. But I can promise that every single thing you do will be streamed live to the net. The world's watching, General." "Officer Fox," said the General, "be careful not to overplay your hand. You might not have as many good cards as you think. I'm trying to work something out we can both live with, and I do mean live. Don't make fools out of both of us, and don't make martyrs out of the children in that school." Dez almost told him to eat shit, but she kept her tongue. What he had just said chilled her, filling her mind with awful possibilities. "Look," she said. "Volker gave the flash drives to Billy. It's his call. I'll talk to him and get back to you." "Very well, Officer Fox. I appreciate—" She switched off the walkie-talkie. Moving slowly, like someone awakening after surgery, she got to her feet, closed the door, crossed to the teacher's desk, pulled out the chair, and crawled into the footwell. It was a tight, dark space that smelled of shoe polish, crayons, and old coffee. Dez pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapped her arms around her shins, and laid her head down. Sobs shuddered through her whole body, and tears steamed hot and thick down her face. "Oh, God," she wept. "J.T." The shakes began then. Dez crammed a fist into her mouth to block the scream that tried to tear its way out of her throat. Chapter 29. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. The president returned to his office and there received an endless flow of advisors, including generals of different wattage, planners from FEMA, senators from Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia, and Ohio, scientific advisors, the senior members of his staff, and Scott Blair. Over and over again, Scott Blair. His desk began piling up with reports on everything from estimated casualties, the current guess was more than 9,000, to letters from heads of state expressing sympathy and offering assistance. The offers were rote lip service that carried as little actual weight as people at a funeral suggesting the bereaved call on them if there's anything they can do. Most people wouldn't want to take that call, and that was doubly so in global politics. Besides, the quickest way for his administration to look even weaker than it was would be to ask for help from another country. However, that was secondary. When he was alone for a few minutes, the document that caught and held the president's attention was the estimated loss of life. He read the numbers, then closed his eyes and winced as if each digit gouged a fishing hook under his skin. 9,000 people. 3 times as many people than died in the fall of the Twin Towers. Nearly twice as many as died during the Iraq War. More than twice the number of Americans killed in Afghanistan. 9,000. All in one day, on American soil, on his watch. During 9/11, he'd been a junior senator from a Midwestern state, and he'd been at home when the tragedy happened. He met with dozens of groups of citizens, from a few dozen at a Rotary Club to tens of thousands at a memorial service in a baseball stadium. He saw something in each one of them, something that connected them, one to another, while also binding them to that moment in time. It was a pervasive, shared wound that would never really heal. The scar itself would hurt, and it would continue to hurt for years, possibly for the lifetime of each person who had lived through that terrible day. Even now, so many years later, if you mentioned the towers or 9/11, there was a flicker behind the eyes. Not exactly pain, but a memory of pain, an awareness of that scar gouged into the national soul. Now this. 9,000 people dead. Not from a foreign enemy or fanatics prosecuting a radical ideology, but from within the U.S. government. Illegal bioweapons research, military action against civilians. It wouldn't matter that the research was initiated before his presidency and conducted without his knowledge. He would still be blamed. It didn't matter that Colonel Dietrich's attack on Stebbins and the school were desperate measures to prevent the pathogen from spreading and killing millions. If your dog gets out of the yard and bites people, you get no sympathy. You're still to blame. Which meant that in the eyes of the public, he was the villain of this piece. It would destroy him, his career, his credibility, and his legacy. The only chance he had, the only way he could imagine to save some shred of his presidency, would be to prove that Volker acted alone and without sanction, that the man was mentally unstable, and that all actions taken were the only ones left. All of which was true, but none of which could be proved without the flash drives. As the night wore on, he began to regret Blair's suggestion that they label Billy Trout as an anarchist hacker and cyber-terrorist. That was useful in the heart of the crisis, but if this thing was truly over, then the truth about Trout would come out, and he'd become the hero opposing the big, bad villain in the White House. Shit, he muttered. He decided that it was Scott Blair's problem to fix. His intercom buzzed. "Mr. President, the Secretary of State is here." The president rubbed his eyes and sighed. "Okay, send him in." He listened to that aide and others, and still others, hearing what they said, interacting, pretending to give his full attention, while all the time waiting for General Zetter's call, waiting to be told that the drives had been obtained. Waiting for a lifeline. Then he got a call from Scott Blair. "Mr. President," said Blair, "the FBI have located Dr. Volker." Chapter 30. Good Night's Motor Court, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. The 2 FBI agents who parked in front of the motel were named Smith and Jones. Actual names, and the pairing was done by random chance rather than due to some supervisory sense of humor. Adam Smith and Miriam Jones were both of average height, average build, early 30s, with good hair and off-the-rack suits. They carried the same model handgun, wore identical wires behind their ears, and worked out at the same gym. And they liked each other. Smith privately thought that Jones was a closet liberal who was probably using the job as a way to leverage herself into the much higher-paying world of corporate security. Jones thought that Smith was a semi-literate, mouth-breathing hawk who yearned for the chance to shoot someone. they were both entirely correct about the other. Neither ever expressed their opinions to anyone, and certainly not to their partners. On the job, they were clinically precise, appropriately efficient, and entirely humorless. Smith nodded to one of the units, whose door opened to the parking lot. A Toyota RAV4 was parked outside. "Credit card tray says Volker booked that room," he said. Jones consulted her iPhone. "Tags match." As one, they looked from Volker's car to the one parked next to it, a Crown Victoria, nearly identical to theirs. There were no other cars in that part of the lot. Sodium vapor lamps painted the falling downpour a chemical orange. Winds blew the rain across the lot in serpentine waves. They got out of their car, and Jones placed a hand on the hood of Volker's Toyota. "Cold," she said. Neither of them wore hats or used umbrellas, and they were immediately soaked. Neither of them cared. Smith felt the hood of the Crown Vic. "Warm." "Federal tags," said Jones. Smith cocked an eyebrow. "CIA?" "They weren't scheduled for this pickup," said Jones, frowning her disapproval. "Not that I heard." The agents unbuttoned their jackets to facilitate reaching their guns, crossed to the motel unit's door, and knocked. It was opened almost at once by a man dressed in a business suit very much like the one Smith wore. He had an ID wallet open to show them his credentials. "Saunders," he said. "What are you doing here?" demanded Jones. "Volker's one of ours." "We know that," said Smith, "but we were assigned to pick him up. The agency doesn't have jurisdiction here." Saunders was a tired-looking man in his 50s, probably a former field agent relegated to scut work on the downslope of his career track. "Moot now," he said, and he stepped back to open the door. Smith and Jones gave him hard looks as they entered the motel room of the man who had created Lucifer 113. They stopped just inside the door. There were two other men in the room. One was Saunders' partner, a gap-toothed and freckle-faced young man who looked like Alfred E. Newman, except he wasn't wearing a goofy smile. Instead, he was staring up at the second man. Dr. Volker's shoes swung slowly back and forth 10 inches above the carpeted floor. His arms and legs were slack, head tilted to one side, eyes wide, and tongue bulging from between his parted lips. A length of heavy-duty orange extension cord was affixed to the neck of the ceiling fan and cinched tight around Volker's throat. A handwritten note was affixed to his chest with a safety pin. "I gave my research notes to the reporter, Mr. Trout. This is all my fault. I hope there is a hell so that I may burn in it for all eternity." "Ah, shit," said Smith. "Fuck," said Jones. "Yeah," said Saunders. Chapter 31. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Gavin Fink's producer and engineer were screening a huge number of calls and putting them in queue. "Okay," said Gavin. "We have Ron from Fayette County. Thanks for calling." "Hey, Gavin, big fan of the show. Been listening for years." "Thanks, my man. So tell me, what do you think is happening in Stebbins?" "It's all a big government cover-up," said Ron. "I heard they were testing some kind of bioweapon on the people in Stebbins County, and it got out of control." "Whoa, that's quite a claim, Ron. What makes you think that?" "It was on the internet." "And if it's on the net, it has to be real?" "Well, no. But I saw a video by a reporter from Stebbins, Billy Trout. You know the guy who does that Fishing for News with Billy Trout thing? Did all those stories about Homer Gibbon all the way up to the execution and all. He's a real reporter." "Not sure there are any real reporters anymore, Ron, but sure, Billy Trout's a friend of the show. We had him on with the Yardley Yeti story." "I heard that show. I think that was a chupacabra." "Keeping on point here, why do you think Billy has his fingers on the pulse of a government conspiracy?" "Well, come on, man. Why else would they have tried to kill him?" Chapter 32. Checkpoint number 43. Stebbins County line. The young sergeant stepped into the muddy road and made that air-slapping gesture that meant to slow down and stop. Without turning to the captain, the driver said, "We good here, boss?"
"I got this,"
said Amora.
"Put on your poker faces and don't say shit."
The 4 members of his team, 3 men and a woman, said nothing, but they each removed credentials from their pockets and held them on their laps. The sergeant was a thin Latino with a precisely trimmed mustache and absolutely no air of authority. New to his stripes, thought Amora. "Identification, please," said the sergeant. He wore a white combat hazmat suit over which were gun and equipment belts. His protective hood was pulled off, though, and hung behind ears that stood out at right angles to his head. The sergeant looked cold, wet, far too young, and completely terrified. The rain had slowed to a steady, depressing drizzle, and the 2 small all-weather camp lanterns set on either side of the road did little to push back the darkness. Lightning flashed behind the trees, but the thunder was miles off. Another storm was coming, though. The National Weather Service was calling for nearly 5 inches of rain over the next 16 hours. The levees were going to fail, no doubt about it. And that would be proof that God or the devil was using Stebbins as a urinal, just like Scott thought. The sergeant studied the ID, then handed it back and went through the process with everyone in the car. The credentials said that Sam Imura was a captain, which was true, but it identified the others as lieutenants, which they were not. All 4 of Imura's group had once been sergeants of significant rank, from the former master sergeant at the wheel to the gunnery sergeant seated directly behind Imura. Sergeant was the most common rank among shooters in U.S. Special Forces. Each of them was certainly sharper, more knowledgeable, and more competent than most officers of any rank, and Sam Imura knew that was no exaggeration. But staying as an enlisted man kept them out of military politics. A nice, safe, sane place to be. None of them, however, currently held rank in the United States military, nor did Captain Imura. They were all officially retired, though because they were private contractors working for the government, their ranks clung to them like comfortable clothes. The sergeant glanced at the other man working the roadblock. He was an even less authoritative slice of local white bread, stood on the far side of a sawhorse barrier that would provide no real defense against a determined intrusion. He held an M16 at port arms and tried to look like G.I. Joe because there was a Humvee filled with officers. Imura accepted his ID case back. "How are you doing out here, Sergeant?" "All quiet and secure, sir." An answer that meant nothing. The young man gave the officers a crisp salute, which was returned in the casual manner used by career officers. Nice theater. Imura said, "This should be a 4-man post, Sergeant. Where are your other men?" The young sergeant took a moment on that. "Sir, we're pretty thin on the ground. As far as I know, there are 2 men on every road." He paused, as if uncertain he should have said that. "They have 4-man teams on some of the bigger roads." That last part sounded like a lie to Imura. He figured there were only 2 men on every road, maybe fewer on some. Between main road, side roads, farm roads, fire access roads, and walking paths, there were 97 ways to leave the town of Stebbins by wheeled vehicle. That was a minimum of 194 men per shift. Figure 12-hour shifts, and that's roughly 400 men just working roadblocks. That didn't cover supervisory personnel, reconnaissance, the men needed for reinforcing the levees, the men guarding the survivors at the little school, and patrols hunting down stray infected. It also didn't really address all of the ways out of Stebbins on foot. And the infected don't drive, he thought. There was no point in discussing this further with someone at the sergeant's pay grade. "Stay sharp, Sergeant," he said. "It's going to be a long night." The white boy picked up the sawhorse and walked it to the side of the road. The Humvee began rolling through the mud into the town of Stebbins. Imura caught the driver looking in the rearview mirror. "What?" he asked. When alone, there was always a speak up and speak plain policy with Imura's team. The driver, whose name was Alex Foster but who was known on the job as Boxer, said, "You realize that if anything really comes out of the woods, those two kids are a late-night snack." It wasn't a question. "Can't all be that bad," said Rachel Bloom, combat call sign Gypsy. She was second in command of the Boy Scouts, a tough woman with 5 full tours under her belt, running special operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, and many more since signing with Sam. The man seated behind Boxer, Danil Shupman, known as Shortstop, said what they were all thinking. He was a pragmatic man who preferred maintaining a big-picture view of everything. "It only takes one hole."
"Well, these infected sons of bitches aren't armed,"
said Bud Hollister, moonshiner, the rowdy former biker-turned-soldier.
"You see the footage from the school? They walked right into the bullets and didn't give much of a wet shit."
"Headshots put 'em down," observed Shortstop.
"Yeah?"
Moonshiner snorted.
"And how many soldiers do you know who can reliably get a headshot in a combat situation? In the dark, in the rain, in a running firefight? Please."
No one answered. Everyone cursed silently. Gypsy and Shortstop turned to look back at the small glow of lantern light that was quickly being consumed by darkness and distance. Chapter 33. Office of the National Security Advisor, the White House, Washington, D.C. Scott Blair put down the phone and sat there, staring at it, wanting to smash it, wanting to burn his office down just so the damn thing wouldn't ring again. Dr. Herman Volker was dead. God Almighty. Chapter 34. Bordentown Starbucks on Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. A bloody hand shot out and clamped around the throat of the zombie a split second before those teeth could snap shut on Goat's flesh.
"Hold on a minute, Slick,"
said Homer Gibbon. He was smiling, and there was a crooked playfulness in his voice.
"I'm trying to have a conversation here."
The zombie tried to pull free. It clawed at Homer with its fingernails and squirmed around, attempting to bite the wrist of the hand that held it. Goat shrank back from it, and then he saw the look in Homer's face. There was no trace of fear. Nothing. The man squatted there, his face and body covered with fresh blood, maggots wriggling in open wounds in his skin, and yet his mouth wore a smile of curious wonder, like that of a child watching a butterfly. Homer's eyes were filled with dark lights.
"I know you,"
he said softly, directing his words to the struggling zombie.
"I see you with a black eye. Yes, I do. I see all the way into your soul. Do you believe me?"
The creature writhed and snapped, but he was helpless in Homer's powerful grip.
"The red mouth has whispered to you, hasn't it? You understand its secrets now, don't you, boy?" "Yes, I can see that you do. And that red mouth is screaming so loud inside your head that you have to do something. You have to let it speak through you. You have to feed it because it's so goddamn hungry. Tell me if I'm lying."
The zombie did not respond, though Goat turned to look at it, to seek for something in its eyes. Was there something there? Was there a flicker of something deep in those dark wells? They say that the eyes are the windows of the soul. Goat had heard that 1,000,000 times. If so, then these windows looked into a landscape that had suddenly become blighted, like the floodplains of Mississippi and Louisiana after the levees failed, like Japan after the tsunami. There was wreckage that proved that life had once existed there, but the life itself was gone. Or was it?
Yes, you've heard the red mouth speak and you've listened, haven't you, boy? You listened real good and you took it all to heart. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice.
For the briefest of moments, as Homer spoke to the infected in his slow, rhythmic backwoods voice, Goat thought he saw a shadow move behind the zombie's eyes. Was it the mind of the dead leaving a deserted house? Or was it something else? A lingering trace of the man Homer had killed, a ghost haunting the body it once owned. Whatever was happening, it was horrible from every angle. A life destroyed, a monster created, and a soul, what, lost? Trapped? Goat's mind rebelled at placing too precise a label on it. The zombie pounded at Homer's hand with soft, clumsy fists. Without turning to Goat, Homer spoke to him.
I done this, you know.
What?
I done this plague thing. It ain't no bioweapon like they're saying on the radio. It was me that done this. The black eye opened in my mind, and now I speak with the voice of the red mouth. Used to be I was a slave of the red mouth, or at least I thought I was. But after I died and woke up in that body bag, well, hell, I knew. I realized that all this time the black eye was my own mind's eye, and the red mouth is my mouth. You understand what I mean by that, son?
Goat didn't know how to answer that question. It seemed like there was a thin tightrope between possible answers, and that rope was covered in slippery grease. He clamped his mouth shut and shook his head.
Go on, son,
said Homer, clearly understanding Goat's reluctance.
Don't be shy. I won't bite.
There was a beat after that last phrase came out, and then Homer realized what he had said and what it meant, and he burst out laughing. The zombie pounded on his arm, tore at the flesh of the hand holding him. Black saliva dribbled from the corners of his mouth. Suddenly Homer got to his feet and dragged the zombie upright. It was a display of enormous strength, because the struggling infected had to weigh at least 200 pounds. Homer let go of the creature's throat, grabbed both shoulders, spun him around, and shoved him toward the door. The zombie staggered and tripped over the twitching legs of a barista who was just now returning from some dark place to a world that was darker still. Homer looked down at her and at the man he had just shoved.
This is about to get twitchy,
he said, though Goat didn't know if he was speaking to himself or not. Then a slow smile began to form on the killer's pale lips, and he turned fully toward Goat. That smile was perhaps the most frightening thing Goat had ever seen. Homer once more stabbed a finger at Goat.
You tell stories, right? I mean, that's what reporters do, right?
Goat nodded. A tiny, frightened nod. But there didn't seem to be any traps built into so simple a question. The zombie Homer had shoved spun back around, and he lunged forward, not at Homer, but to try and barrel past him to get to the only person in the whole place who wasn't dying or dead. Goat. Without a blink, without a fragment of hesitation, Homer drove an elbow into the zombie's face with such sudden, shocking force that the infected's whole upper torso froze in place while his legs ran up into the air. Then the creature's body canted backward, and he fell bonelessly to the floor. The back of his head struck the marble floor and exploded, spraying red and black outward in a starburst pattern. His legs and arms instantly stopped moving, and he lay dead. Truly dead.
Impolite motherfucker,
muttered Homer. Then he smiled once more at Goat.
Where was I? Oh, yeah, telling stories and shit. During my trial and when they killed me, you were one of those asshole reporters who was there nearly every day, telling the court's version of my story. Only the thing is, it isn't really my story. It isn't the story of the black eye and the red mouth. No, sir, it is not. It isn't the full story, and it sure as shit ain't the right story. And let's face it, son, I got a story worth telling. Look at me. I mean, seriously, look at fucking me.
Goat couldn't take his eyes off of Homer Gibbon. The man was huge, powerful, covered in blood, and he was a monster. An actual monster. Something the world had never seen before. Dead and yet not dead. Infected with the Lucifer 113 plague and yet still capable of thought. Though whether that was rational thought was up for debate in Goat's mind. A man who had been the nation's most notorious serial killer, up there with legendary murderers like Ed Gein, Albert Fish, St. John, and Ted Bundy, and who had been tried, convicted, and executed. And who was now what, exactly? Was he a victim of Dr. Volker's insane desire to punish criminals of this kind? Yes. Was he the brutal and sadistic maniac who slaughtered people and deserved the punishment given him? Absolutely. Was he patient zero of a new plague, something that, should it be allowed to spread, could become an unstoppable pandemic? Yes. God Almighty, thought Goat. He felt like fireworks were exploding inside his head. Everything was too bright, too loud, too massively wrong, and all of these thoughts tumbled through his brain in a burning moment. Homer was still speaking, but his smile had dimmed.
Are you listening to me, boy? You'd better be, 'cause it looks like you're ankle deep in shit right about now. Tell me I'm wrong. No? Nothing? But I got your attention, right? Give me a nod or something, boy.
Goat nodded.
Good boy,
said Homer, his grin returning. A few of the other dead were starting to rise.
We ain't got no time at all, so how about we cut the shit and get to it?
Goat found himself nodding again, though he had no idea what the it was Homer wanted to get to. The twitching woman rolled over onto hands and knees and began to rise. Homer took 2 short steps closer and snapped his foot out in a powerful kick that sent her sprawling into the path of 2 other dead who had managed to get to their feet. The 3 of them collapsed into a hissing tangle of arms and legs. Homer snorted, amused by it, but at the same time he seemed momentarily uncertain as he watched his clumsy victims.
Shit,
he breathed, drawing it out. Then he blinked and turned back to Goat.
Okay, boy, here's the deal. I'm gonna get my ass out of here before this becomes a buffet. I don't think these fuckers will hurt me, not with the black eye open inside my mind, but they'll definitely go ass wild on you. You're a bag of bones, but I'll bet there's some tasty meat on you, yes, sir.
Goat felt blood drain from his face.
But I think I'd rather let you keep sucking air. For a while, anyway. You game with that?
The sound that escaped Goat's throat might have been a yes, but it sounded like a mouse's squeak. Homer took it as assent, though, and he nodded.
So here's the deal. You come with me. You do what reporters do. Interview me, whatever. You do that for me. You tell my story, my side of it. You let the red mouth speak through me, and you write down every word and then pretty it up some for the newspapers. What do they call it? Edit it? Rewrite it? Whatever. You do that, and you play fair with me while you're doing it. You make sure to tell the whole truth, and you might just walk away from this. How's that sound?
The dead were getting up now. The 3 who had fallen and others. Goat didn't know how many people had been in the Starbucks when Homer came in. 14, give or take. Some of them were hurt, but not dead, victims of Homer's rage. Shattered bodies, torn limbs, bitten flesh. No one was whole. No one was uninfected. Except him. The moans of the newly resurrected dead filled the store.
"Think quick, son," said Homer. "Big old fucking clock ticking right here."
Goat tried to answer, squeaked again, coughed his throat clear, and forced out a reply. "You promise you won't hurt me?" He hated how weak and small and terrified his voice sounded. And he hated it much more when he saw how his words and his tone changed the grin on Homer's face. The killer licked the blood from his teeth and lips.
"I just said I wouldn't hurt you, boy."
"No," insisted Goat, grabbing whatever thread of a lifeline he could. Listen, you want your story told? I mean, really told? Told so that it reaches everyone and everyone knows who you really are? That's what you want? Then I can give it to you. I'm the one who broke this story. Me and my friend Billy Trout. I got the story out that no one else could. I know how to make sure it gets out." Homer narrowed his eyes. There were sudden screams behind Goat, and he turned to see the newly risen dead falling on the dying victims of Homer Gibbon. The infected snarled and growled as they tore into living flesh. Blood sprayed the walls, and the screams were high and piercing and entirely without hope.
"You broke that story?"
said Homer slowly. "Yes, Billy and I."
"I heard that Trout fellow on the news."
"He's still inside the town. In Stebbins. He's at the school." The screams rose and rose. Goat cringed away from it, edging toward Homer only because he was closer to the door. If he could get Homer to take him outside, then maybe Goat could make a break for it. The highway was right there. He'd take his chances with high-speed traffic in the rain. Homer was still studying him with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Then his eyes flicked to what was going on behind Goat.
"Shit,"
he grumbled.
"Those are some persistent fuckers."
There was no need for Goat to look. The slap of slow feet on the wet floor told the story. "Please," begged Goat. Homer snaked out a hand, caught Goat by the front of his shirt, and jerked him forward just as something brushed the nape of Goat's neck. As he stumbled forward, the cameraman craned his head around to see long red fingers clutching at the air where his head had been a moment ago. "I need my laptop," Goat said, "and my camera bag." Homer shrugged. He picked up the MacBook and tossed it to Goat, then snatched the handle of the canvas camera bag out from under a murder victim who was twitching his way back from death. Homer slung the heavy bag on his brawny shoulder and began backing toward the door as the zombies shuffled forward.
"Get your ass in gear,"
warned Homer as he grabbed Goat again and hauled him away. Goat staggered toward the door and then thrust through it into the rain. He wanted to slam it in Homer's face, but the hydraulic door closer was too strong. Homer came outside and he tried to slam it too. When it resisted him, he leaned his full weight against it. The dead hit the door with enough slack weight to push it several inches outward again.
"Shit,"
said Homer, though he did not seem particularly concerned. He still held Goat with one hand and had the other pressed against the glass. He cut a sharp look at Goat.
"Listen to me, boy. We gotta make a run for the car, or they'll eat your dick sure as God made little green apples. And I want you to listen real hard to what I have to say now. If I let you go and you try to run, then you better pray that I can't run faster than you. 'Cause if I catch you, then I'm gonna bite your dick off and make you eat it. You believe me when I tell you that?"
Goat did, and he said so. Homer pushed back against the door.
"Then let's go. Car's unlocked. Go!"
He shoved Goat toward the passenger side and held the door long enough for the cameraman to take a few stumbling steps, correct himself, and begin backing toward the car. Goat clutched the laptop to his chest as if it was a shield. 40 feet away, the highway was bright with headlights and fast metal. Could he make it? Then he caught Homer watching him. The killer turned to follow Goat's line of sight, then turned back and smiled. "Call the play, son." Goat's heart hammered like desperate fists. Tears fell down his hot cheeks. His legs and muscles trembled with adrenaline and terror. "Go," he told himself. "Go, go, go!" A sob broke from his chest as he spun around and reached for the door handle of the metallic green Nissan Cube. Chapter 35. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Billy Trout left the basement gymnasium after the bodies had been taken care of. Because they were forbidden to open the exterior doors to the school, the 2 corpses in their makeshift body bags were placed in one of the shower stalls. After the others left, Billy lingered and stared down at the silent forms. He wanted to say something, a prayer or something of importance, but even though he kept calling on God since this whole thing started, his actual faith was as dead as the town. This sort of thing did little to rekindle what had always been a weak flame in him. Even so, he mumbled something, a fragment of the Lord's Prayer, getting some of the words wrong, but getting the gist of it out there. For the dead, in case they believed, and in case he was wrong about there being no God. Trout was open to taking any help they could get. He'd have prayed to the flying spaghetti monster if he thought it would earn the people in this school even a small measure of grace. Then, heavy-hearted, he turned away and climbed the stairs to the first floor. He tried again to call Goat, but he still had no signal. Frowning, he went to the second floor and found a room with big windows, so there was no chance of interference. Nothing. The little meter on the satellite phone said that he still had half a charge. Power, but no signal. No contact with Goat or with anyone. The explanation for it was obvious to the realist in him, but Trout resisted it nonetheless. He didn't want it to be the case. "Uh-oh," he murmured. Depressed and frightened, he went downstairs and looked once more into the big classroom. 2 of the teachers were handing out little plastic containers of fruit cocktail. Trout thought it was such a bizarre sight. He remembered getting those little cups when he was a kid in this school. It was always a happy moment. They packed a ton of sugar into those cups, and it was nice to see halved maraschino cherries floating among the chunks of peach and pear. Now it seemed incredibly sad. The children took the cups, opened them with clumsy fingers, spooned out the fruit, chewed, swallowed, and all in a ghastly silence. Trout backed out of the room and went to find Des. At first, she seemed to be nowhere at all, and he poked his head into every room. Then he caught sight of her heading toward the fire tower at the far end of the hall. He immediately understood where she was heading. He limped down the hall as quickly as he could, hissing whenever the pain shot down the back of his leg. The heavy fire tower door creaked as he opened it, and for a moment he listened to the sounds from below. Soft footfalls fading into silence. He descended slowly and silently, and finally paused on the stone steps, and saw her there, standing with her palms on the steel door, shoulders slumped, head bowed. On the other side of that door was what was left of the infected from the school. And J.T. He was out there too. "Damn," breathed Trout. His voice was soft, but in the utter stillness of the fire tower it carried, and Des suddenly stiffened. She didn't turn, though. "Billy?" "Yeah, babe." There was a beat. "Don't call me that." "All right. Sorry." Now wasn't the time to test the limits of whatever new connection they had forged. He descended the last few steps and moved toward her, mindful to come into her peripheral vision, well out of strike range. Experience is a wonderful teacher. She stared at the closed door as if it were made of glass. "What do you want?" He almost said that he came looking to see how she was, but Trout preferred his balls still attached to his body. So instead he said, "They said they'd airdrop some food to us. That's fine, but nobody I talk to knows how to get up on the roof without going outside." "There's a fire access stairway." "Right. Okay, that's good," he said. "But no one else knew that." She turned to look at him, but said nothing. "Once they drop the stuff," Trout continued, "it's got to be inspected, sorted, and distributed. You've seen how people are reacting. They're going to do it wrong. Some of these people are a twitch away from losing it. They might grab stuff or hoard stuff. We have to take control of things. We have to make sure we do everything right." Her eyes searched his face, and after a long moment, she gave a single nod. "There's something else," he said. "No, two things. The first is that we have to triple check everyone. I mean everyone." "We did. No one has a bite." "That's not what I'm saying. The guy the guy down in the gym, I didn't see a bite on him." A line formed between her brows. "Of course there was a bite." "No, there wasn't. I checked everywhere. I even had to cut his clothes off just to be sure." She pushed off from the wall and turned completely to him, her eyes hostile and hot. "The fuck are you trying to say, Billy?" "That guy didn't die from a bite. Maybe he got infected some other way. Maybe he got some of the black blood in his mouth. When Goat and I interviewed Volker, he said something about the infected spitting, so maybe it was that." "Shit. Or maybe it's just enough to get blood on your skin. Everybody's pretty badly dinged up. Maybe the worms in the blood can get into an open wound and—" His voice trailed off. Both of them wore clothes that were caked with dried blood. A lot of that was black blood. Des began wiping at her clothes, almost absently at first, and then she started slapping at her uniform faster and faster until her hands became a hysterical blur. "Stop it!" yelled Trout. He had to yell it 3 times before she froze. For a moment, Des's eyes were so wild that the whites showed all around. Crazy eyes. Trout had seen her like that before. Once, naked and wild-eyed, she had chased him with a shotgun. Not one of their better moments as a couple. "Des, we wiped ourselves down with Purell, remember? Remember? You damn near did jello shots of the stuff." The wild look slowly faded, and she gave him a slow nod. She was panting, though. Right. Sorry. Jeez. I'm sorry." Trout tried to touch her, to give her arm a reassuring squeeze or maybe coax her into a hug, but Des walked a few paces away, hands on hips, and stared at the wall as she worked on her breathing. Without turning, she asked, "Volker gave you all that research stuff on a couple of flash drives, right?" "Sure. Goat has them," and she half turned. "Did you think to keep a copy of it?" Trout shook his head. "There wasn't time for that. Things were already falling apart. I dropped him at the county line, and he walked across the field to the Starbucks in Bordentown, and I went to my office to get the satellite phone. Things just kept going wrong from then on." "Why?" Des chewed her lip for a moment, then tapped the walkie-talkie on her hip. "General Zetter called me on the walkie-talkie. They want the drives." "I bet they do." "He said that they need the science and research on them. Apparently that ass pirate Volker did something to the Lucifer disease thing. Changed it somehow. They don't understand what he did, and they can't come up with a way of stopping it without Volker's notes." Trout slumped. "Oh, damn it. Zetter thinks you have them. How do they even know about them?" mused Trout. "Wait, no, that's my bad. I may have mentioned something in my last broadcast." "That was stupid. I was making a point. about being stupid? Des, they need that stuff. Zetter didn't go so far as making a direct threat, but with all those guns out there pointed at us, he doesn't really have to. I told him that if he tried to storm the place and take the drives by force, I'd destroy them. What did you do that for? Her eyes shifted away. I didn't know what else to tell him, and you wanted him to think we had something he needed. Okay, I get it. It was... What? Stupid? Are you going to throw that back in my face? No, I'm not, he said with a smile. I was going to say that it was an understandable stalling tactic. She grunted. We need to get in touch with Goat. Maybe he can email stuff to us. There have to be flash drives here. If we can send the stuff, we could actually have something to bargain with. Trout held out the satellite phone. That was the second thing I wanted to tell you, he said. I can't get a call through to Goat. What? I know. Where'd you call from? Maybe there's no reception down in the... I've called from a dozen different places on the first and second floor, right by the windows, too. Nothing. Shit. What I don't get, said Trout, is why they're bullying us about this. All they have to do is talk to Volker. Zetter said they can't find Volker. Oh, crap. So, Des asked, what do we do now? Trout shook his head. Jeez, I really don't know. Keep trying to get in touch with Goat. Billy, said Des. We could tell them where to find Goat. And have them put a bullet in his head? Trout fired back. No thanks. Would you rather they stormed in here with all these kids? I'd rather we find a way to get in touch with Goat. They looked at each other for a few moments, and then off into separate quadrants of the middle distance. Can we use the walkie-talkie to call Goat? Asked Trout. I don't know. If so, I wouldn't know how, she admitted. Then she tilted her head to one side as if listening to a thought. Could they be blocking the sat phone somehow? I mean, could they be jamming it or something? Goat could tell you that, said Trout. He's the techno geek. But it's possible, right? They thought about the situation for a long time, but neither of them had a solution. Dez's knowledge of electronics didn't extend much beyond downloading Hank Williams Jr. ringtones and watching YouTube videos. Trout was more savvy, but nowhere close to Goat's level. I guess so, Trout said at last. It's funny. We had a story scheduled about the 21st Century Army, but I haven't started the research yet. Bad timing. Yeah. It blows that the death of our entire town got in the way of your job. Oh, bite me, Des. You know what I mean. I know. I was making a joke. Hilarious. She ignored him. So, where does that leave us other than 5 miles up Shit Creek? Not sure what we can do beyond keep trying, he said. I'll call Goat every minute if I have to. Why bother? She said. What? Des walked over to the door that separated her from whatever remained of J.T. Hammond. This is all totally fucked, she said. We're wasting our time. Zetter is going to come in here whether we help him or not. We're completely screwed. She leaned her forehead against the cold metal. Why don't you go upstairs? Why don't you? To do what? Count how many people were going to get killed? He walked over and stood a few feet away. Des, a few minutes ago you just gave a pretty good speech about searching the building and taking responsibility. That was good. It helped. You got this group of refugees in motion. They searched the building. It's clear. Mission accomplished. Now leave me alone. That's not what I mean, said Trout. I'm trying to say that I need you. The principal can handle all that stuff. No, said Trout. Mrs. Madison doesn't have the power and she doesn't have the authority. She's the principal. Of what? An elementary school? Come on, Des, are you trying to tell me she has the goods to bring this whole place under control and keep everybody in line? Some of the people here aren't even from the school. They aren't parents or staff. They're survivors who came here because it's the town's emergency shelter. What do they care if a grade school principal gives them an order? Des barked out a harsh laugh. And you think they'll listen to me? Are you high or stupid? I'm only a small-town cop. Des looked at him, and her eyes were haunted. And let's face it, Billy, cops didn't exactly save the day. There wasn't a lot of protecting and serving going on. Or have you forgotten that the entire Stebbins Police Department is dead? Trout slapped his palm flat on the door 6 inches from her head. It was as loud as a pistol shot, and Des jerked backward. "Now you fucking well listen to me, Desdemona Abigail Fox," Trout growled. "I know you're hurting because of JT. I know what losing him means to you." "No, you don't." "The hell I don't. I lost a lot of friends, too. Everyone I worked with except Goat. All of my close friends except for you. And as for you, I know you a lot better than you ever gave me credit for. Maybe I know you better than JT did. Go ahead and punch me if that offends you, because—" She did punch him. It was very fast and very hard, and it felt like being shot in the chest. Trout staggered 4 paces back and then fell hard on his ass. He sat there, legs splayed, gulping for air like a trout on a riverbank. "God damn it, you crazy bitch!" he wheezed when he could finally speak. It wasn't the first time she'd ever punched him, but it was harder than he'd ever been hit by anyone in his life. Des loomed over him. "You don't talk about JT." Trout struggled up off the cold concrete. "I wasn't talking about JT," he roared. "I was talking about me and you. What do you want from me anyway?" she demanded, getting up in his face. He thought, fuck it, and got up in hers. "I want you to step up, Des. I need you to stop being Des Fox, the injured crazy person, and be Officer Des Fox, the cop. Yeah, okay, the rest of the Stebbins cops are dead, and that sucks. And yeah, you have no real authority left. Yeah, life sucks too, and everyone we know is dead. Yeah, and all of that. But I just came from a room full of terrified children. Children, Des. Hundreds of them. Children who are probably going to die unless we put on our big girl panties and take charge. And by we, I pretty much mean you. Hit me again if it'll make you feel better. Kick my ass and stomp me if that's what it takes. But then put your big girl panties on and go do what you know you have to do." For a long handful of silent seconds, Trout was absolutely positive that Des was going to pistol whip him. He could see the desire to do that in her eyes. Her lips compressed, and he heard the creak of her knuckles as her hands balled into fists. Then Des abruptly took a step back. The action looked like it hurt, like it physically tore her away from the moment. She glanced wildly around as if looking for a doorway that would open onto a different world. Maybe the world of 2 days ago, when everything made some kind of sense. Or a world where there was no Stebbins County, no Billy, no JT, no Lucifer 113, and no zombies. She exhaled a long, deep, ragged breath. "Fuck you, Billy." She said it in a whisper. "Yeah," he agreed. "Fuck me." Then Des nodded. Not to Trout, maybe to herself. A single, curt bob of her head. Without another word, Des turned and climbed the steps as heavily as if mounting the stairs to the guillotine. Trout watched her go. When he was alone, he leaned against the wall and he, too, exhaled. His chest really hurt. Oddly, his back felt a little better, as if falling had knocked something back into place. "Why, thank you, Billy Trout, for that crucial sanity check," he said aloud in a bad approximation of Des's voice, then switched to his own. "Oh, you're quite welcome, Officer Psychopath. Anything for a friend." Then he pushed off the wall, rubbed his aching chest, and limped up the steps after her. Chapter 36. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. "We have Borden on 5. "Borden? Is that a first or last name?" asked Gavin. The producer spread his hands. "That's all he gave us. Coming to you now." Gavin took the call. "We have Borden from Bordentown. Thanks for calling in."
Yeah, okay. I listen to this show all the time, and you talk about a lot of really weird stuff, but I saw something tonight that's weirder than anything you ever talked about.
The man had a thick Kentucky accent, and Gavin figured he was right out of one of those deep woods hollers. A good old boy's good old boy. I'm all ears, Mr. Borden.
It ain't mister, just Borden.
Fair enough.
Well, I'm a trucker.
Oh, you shock me.
And I'm doing a run from Chicago straight through to Baltimore, and I pulled off the interstate to get me a cup of coffee, one of them Starbucks places.
Well, I've heard of them.
And as I'm walking out, I see this car pull up. And who do you reckon I saw getting out of that car just as bold as you please?
I don't think I'd want to hazard a guess.
It was Mr. Homer Gibbons.
Wait, the serial killer?
The very same.
Excuse me, Borden, said Gavin, but it's my understanding that Homer Gibbons was executed at Rockview Prison 2 days ago.
That's what I'm saying. They killed that boy deader and dead, and there he was, getting out of one of those little Nissan thingamabobs, the Cube, bare-chested, barefooted, bold as you damn please.
Homer Gibbon.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Alive.
Well, sir, to be fair, he didn't look all that hot. I think they must have messed him up some when they killed him.
Gavin looked at the producer, who was laughing silently on the other side of the glass. Gavin grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Tell me exactly what happened, Borden. This is absolutely fascinating. Chapter 37. In Stebbins County, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Lonnie Silk did not understand the hunger. He was too hurt, too tired, too sick to even think about food. And yet it was all he could think about. With every staggering step he took, the need for something to eat turned like a knife in his stomach. It was worse than any hunger he'd ever felt. It was so much bigger than the pain of his wounds, so much more important than the disease that he knew was at work in his blood and flesh. He was so hungry that he wanted to scream. Or maybe he had screamed. Lonnie couldn't quite remember. If he had, then the storm winds had blown it away. He sagged against a wooden post at the corner of a big rail fence that bordered a field of swaying corn. Corn. He looked at it. He'd eaten raw corn before. Everyone who grew up in farm country had tried it. Before he knew he was doing it, Lonnie climbed up onto the rail fence, leaned over, let himself fall into the mud on the other side. He landed hard, and pain flared in every damaged inch of him. It didn't matter. He was too hungry to let it matter. Lonnie tried to get up. Couldn't. So he crawled to the nearest stalk, grabbed it, pulled it down, tore the ear from the stalk, ripped the green leaves away, and bit savagely at the kernels. And immediately spit them out. He flung the corn away, disgusted by it. This isn't what his hunger wanted, needed, craved. Lonnie cried out in frustration, and this time he heard his voice. It was not an articulate cry. There were no words. Instead, it was just an expression of need, of hunger. Lonnie looked wildly around as if expecting to see plates of food right there, needing to see food. Drool ran from the corners of his mouth, and Lonnie dared not wipe it away. If he did, then he'd see what was in that spittle, what white, wriggling things were there. Things that were also hungry. So hungry. He moaned again and wept at the sound of his own voice. Lonnie grabbed the slats of the fence and slowly, painfully pulled himself up. Then, holding onto the rail, he began walking again. He didn't know where. He had no specific destination. He wasn't even sure where home was anymore. Down this road? Or farther along the road he'd been on? He didn't know. Couldn't tell. Didn't really care. He went the way his weak legs could go, using the fence to stay upright. Following his moans, following his hunger, looking for something to eat. Chapter 38. Town of Stebbins, 1 mile inside the Q-zone. Sam Imura told Boxer to pull onto a side road, and the Boy Scouts climbed out of the vehicle. Moonshiner hefted out a big duffel bag, zipped it open, and began handing out heavy-duty protective garments. These were not the standard white hazmat suits, but were instead Saratoga hammer suits. They were permeable chemical warfare protective overgarments with composite filter fabric based on highly activated and hard carbon spheres fixed onto textile carrier fabrics. Sam had rolled into action on dozens of occasions wearing a hammer suit. They were tough but light enough to permit agile movement during unarmed and armed combat. "Hoods?" asked Shortstop. "Not unless we know we're heading into close combat," said Sam. "It's a serum transfer pathogen. No airborne components." "Shit," said Boxer. "You don't want these fuckers to French kiss you, brother," said Moonshiner. "Be a lot more action than I've been getting lately." They all laughed. Sam turned to them, and when they saw the look on his face, the laughter faded. "What?" asked Moonshiner. "Let's understand something right from the jump," Sam said. "The infected are designated hostiles, and we react and respond the way professional soldiers should while in combat. But these are people. We don't disrespect them. If we have to pull a trigger, then it's a mercy kill, not a booyah moment. Feel me?" The others took a moment, then nodded. Moonshiner said, "Sorry, boss." "No," said Sam. "It's cool. None of you have ever been in this kind of fight before. There are no rules except the ones we make, so let's make rules we can live with when we're done." "Yeah, I'm down with that," agreed Moonshiner. Gypsy, however, cocked her head and appraised Sam. "Boss, you said that none of us have ever been in this kind of fight. Have you? I thought this was all new shit." Sam gave her a weary smile. "The team I used to run with dealt with something a lot like this. Different pathogen, but similar effect." "Zombies?" "Close enough for government work," said Sam. "What happened?" Sam adjusted the fittings on his hammer suit. "Bad things." They climbed back into their Hummer. No one spoke at all for nearly a mile. Shortstop finally broke the silence. "Boss, they've got jammers running, right?" "Yes. Nothing's getting through except one channel reserved for the guard." "What about us?" Shortstop tapped the small earbud he wore. "What about the team channel?" Sam jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "We have a booster in the back, tuned to provide a dedicated channel for this mission. Good news is that we'll have a clear signal. Bad news is that the effective range is about 1 mile. "That kind of blows," said Moonshiner. "Yes, it does," said Sam. "So consider it an intimate conversation between friends." "Makes me all tingly," muttered Gypsy. Then Boxer tapped the steering wheel to get their attention and pointed to something at the extreme range of the headlights. "We got movement, boss." Imura saw it. A pale shape, vague and indistinct, more than 100 yards away. "Get off the road." Boxer killed the lights and pulled off the road, climbing the verge into a field. A tractor sat, cold and quiet in the rain, and beside it was a huge flatbed piled high with harvested vegetables. The humid air was thick with the smell of onions and dirt. Gypsy leaned between the seatbacks and handed a pair of night vision goggles to Imura. He put them on and adjusted the settings, then opened the top hatch of the Humvee and leaned on the big machine gun to steady his line of sight. There were no streetlights this far into farm country, and the sky was utterly black. Then, as he turned on the night vision goggles, the landscape was transformed into 1,000 shades of sickly green and ghostly gray. Because of the new position of the Humvee, it took almost a full minute before the thing that Boxer saw came into sight.
Looks like a group of people. 3 of them. Just them. Don't see anyone else.
He didn't whisper because the sibilant S sounds carried, and instead he spoke quietly.
Civilians. 2 men and a kid.
Are they infected?
Asked Boxer. Sam slid back down into his seat, pulling the hatch closed.
Can't tell.
Moonshiner pulled on a second pair of goggles.
Let me go take a closer look.
Roger that. Gypsy, go with them.
They opened the doors and got out. The dome light of the Humvee had been disabled. Gypsy put on her night vision goggles, then drew small arms and began moving down toward the side of the road. It is impossible to move with total silence through ankle-deep mud. However, the sound of the rain masked most of the noise. Moving without haste hid the rest. Moonshiner was on point with Gypsy behind and to his right, mindful to keep him out of her line of fire.
The 3 figures were 100 yards away.
Both men were dressed in work clothes that were pasted to their bodies by rainwater. The child wore jeans but no shirt. No one carried an umbrella. No one seemed to give much of a damn about the cold rain.
"Uh-oh,"
said Gypsy very softly. An old slatted wooden fence ran along part of the road and angled up to create a property line with the next farm. Moonshiner angled that way, and he and Gypsy squatted down by the corner post. While Moonshiner kept his pistol aimed at the 3 figures, Gypsy tapped her earbud.
"You seeing this, Ronan?"
Ronan, Sam Imura, said,
"Rain's too heavy. What are you seeing?"
She told him.
"You want us to let them pass or take them down?"
Hold your position, he said. I'm coming out.
A few seconds later, the rest of the team converged on the corner post. The lead figure was the oldest, maybe 45, a tall man with a black beard.
"See any bites?"
asked Boxer.
"Negative,"
said Moonshiner.
We confront them to make sure,
said Shortstop.
See if they're responsive to verbal commands. Let's try it,
said Sam. He stood up and began walking slowly toward the road, his pistol down at his side. Shortstop followed in his wake. The others fanned out to cover the road from several points.
"Come on,"
thought Sam.
"Happy ending here."
Sam stepped into plain view.
U.S. Army,
he announced in a clear voice.
We're here to help. However, I need you to stop right there. Raise your hands and allow us to check you for signs of infection.
At first, it seemed that the 3 figures would walk past him without taking note of him. But then Sam realized that with the heavy rain, they may not have heard him. He tried it again, repeating what he'd said.
"Be cool now," he thought. "Let's everyone be cool and be friends."
The bearded man peered at him for a moment, his eyes dark in a pale face. Then he smiled at Sam, showing big white bucked teeth. Only it wasn't a smile.
"Sir,"
said Sam with flagging optimism,
"I need you to—"
and those teeth parted as the lips curled back from them. With a howl of aching hunger, the man came rushing at Sam Imura, pale hands reaching, pale teeth snapping at the air. Behind him, the younger man and the boy immediately rushed after him. Chapter 39. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des tagged 6 adults to stay with the kids and stand watch, and ordered everyone else down to the gymnasium. Not asked, ordered. Trout knew the 6 she picked, middle-aged farm owners, fathers and mothers, the kind of steady people that you could count on. Everyone went, even Jerry, the dazed man who had been singing to the little girl. One of the women in the group held his hand, though Trout didn't recognize her. It was a comfort gesture, he supposed. Nothing even remotely romantic in it. Human contact. The stick-thin principal, Mrs. Madison, walked with Des, with Trout following behind. They were the two most powerful women left in Stebbins, and they were as different as two people could possibly get. Mrs. Madison was tiny, older, highly educated, very cultured and mannered, and the exact opposite of what Trout would consider a physical person. He couldn't even imagine her going to the bathroom. Des, on the other hand, was raw and powerful in a way that was entirely different from male power. She was never mannish, and could even be feminine, or so Trout remembered with an aching fondness, but she was neither delicate nor mannered. If anyone had the sheer lack of personal survival skills to suggest that Des was a member of a weaker sex, Trout knew that what was left of that sorry individual would regret the ill-chosen and archaic sentiment for what remained of his life. Des was a boozy redneck country girl who would be equally at home in a Mississippi trucker bar or a Kentucky holler. She exuded a feral power in exactly the same way the big hunting cats do. Quick to anger, glacially slow to forgive. And yet, Trout loved her and respected her even though at times he felt like they were from entirely different branches of the evolutionary tree. When everyone was downstairs, the group formed a loose circle around Des and Mrs. Madison. Trout did a quick head count. 182, plus the two upstairs. More women than men by a 2-to-1 ratio. Mrs. Madison took point and raised her hand for silence. Trout remembered her doing it the exact same way when she was his fourth-grade teacher. So, apparently, did most of the people here. An uneasy, expectant silence fell over the group. "Thank you," said the principal. "Officer Fox would like to say a few things. She and I have already discussed these matters, and we are of a mind. I believe that what she has to say and the things she will suggest are what's best for everyone concerned. Officer Fox?" Mrs. Madison stepped aside and turned to face Des, and Trout recognized it as a tactic used by speakers who are practiced at validating another speaker through their own visible attention. It worked, too, because Trout saw the focus of the entire crowd zero in on Des. He suppressed a smile, appreciating the way that was handled. Des, however, was no public speaker. She glared at the crowd with open suspicion and hostility, and Trout prayed she wasn't going to use more threats and bullying to get things done. She surprised him, however. "Okay, listen up," she said in a neutral tone. "Here's the situation as we know it. We finished our sweep of the building, and there's no one else left inside who has any bites or any sign of infection." The crowd nodded. They'd all been part of that search. Even so, it was good to hear it said. "We have to face some realities here," Des continued. "First, we have to stay inside the building. The National Guard made that clear, and I don't think they're going to cut us any slack. So, for all intents and purposes, we're stuck on an island in the middle of the ocean. The good news is that we have our own generator and enough fuel for 5 days. Because this is the town's emergency shelter, we have blankets, flashlights, batteries, first aid kits, water, and a lot of food. Enough for maybe a week with the number of people we have. When we get low, the guard says they'll drop more on the roof. So we're good for now, and this thing will all be over by then." "Over?" asked Jenny DeGroot, one of the teachers. That one word was heavy with meaning and implications. "You know what I mean, Jenny," said Des. "They'll get us out of here, and then we can all—" She paused, fishing for the way to say it. "So we can all take care of what needs to be taken care of." Most of them said nothing and just looked at her. A few, the ones Trout thought were the steadiest among them, nodded. Grief was tomorrow's problem. Today's agenda was all about survival. "Now, the first thing we really need to talk about," said Des, her mouth, eyes, and voice hardening, "is rationing. We are going to share everything. I'm going to put a few people in charge of inventory. Someone else will be in charge of allotment,
and some others will take care of cooking and food prep. No one else touches any food unless it's on their plate. No one hoards anything. Not food, not anything. If the supplies do get low, then the kids eat first and we eat second. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Trout scanned the crowd. If anyone had a problem with it, no one said so. He even thought he saw some relief on their faces, and Trout could understand that. A plan was evidence of structure, and structure was stability. It was something they could react to. "Good," she said. "Next is the generator. The town's power is out, so the generator is all we have. I don't want to use it any more than we have to. If we turn it off during the day, we can stretch it out for longer than a week if we have to. That means that we eat the stuff in the cafeteria freezers first. After that, it's Spam and canned beans, unless they drop us some McRib sandwiches." That got a few smiles. It was a dent, and Trout was relieved to see Des attempting humor. It meant that she was on sounder emotional ground herself. "Now we come to the real issue," continued Des. "Security. We need to secure this building. If the guard is wrong, and there are more of those things out there, then we need to make sure they don't get inside. Partly because we don't want to turn this place into a Denny's for dead motherfuckers." No one laughed at what was an intensely lame joke. Des colored a little, but plunged on. "And if the guard think that our security has been compromised, then they're going to finish what they started." She cut an inquiring look at Trout, who mouthed the words, "Go for it." "And there's more," said Des gravely. "We all know that the military wants to sterilize all of Stebbins, which means wiping out everyone and everything. Right now, the only thing stopping them is the broadcasts Billy made. That and one other thing. They think Billy has some information that might help them fight this disease, or whatever it is." The people turned to Trout, and many of them moved back from him like he was infected. "Does he?" asked Mrs. Madison. "No," said Trout, and he briefly explained about Volker, the flash drives, and Goat. "As long as they think he has the stuff, we're probably safe," said Des. "But there's also a chance they could kick down the doors and come in here to take it." A murmur of dismay rippled through the crowd. "Wouldn't they leave us alone if they thought we didn't have it?" asked Jenny. "Wasn't that the deal? We stay in here and they leave us alone?" "That was the deal," said Des. "Sure. But right now I'm not feeling too filled with a spirit of trust and belief." One of the farmers asked, "So what do we do? Looks like we're in deep cow shit no matter how this thing goes." Des nodded. "We do the only thing we can do. We fortify this place and do whatever it takes to protect the children and everyone else in this building. It's as simple as that." "That's all well and good," said Jenny. "But nailing boards over the windows isn't going to stop those helicopters." "I don't think they'll use the helicopters again." "Why not? We can't fight them." "No," Des agreed. "But if they use heavy weapons, then they can't guarantee they won't kill Billy and destroy those flash drives." She shook her head. "If they come in here, it's going to be with regular men and guns, and we can stop them." The farmer looked uncomfortable with that. "I don't want to get into a firefight with our own troops." "Neither do I," said Des. "You think I'm nuts? I'm not saying we start a war, but we have to be ready to defend this building if they try something. I mean, what choice do we really have?" No one had a good answer to that. Trout wanted to punch a wall because the situation was so frustrating and awkward. Nothing was a clear choice. Nothing really made sense to him. All trust in the system was gone. One of the parents cleared his throat. "Okay, so, how do we do that? Secure the place, I mean. Do we, barricade the doors and stuff?" Des managed an encouraging smile. "That's a start," she said. Chapter 40. Town of Stebbins, 1 mile inside the Q-zone. The 3 infected left the road and came splashing and slogging through the mud toward Samimura. Each of them ran differently. The boy's gait was erratic, like a stroke victim trying to run. The younger man barely shuffled along, his limbs stiff and awkward, but the older man ran with an almost normal gait, fast and with clear determination.
"Ah, shit,"
said Boxer's voice in Sam's earbud.
"Boss?"
asked Moonshiner.
"I got this,"
said Sam, and he could hear the sadness in his own voice. He raised his pistol and sighted along the black length of the Trinity sound suppressor. He slipped his finger inside the trigger guard and squeezed. A black dot appeared an inch above the right eyebrow of the bearded man, and his head snapped back. Sam used a .22 automatic. The bullet punched in through the front of the skull, but it lacked the force for a through and through. Instead, the lead bounced around inside the man's skull and destroyed the brain. The efficient mechanics of the infected man's gait were destroyed in a microsecond. His legs and arms stopped pumping, and instead they flopped uselessly, like a puppet whose strings had all been cut. He fell badly, landed on his face, and did not move. The younger man was 3 paces behind him, and only with a third of those running steps did he try to move around the obstacle. As if it took that long for whatever drove his brain to identify the obstruction and attempt a course correction. It was too little and too late, and his foot struck the dead man's outflung leg. The younger man pitched forward, hit hard, and slid 5 feet through the mud. Sam Imura ignored him for a moment and watched the boy. He was maybe 11 or 12, a good-looking kid in a hayseed kind of way. Probably would have been a farmer when he grew up. Probably liked sports and girls and his folks. Probably a pretty good kid. Sam shot him. The boy fell and stopped being anything. Not a boy, not a monster. He was meat that would cool in the relentless rain. Something ignited in Sam's chest. He'd been in firefights before with other kinds of infected. He'd had to pull the trigger on what the military shrinks called a mercy killing, and what his commanding officers filed away as a righteous shoot. However, Sam knew full well that when any sane person pulls a trigger on a child, even an infected one, there was no mercy in the action. And it was in no way righteous. It was an act that made him feel complicit in a process of deception and abuse that was as old as warfare. Once, when a fellow operative made a crude joke about such kills as collateral damage, Sam took him outside and attempted to beat some conscience into the son of a bitch. The lesson hadn't worked. It didn't change the asshole, and it hadn't made Sam feel any better, though it felt good at the time. His shrink had a field day with that. Now, standing in the rain and watching the boy fall, Sam thought about the pathogen, Lucifer 113, named for a fallen angel. He wondered how far he was falling, how far he had yet to fall. The third infected was struggling to his knees. Sam almost shot him. He didn't. It wasn't a matter of mercy, even now. He tapped his earbud. "Converge on me. I need a spit hood and flex cuffs." The man crawled like an arthritic toward Sam, and as he did so, he uttered a low, terrible moan. Was it hunger? Or was it something else? Sam thought he could hear desperation in that moan, like a person trapped in a burning building. The rest of the Boy Scouts swarmed in, coming at the infected man from 4 points. Moonshiner, the biggest of the team, swept the man's hands off the muddy ground, and as the young man collapsed, the big man dropped his knee onto his back. He caught the back of the dead man's neck and forced the pale face into the mud, keeping it there despite all of the struggling. Sam observed those struggles. There was no art to them, no plan. It was pure reaction. Gypsy pulled a spit hood over the man's head, and the others bound his wrists with plastic flux cuffs. "What do we do with him?" asked Gypsy. "Leave him here?"
"Pop him,"
suggested Moonshiner.
"No,"
Boxer said quickly.
"What if the doctors can do something for him?"
Shortstop shook his head.
"Intel I read says that this disease is a one-way ticket. No one comes back."
"That's theory," insisted Boxer. "We don't know that. It's not like this thing's ever been field tested." Moonshiner made a dismissive sound.
"Kid, look at this fucker. He's cold. I'll bet his body temp is already down 5-6 degrees. Take his pulse if you want to. Check for pupillary dilation. Do whatever you need to do, but he's not sick, Boxer. He's dead."
But Boxer shook his head.
"Seen a lot of dead man, and he doesn't look dead to me." "Okay, then. Deadish. Dead-like. Pick whatever word you want to use. Make something up. Point is, this stuff's already eaten his brain. What do you think the docs could do for him? Build him a cage with an exercise wheel?"
"It's not—"
"No,"
said Sam, cutting him off.
"It's not fair, and it's not right, and it's damn well not normal. But it is what's happening. The assholes who invented this took the concept of death and broke it. Doesn't mean what it used to, and we have to accept that. No matter how it looks, this man is dead. He's also infected and dangerous."
"Okay," said Gypsy. "So what's the call?"
"We have a to-do list, and one item on it is to determine if all of the infected are at the same level of coordination, aggression, or mobile speed."
"We saw some variety right here," said Gypsy. "All three of these cats were different."
"Yeah,"
agreed Shortstop.
"but why?" "I'll take all theories,"
said Sam. They thought about it as they watched the bound infected struggle.
"Damage,"
said Moonshiner after a few moments.
"That could be some of it. Head trauma, joint damage, even other infected gnawing on their tendons."
"Jesus," breathed Boxer.
"It makes sense,"
insisted Moonshiner.
"They're all injured, right? So, think about any group of ordinary people who are injured in a battle or an explosion. You get all kinds of different mobility."
"Makes sense," agreed Gypsy. "These are all going to be walking wounded."
"That covers coordination,"
said Sam.
"What about speed?"
Boxer said, "Maybe rigor mortis?" They looked at him. "Oh, come on," he said. "Think about it. If these things are really supposed to be dead, and only some of them are functioning because of those parasites, then wouldn't the rest of them do what pretty much all dead bodies do?" Gypsy glanced around. "How fast does rigor set in? 3 to 4 hours, something like that? Up to that point, the infected— Actually, can we call them zombies? Infected makes them seem like sick people."
"And what?"
asked Shortstop.
"Zombies is easier?"
She shrugged. "It's not as real." They all got that. Everyone nodded. "So, these zombies start stiffening up within a couple of hours, so that'll account for different rates of movement right there. Freshies move more like real people. Stiffies kind of stagger like we saw in the video feeds we watched." Shortstop nodded.
"Rigor hits maximum stiffness in something like 10, 12 hours, right? Makes me wonder if there are any zombies out there who can't move at all, or can't move worth a damn, standing there or maybe lying in a field somewhere because they can't move."
"Okay," said Boxer, playing devil's advocate. "But nobody's reported a bunch of human scarecrows. These things are walking."
"But not well," observed Shortstop. "General Zetter's report talked about a lot of the infected moving in a slow, shuffling manner. I think that's full rigor right there."
"What about when the rigor wears off?" asked Boxer. "It does that, wears off." "Sure, but in like 4-5 days after death," said Gypsy. "Even so, how will they be able to move then? Will they get fast again?"
Sam said, "We don't know. There hasn't been that much time yet. The first infection was early yesterday, so we're not even one full day into this thing."
The bounded infected continued to struggle.
"So," drawled Shortstop, What do we do with Sparky here? Do we take him back so they can study him? Is that what they want? No, said Sam. The guard can get as many samples as they want. We're on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary. And yes, I realize how that just sounded. Zombies and all. Everyone grinned at him. Point is that if we go on the basis that there are zombies and that a combination of injuries and the onset of rigor will explain most of how they walk and act, then what we look for is something that doesn't fit that model. A mutation, maybe.
Why?
Asked Moonshiner. Because we're hoping this disease isn't as perfect as everyone thinks it is, said Sam. When the others looked blank, he explained. A mutation, should one even exist, is more likely to tell the scientists something about the stability of Dr. Volker's variation of the Lucifer plague. If mutations are possible, and better yet, reproducible, then that opens a door for introducing other mutations that could disrupt the function of the parasite. Boxer said, Wow, I actually understood that. They stood for a moment longer, all of them in a loose circle around the writhing dead man. Again, said Shortstop. What do we do with Sparky here? Strap him to the hood like a 6-point buck? No, said Sam. We leave him. Like that? Asked Boxer, pointing to the cuffs and spit hood. It doesn't seem right. Gypsy shrugged. It's not like he's suffering, man. Moonshiner leaned close and whispered, He's dead, Jim. Boxer shoved him away. Yeah, very funny. Leave him, repeated Sam. Nobody moved, though. They glanced around, at the rain-swept road, at the body that lay struggling at their feet, and back the way they'd come. Boss, said Shortstop, if these three kept walking down the road, they'd have come right up to the checkpoint we passed. Uh-huh, agreed Sam. 3 of these fuckers against those 2 kids back there? Uh-huh. You think those kids would have stopped them? What do you think? Sam said, making it an open question. They looked down at the infected. The man continued to writhe and fight against the restraints. His jaws snapped at the material of the spit hood. Gypsy made a disgusted noise. Moonshiner's grunt was dismissive, but it was Shortstop who answered the question. Not a chance in hell, boss, he said. Not one chance in hell. Together, the Boy Scouts walked up the slope to the Humvee. The big Browning .50 caliber mounted on the roof looked ominous, waiting, hungry. Chapter 41. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Ground floor windows are a priority, said Des. All of the windows are security glass, said Mrs. Madison, with wire mesh in each pane. Won't stop a bullet, said a farmer. So we block the windows, said Des. Look, this school is built like a blockhouse. There aren't all that many windows anyway, not on the first floor. 22, said Mrs. Madison, and Trout felt like kicking her. 22, okay, conceded Des. So we lock them and cover them with paper or cloth so no one can see in. Then we stack stuff in front of them, cans with marbles or pieces of metal, anything that will make a lot of noise if the window is forced. We'll post people in the halls, and if anyone hears those cans falling over, then they shout out and we all come running. Several people nodded, and Trout felt the first splinter of encouragement. All of the classroom doors open out, said Jenny DeGroot. We can get benches from the gym or other stuff and put them in the halls. If we hear someone breaking in, we can wedge the benches crossways so the doors won't open out. Great idea, said Des, jumping on it. And suddenly everyone was throwing ideas out. Some were poorly thought out, just things to say from people who needed to be part of a solution, any kind of solution. But there were some good ones, too. There are tools and hammers and nails and all that stuff in the janitor's office, said one of the teachers. Someone cleared their throat loudly, and the crowd turned toward one of the farmers, a young man with old eyes. Trout fished for his name.
Uriah Piper. Piper shook his head and said,
"There's a better way to secure the doors."
"Okay, Uriah," said Des. "What have you got?"
"Well, first," he said, speaking in the slow way some farmers do, "we don't need every door to even open. Once we secure the windows, we can seal off a bunch of the rooms. We can set those noise-making cans you mentioned, but otherwise make sure those doors won't even open."
"How?"
"Easiest and fastest way would be to nail a piece of wood along the bottom of the door. Nail it, or better yet, screw it right into the floor and position it so that it also attaches to the wall right there at the bottom, and maybe again at the top. Or we could erect a brace at an angle to the floor and toe-nail it in, then nail another piece to the floor behind that. Take a battering ram to open a door like that, and even then it wouldn't be easy. You'd have to tear the whole door apart to get through, and I don't think even soldiers can do that without us knowing about it."
"Are you a carpenter?" asked Clark, one of the teachers, his tone filled with skepticism.
"No, sir. I'm a dairy farmer, as I believe you know."
"Then how do you know that will work?" Piper gave him a small, cool half-smile.
"You live in farm country, Mr. Clark. How do you not know that would work?"
That coaxed a few chuckles from the crowd. Okay, you're right," interrupted Des, clapping Piper on the shoulder. "It'll work, and it conserves our supplies. Uriah, you're in charge of securing the doors and windows. Everyone else helps you. Set up work parties and get going." She glanced around, saw some nods, a few blank stares, and Clark's doubt-filled scowl. Des locked her eyes on him. "We're not going to have a problem, are we?" she asked. Trout wondered how long Clark could meet that uncompromising blue-eyed stare. As it turned out, the teacher lowered his eyes after maybe a full second. Trout was pleased that Des wasn't so small that she nodded to herself to acknowledge the victory. Clark wasn't a bad guy or an asshole. He was scared and confused, and defiance or resistance was probably the only way he knew to try and find solid ground or a scrap of personal power. Des apparently knew that too. "Okay, then let's get started," said Des. "I want this all done an hour ago." The group started to break up, but then Jerry Dunphrys, the man who had sung the fractured lullaby, grabbed Des's arm. Wait, hold on. Let's not go crazy here." Everyone paused, looking at him. His eyes were wide and wild, and Trout was sure the man was a very short step away from screaming. "Hold on for what, Jerry?" asked Des. "We're acting like this is all really happening," he said. "And it's not. It can't be. None of this is really happening. I mean, come on, people are going crazy and eating each other? That's not happening. That's not what's really going on." Mrs. Madison took a step toward him and, in a gentle voice, asked, "Well, Mr. Dumfries, what do you think is happening?" "It's something in the water," he said. "I mean, that's obvious, isn't it? It's happened before, like when they put LSD in the New York subways. They did that at the Chelsea Hotel, too. And in France back in the 1950s. The CIA did it in France. They put psychedelic mold in bread and freaked all those people. It was wait a minute, yes, in Pont Saint-Esprit. And remember what Jim Jones did at Jonestown with the Kool-Aid? That's what this really is. They're doing something to us. They're messing with our brain chemistry. This isn't really happening. It's something in the water. Maybe they seeded the clouds, and that's why it started happening when it started raining. Nobody's really killing each other. My wife didn't kill anyone, and my kids are fine. Tracy and Sophie are just fine, and don't you dare try and tell me different. They're fine, but they're probably freaking out, too. We have to get out of here, not lock ourselves up. We have to get out and Des Fox spun him around and slapped him across the face. It was, after all, what you do with hysterical people. Trout had seen it 1,000 times in movies and on TV. You slap the crazy out of them and knock some sense into them with a big open-handed wallop across the chops. The sound was as loud as a gunshot. Jerry Dumfries spun in nearly a full circle and caromed into Clark, who tried to catch him and failed. Jerry crashed to the floor, his face blossoming with a bright red handprint. Des loomed over him, hand raised for a second blow, her mouth starting to form words that Trout knew would be some variation of the "cowboy up" speech. But Jerry screamed. He scuttled away from her, tears breaking from his eyes, his mouth trembling as terrified sobs tore their way out of him. He crawled all the way to the wall and huddled there, hunched and cowering, arms raised against the next blow, against the next inevitable hurt. The moment ground to a halt. Everyone froze into a tableau that came close to breaking Trout's heart. Des was caught in a role for which she was totally ill-suited, that of a bully terrorizing a helpless person. The other people looked shocked, but there was guilt there, too. Everyone was complicit in this moment. If the slap had worked, and Trout doubted that it ever did outside of Hollywood or a bad novel, then they would have tacitly supported what Des did. Instead, they were bystanders to injury, and there was no way to step back onto the ledge. "I," began Des, but even that small a thing, a single tentative word, made Jerry flinch again. He buried his head under his arms and wept brokenly. Des turned right and left, as if looking for the doorway back to a minute ago. She spotted Trout. "Billy, Trout moved past her and knelt in front of Jerry, who instantly shied away. But Trout made very soft, very slow shushing sounds. He sat down on the floor next to Jerry, wrapped his arms around the man and pulled him close, rocking him the way the man had rocked the little girl. Trout fought to find the words of that old nursery rhyme, found some of it, sang it quietly, leaning over Jerry to comfort the man with the warmth of another body. "Come along," said Mrs. Madison in a hushed voice. "We have work to do." One by one, everyone left, until only Des lingered, looking wretched and guilty and confused. Trout met her eyes. He gave her as much of a smile as he could muster, then a small nod. He mouthed the words, "It's okay." Near to breaking herself, Des Fox backed away until she reached the far end of the gymnasium. Then she turned and fled. "Shh, it's okay, Jerry," Trout said to the sobbing man. "It's all going to be okay." He lied. Chapter 42. The Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. Scott Blair had a hard time keeping himself from committing a federal crime. He wanted to punch the president in the mouth. No, he wanted to do more than that. He wanted to beat some sense into the man. "Mr. President," he said with as much control as he had left, "the intelligence we are getting from Captain Imura clearly contradicts the reports being filed by General Zetter. The situation in Stebbins is far from stable, and we have 10,000 additional troops inbound," said the president. "We have another 5 on standby. The NBAC field team has arrived, and they are making their assessment, and frankly, Scott, I think they are in a better position to assess this kind of threat than a formal special operator." "I couldn't disagree more strongly," insisted Blair. "Sam Imura is one of the most experienced people we have, with the exception of Captain Ledger, who is, unfortunately, out of country and out of reach." "Captain Imura is retired from active field work," said Sylvia Ruddy. "He's been out of the field, in fact, for years." "So what? I'd still trust his judgment more than anyone else on the ground in Pennsylvania." "That's not your call to make," said Ruddy. Blair stiffened. "Mr. President, may I speak with you privately?" The president scowled. "All right, that's enough. I don't want you two throwing rocks. This isn't the time or place." Ruddy folded her arms and said nothing. "Please, Mr. President," said Blair, not budging. 2 minutes." "This is ridiculous," said Ruddy, but the president held up his hand. "If you don't mind, Sylvia," said the president. She stared at him as if he had kicked her. Then she turned on her heel and stalked about, slamming the door behind her. The president sighed. "That's going to cost me." Blair shifted to stand between the president and the closed door, forcing himself into the line of sight. The president sat back in his chair and gestured for him to speak. 2 minutes, Scott. Permission to speak candidly." "You keep asking that." "I keep needing to." They regarded each other. Then the president nodded. "Go ahead." Blair leaned his fists on the edge of the desk. "What the fuck are you doing?" "What?" "This isn't like you," said Blair, his voice low and even. "This isn't even close to you. Yesterday you were in command. You were the voice of reason while all hell broke loose. Now you're fumbling at the edges of this thing. Wait, hear me out. You said I could speak my mind, and this may be the last chance I have." "Don't worry, I'm not planning on firing you." "Christ, who cares about that? How can you still think that this is about politics or anything but a crisis? Sammy Morrow knows biohazardous threats better than anyone currently on U.S. soil. Anyone. He trained most of the people in the NBAC teams. He wrote their field response protocols. While Simeon Zetter was playing hide-and-seek with the Taliban, Morrow was hunting and bagging world-class bioterrorists, and he did so for 4 different people who sat in the chair on which you are currently resting your ass." The president didn't respond, but his face grew steadily redder. "Sam said that the checkpoints along the Q-zone aren't adequate. There are a couple of thousand local and state police itching to be a part of this. I know that we pulled them because we didn't want to deal with the complications of jurisdiction, and we were afraid of how they'd react if they found out our ground forces had to terminate infected police officers inside Stebbins. That's yesterday's news, and it does not matter. What matters now is getting armed, trained men and women to reinforce that Q-zone while there is still time. The National Guard reinforcements won't cross into Stebbins sooner than 2 hours. We can put 1,000 police officers on that line in 20 minutes. And we'd lose all control of the situation in terms of media, and that doesn't matter." The president shook his head. "Scott, while I commend you on your passion, I simply do not agree that we are in danger of losing control of the situation. I've known Simeon Zetter too long and too well to doubt his word. So have I. And it's not his word that I doubt. It's his ability to properly assess this kind of situation." The president spread his hands. "I'm not convinced, Scott. Sorry." Blair really wanted to hit him. He wanted to kill him. He took a breath and said, "Will you at least do this much? I have a scientist in my office, a Dr. McCready. She's possibly the best virologist we have, and she wants to talk to you. She has some things to tell you about Lucifer that you don't know, and she would like you to open a dialogue with Dr. Price at Zabriskie Point." "Who and where? I don't know that person." "That," said Blair, "is the point. Price is the man who knows more about the Lucifer Project than anyone." "And Zabriskie Point?" "It's a bioweapons research laboratory in Death Valley." "Since when do we have a lab there?" "We've always had one there." "You knew about this, and I didn't?" Blair offered a chilly smile. "Yes, sir. It's my job to know about such places, just as it's my job to advise you when the national security is in genuine peril." The president's eyes were hooded as he considered that. "Okay, Scott. Go fetch your mad scientist." Chapter 43. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Goat squeezed himself against the passenger door, long legs pulled up, arms wrapped around them, trying once again to hide behind his own limbs, once again failing to accomplish an impossible task. Beside him, Homer Gibbon steered the cube from lane to lane. Windshield wipers slapped back and forth. On the radio, Townes Van Zandt was singing about how he was waiting around to die. Homer had the volume so loud that it hurt Goat's head and made his eyes twitch. Homer sang along, knowing every word. When the song ended and a softer outlaw song by Willie Nelson started playing, Homer turned the volume down. Outside, the rain was so heavy that the wipers were doing almost nothing. Homer never slowed down, though. He cruised at a steady 70. Goat found himself praying for an accident. He was willing to take his chances in a head-on collision. He eyed the wheel, wondering if he dared grab it and spin them into the oncoming headlights. Maybe. As if he could read Goat's mind, Homer said, "Don't be thinking bad thoughts, son." Goat squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. The killer beside him chuckled. They drove. Then Homer said, "Tell me about yourself, boy. What kind of reporter are you?" When Goat could trust that his voice wouldn't squeak, he said, I'm a cameraman."
"What? You ain't even a reporter?"
Homer's mouth hardened.
"The fuck?"
"No, I'm a reporter, but I mostly do camera work and video editing and social media."
"Social media? What's that shit?"
"Twitter, Facebook, stuff like that." Homer grunted.
"What's that have to do with news?"
"Everything," said Goat. He realized that this was a chance to reinforce his usefulness. The internet is a lot more important than anything when it comes to getting the news out there. Most people get their news from the net.
"Yeah, I've seen Yahoo News, but that ain't that Twitter shit."
"No, but a lot of people take URLs, web address links, from sources like Yahoo News and other services, and they post them on Twitter and other social media platforms. Other people repost the links. Sometimes a news story only reaches a lot of people because of posts on social media. Everyone tweets these days, even the president."
"Tweets? Now ain't that masculine as all shit?"
Homer let loose a big horse laugh.
"That's hilarious. Look at me, Homer fucking Gibbon, public enemy #1, tweeting. That's funny as balls."
Goat shifted his position, still defensive but easing the stricture in his muscles. "It would get your story out," he said, "to the biggest number of people, millions all over the world." Homer shot him a look.
"For real?"
"Absolutely." Goat paused. "That's how we got this story out. Billy Trout sent me news feeds from town, and I posted them all over the net so they'd go—" He chopped off that last word, not daring to say it. But Homer reached over and jabbed him with a finger.
"They'd go what?"
There's an, expression that,
"Fucking say it, boy."
Goat took a breath and said it in a rush. "When social media is used to break a story and it spreads really fast, it's called going viral." It took Homer a moment to process that, and then he began laughing. He was laughing so hard that he drove right off the road and slammed into a tree. Chapter 44. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. When Jerry Dumfries could walk again, Trout took him back to the big classroom and turned him over to Mrs. Madison. The principal wrapped a blanket around Jerry's shoulders and led him away. Billy Trout looked at the children. Despite the sound of hammering and people shouting as they worked in teams to fortify the school, some of the kids were actually sleeping. It amazed him. As exhausted as he was absolutely certain that he could not fall asleep. Not now, and maybe never again. Too much possibility of things waiting for him in the dark shadows behind closed eyelids. There was still no word from Goat, and with every passing minute, Trout grew more convinced that it somehow meant that everyone in the school had slid from the frying pan directly into the fire. Just for the hell of it, he tried the satellite phone once more. Nothing. "Fuck," he said, then immediately apologized, though none of the kids seemed to have heard or reacted. He spent a few minutes wandering around, checking on the kids, tucking blankets more securely around them, studying their faces to fix them in his mind, pulling names out of the air for as many of them as he could. He saw one face, a black-haired, chubby little girl with a beautiful face who slept with her arms wrapped around a small pillow, holding it to her chest as if it was a trusted teddy bear. Trout realized that he knew this girl very well, but hadn't seen her in the crowd before. He'd been to her first birthday party, to her christening, to at least 5 barbecues at her aunt's house. Her name was Belle, and she was the only niece of Marcia Sloane, the woman who had handled phones and done research for regional satellite news. Marcia was a curvy, retro-goth woman, north of 40 but always possessed of a timeless sexual appeal that was a legend throughout Stebbins County. Fiercely intelligent, saucy, and the very best of company under any circumstances. That realization brought with it the memory of the last time he'd seen Marcia. It was yesterday afternoon while Trout was coming back to Stebbins after interviewing Dr. Volker. By then, the outbreak had cut all the way across the town. His last image of Marcia was her pale, torn, snarling face as it vanished below the level of his car's hood while the explorer ground her into the mud. That had been the start of it for him, the point at which the wild story he had gotten from Dr. Volker became the irrefutable reality of Billy Trout's life. "I'm sorry," he murmured, uncertain whether he was saying it to the girl, for all she had lost, or to her aunt, for what he had done to her, or to everyone, for what they were enduring and what lay ahead. More deeply saddened than ever, Trout turned and drifted back into the hallway. He caught sight of Des and called out to her. She turned and began walking toward him. They met at the hall's midpoint, by a 4-H trophy case filled with photos of kids with their awards for Best Piglet, Biggest Sow, Largest Pumpkin, Brightest Future. Is Jerry okay?" she asked tentatively. He was in bad shape to begin with, Des. I don't think this did him any extra harm. You're a bad fucking liar, Billy. With the very best intentions. Des considered him for a moment. Guess you do. And I guess I don't burn up a lot of calories giving you credit for it. They looked at the trophies and listened to the hammering. Echoing down from the second floor, they heard Uriah Piper and the teacher, Clark, yelling at each other. "Billy?" "Yeah?" "What happens if we can't get in touch with Goat?" "We will." "No, what if we can't? What if something's happened to him? I mean, if the stuff on those flash drives is that important." "I don't think it matters," said Trout. "Why not?" "When I interviewed Dr. Volker yesterday, he seemed to be pretty sure that Lucifer 113 was unstoppable. If there was a cure, or even notes about a possible treatment on those drives, I'm pretty sure he'd have told me." "Then why'd he give them to you at all?" "So someone would have a record." She turned. "A record of what?" Trout didn't want to answer the question. "Of what, Billy?" He could see the ghost of his own reflection in the glass of the trophy case. "A record of how it all ended." "How what all ended?" she demanded. And then she got it. She grabbed his arm and squeezed it hard enough to hurt. "Jesus Christ! Are you saying that Volker thought this was going to spread? I mean, really spread? Like a pandemic and shit?" "That's what he was afraid of. He thought Homer Gibbon would go right into the ground, buried in a numbered grave behind the prison. Volker planned it that way. The parasites that drive the plague would consume him and then die off for lack of food. It would have ended right there. But when Homer's aunt claimed his body, that changed the dynamic. What should have been some kind of sick punishment for a serial killer became something that kicked open the door to an outbreak." Dez's eyes were as wide as saucers. Chapter 45. Route 653, Bordentown Starbucks. They had no names.
Not anymore. There were names on cards and licenses and wallets and purses, but those things no longer related to the things that moved and milled inside the coffee shop. Even the faces no longer matched the pictures on the cards. On the driver's licenses and university IDs, none of the faces was missing flesh. None of the smiles showed broken teeth. None of the clothes were torn and splashed with blood. These figures weren't those people anymore. The feeding was done, the hungers shifting from the flesh at hand to the potential of fresher meat elsewhere. The parasitic urges that drove them lost interest when it could no longer detect the signs of life. Breath and rushing blood and a beating heart. Genetic manipulation had ensured this, built it into the organic imperatives that drove these things. Just as the brain chemistry and nerve conduction was repatterned to kill and infect, to feast quickly but not completely, to spread the disease. That was the only goal. That was everything. Though the body ached for food, the minimalized brain moaned in desperation for it, even though there was meat right there. But there was not enough intelligence left even for frustration at the collision of immediate need and driving force. They bumped into each other without rancor or argument. It happened. They lost balance, recovered, moved on, either toward another collision or toward the door. Eventually, it was all toward the door, toward the movement outside. Lights in the rain, the stink of gasoline fumes, and beneath that was the smell of living meat. One by one, they collided with the heavy glass door, rebounded, hit it again until it opened, stepping into the teeth of the storm with their own teeth bared. Unaware of the stinging rain or the hands of wind that tried to push them back, they moved toward the parked cars, sniffed the air, found only trace scents, old scents, but nothing alive. They staggered on through the small parking lot, spreading out, some heading toward the line of red taillights, others toward the line of white oncoming lights. The first of them that stepped onto the highway was a man with a green apron and a matching billed cap. He had no fingers. They'd all been bitten off, some by Homer Gibbon, though this man had no idea who that was. He had no thought at all about Homer or anyone, anything, except the hunger. He stepped off the grassy verge and walked directly into the hazy, dark gap between two bright headlights of a UPS tractor-trailer going 70 miles an hour. The impact smashed him into the air and hurled him 30 feet away. It exploded him. Parts of him were flung all the way over the truck. One arm struck the window of a blue Subaru, hard enough to crack the glass. The rest of him was pulped beneath the semi's wheels as the UPS truck tried to brake. There was a moment when the truck seemed to defy gravity, to rise like a balloon as mass and momentum in the storm-slick road conjured bad magic in the night. The semi slewed sideways, and the trailer hunched up and over it, snapping cables and tearing metal. The two cars behind it, the CNN van and the Walmart truck behind it, punched 1, 2, 3 into the twisting truck and into each other. The storm was too violent for that kind of road speed. Everyone knew it, and everyone drove that fast regardless. The storm and the plague killed them for it. The air above the eastbound lane was filled with a scream of metal and the popping of safety glass, the hiss of tires that were finding no genuine purchase on the wet roads, and the whoomp crunch of vehicle hitting vehicle. 30 yards away, the same vehicular gavotte was imitated on the westbound lane as 3 of the infected walked into the traffic. Cars and trucks slammed each other into accordion shapes. Other vehicles tried to swerve, but there was nowhere to go in that kind of traffic.
On another night, when there was no storm and no major crisis, the roads would have been far less crowded. There would have been no rubberneckers, no press, no emergency vehicles, no troop transports, and no cars filled with family and friends trying to get to their missing loved ones in Stebbins. Cars spun and danced, lifting from the asphalt as big trucks hit them. Airbags popped like firecrackers, seatbelts restrained, and they broke and they cut into flesh. The last of the bloody figures from Starbucks moved onto the highway and were crushed by the colliding cars. Then the symphony of impacts faded out, replaced by the blare of horns and the rising chorus of screams. For a short time, a precious short time, the infected were unable to attack, each of them defeated by the metal things they had tried to attack to get at the soft food within. The victims of Homer Gibbons' attacks were crippled and mangled, every last one of them. It would be nearly 6 minutes before the first ambulances arrived, filled with EMTs who would see hurt people in the wreckage. Badly hurt and yet somehow still alive, still moving. The EMTs would work shoulder to shoulder with ordinary civilians, survivors of the wrecks or people who had been able to stop their cars and rushed forward to help. The EMTs and the civilians would work like heroes to pull the mangled people from the wrecks, to triage them, to stabilize them, to save them. Driven by professional responsibility, they would do everything they could to preserve the lives of the suffering wounded. All of this happened less than 1 mile outside of the Stebbins Q Zone. Chapter 46. Checkpoint number 43, Stebbins County Line. Lonnie Silk saw the soldiers up ahead, and his heart lifted in his chest. They wore the same kind of combat hazmat suit he did, but theirs were intact, and they still had weapons. Both of the soldiers had their hoods off, though. Lonnie recognized them. The sergeant, anyway. Rodriguez. Lonnie couldn't remember his first name. The other guy was a stranger, some white kid. It was the best thing he could see. Someone he knew. More important, soldiers. People who could help him. Lonnie raised his hand, took as deep a breath as his aching lungs could manage, and called out to them. Except that's not what happened. It took Lonnie a few seconds to realize that what he thought he did and what he actually did were slanting downhill in different ways. It wasn't one hand that he raised. Both hands came up. Not in a signaling gesture. Not a wave at all. His hands came up and reached toward the two soldiers as if, even from this distance, he could touch them. No, not touch. Grab. Grab? Was that right? Lonnie struggled to understand it. His fingers splayed open and then clutched shut, as if trying to grab the image out of the air. Why? To do what? He could feel his lungs expand as he drew in the air for his yell, but the ache was gone. There was pain, but it was different. A totally new kind of discomfort that felt oddly distant. It was like feeling someone else's pain, though that was totally nuts, impossible. The most confusing thing for Lonnie was how his words sounded as they issued from his throat. They weren't words at all. He didn't hear his voice call Rodriguez's name. He didn't hear words at all. The sound was so strange, so weird, so wrong. It was a long, sustained sound of complaint, of need, of, oh God, of hunger. He tried to stop that sound from coming out of him. He tried to pull down his reaching hands. He tried. Lonnie Silk tried. The infection within him did not allow his voice or his hands to obey. The soldiers stood there, looking the wrong way, looking past the sawhorse barrier to the road on the other side of the Q-zone, as if they needed to see that, as if that road was important. Idiots. Fucking dumb-ass idiots. Lonnie screamed at Rodriguez, but the scream was another moan. Deep and plaintive and filled with a different kind of pain than Lonnie felt. Not the pain of bites and torn flesh and damaged muscle. This was the ache of pure hunger. The winds and rain tried to tear the moan out of the air, and for a moment Lonnie thought that the soldiers wouldn't hear it. Then the white kid turned, stared, let his mouth drop open, and then he screamed. "Tito! Jesus Christ! Tito!" Tito Rodriguez, that was his name. He spun around, bringing his gun up. He stared too. He screamed too. They both fired. Lonnie Silk heard the first bullets burn through the air around him and then vanish into the storm. Then he felt his body, what had once been his body, shudder and tremble as something hit him in the chest, the stomach, the thigh. There was pain, but only of a kind so far away, so small, so meaningless. His mouth opened, and the moan was louder now, rising above the howl of the storm. Rodriguez and the white kid kept firing. "No!" cried Lonnie in a voice that had absolutely no volume. His cries were unwanted in that stolen throat. No one heard them at all, not the soldiers, not the infection, not the storm. But it was all Lonnie had. He had no control over his body as it lumbered through the mud and into the hail of bullets. The two soldiers were fucking idiots. They fired wildly, forgetting all of their training, all of the captain's warnings. They tried to bully him down with round after round to his body, wasting ammunition, wasting seconds as Lonnie closed from 15 feet to 10 to 5 to... Suddenly, Lonnie's left eye went dark, and as an after effect, he felt the thudding impact of the bullet that hit him. He thought that would be it, a headshot. That's what the captain told them all. Hit the infected in the head and they go down. Aim for the head. "Don't you get it, you stupid fucks?" he tried to scream. "I'm one of them. I'm infected. Aim for the fucking head. Please. Oh God, please, aim for the head. The head. Shoot the head. Shoot me in my head." Except that one of these assholes had aimed for his head, had hit his head, had blown out one of his goddamn eyes. And yet Lonnie watched his hands grab at the white kid, saw the kid's face come suddenly very close as the hands pulled and his own broken, bleeding head lunged forward, felt the tough, rubbery resistance of skin beneath his teeth. Jesus Christ! Skin between his teeth. Lonnie felt the skin compress, become taut, collapse, tear, rupture, and then the blood, the liquid heat of blood against his lips, on his cheeks, in his mouth. "Please, God, just fucking kill me!" And then he felt another impact, this time over his right eye. He felt it for all of one moment, and then a vast, featureless black mouth opened in the world and Lonnie Silk fell into it. As he vanished into the darkness, he thought he heard Tito Rodriguez calling his name. But soon it wasn't his name anymore, and the darkness was everything. Chapter 47. Zabriskie Point Biological Evaluation and Production Station, Death Valley, California.
Dr. Dick Price was the director of research applications for a facility buried deep in a billion-dollar laboratory. The lab was located in a place Price personally felt was the most aptly named spot on Earth, Death Valley. There was no way to get to his lab except by helicopter, and when the birds were out of the coop, he and his staff felt like they'd been abandoned on the dark side of the moon. Team members had to go through 10 kinds of security screening, including incredibly thorough background checks and psychological evaluations that felt like personality rape. The few who passed those tests then had to put their names to a stack of waivers and non-disclosure agreements, and one frightening document which, for all intents and purposes, signed away their constitutional rights. Once someone arrived at Z-Point, as it was familiarly known, the government owned them, body and, as Price saw it, soul. Everyone on the science team knew that the place was illegal as hell. Even the support staff, cooks, guards, cleaners, and janitors, suspected as much. A word to a journalist could bring the place down and likely have several members of Congress and the Department of Defense thrown into jail, but the wording of those documents would land the whistleblower in an adjoining cell. It was criminal, but necessary, at least as far as Price and his masters at the DoD were concerned. The international agreements and bans on certain kinds of biological warfare were nice in their way, but Price didn't believe for a moment that any of the signatory nations were truly abiding by those rules. It didn't make a lot of sense to do so, not as he saw it. There were terrorist groups who knew how to grow viruses, and plenty of nations, North Korea, Iran, and China sprang to mind, that were definitely cultivating the next generation of weaponized pathogens. The CIA had proof, but politics and the subtle chess game of brinksmanship kept that information below the surface. It was leverage in all kinds of discussions, and as long as the bad guys screwed around with their bugs and bombs, the State Department and the CIA had some dials they could turn. Blackmail was far more important and useful than public disclosure. On the other hand, knowing that your enemy was designing microscopic monsters was in itself a tacit mandate to do the same. Maybe not for attack. Not even Price thought that America was crazy enough to release the kind of bioweapon that teams like Z-Point developed. But in order to build a good shield, you have to be able to study the sword it needs to stop. That's what the people at Z-Point did. They made monsters in order to study them and, ideally, craft response protocols, sera, antitoxins, and other prophylactic measures. For these reasons and others, Dick Price believed that he was prepared for the conversation he was about to have with the President of the United States. He'd had 2 similar conversations with a previous president during a bioweapon attack at the Liberty Bell Center in Philadelphia more than a dozen years ago, and then when a group of domestic terrorists created weaponized and communicable versions of genetic diseases including Tay-Sachs and sickle cell. Those have been difficult conversations, especially the first one, since the sitting president of any given administration is never advised about the existence of Zabriskie Point or similar stations until he needed to know. Plausible deniability was such a useful thing. "We're just about ready," said his aide. Price sat at his desk with a large laptop open and the encryption conference software up and running. He adjusted his tie, sipped some water, took a calming breath, and nodded to the aide. The screen display changed from a placeholder of the presidential seal to the face of the commander-in-chief. 2 people sat on either side of the president, Scott Blair, the national security advisor, and a young and very intense-looking black woman Price knew by reputation only, Dr. Monica McCready, a rising superstar in the epidemiology world. A woman, he reminded himself, who had been mentioned several times as perhaps a better fit for the directorship of Z-Point than he was. Shit, he thought. That's just swell. He could feel sweat beginning to form along his spine. "Dr. Price," said the president. "Yes, Mr. President. Despite the circumstances, it is a pleasure to meet you, even virtually." The president gave a tiny nod. There was a brief round of introductions, but it was done fast and without the usual courtesies. "Have you been brought up to speed on the situation developing in western Pennsylvania?"
I have, Mr. President. Am I to understand that you are familiar with Lucifer 113? There was both frost and anger in the President's tone. Yes, sir, very familiar. In what way are you familiar? Price paused. Well, Mr. President, as you know, No, Dr. Price, I don't know. Until 20 minutes ago, I had never heard your name or the name of your facility. While I am aware of the requirements of security and confidentiality, I am distressed to learn that we are continuing work on a bioweapon of such devastating potential that one of my predecessors felt compelled to use an executive order to terminate all work on it. Are you aware of that order, Dr. Price? Price said nothing, and against his will, his eyes flicked toward the National Security Advisor. Mr. President, I began Price, but his words faltered. The President shook his head. When this matter is resolved, he said coldly, there will be a full investigation. Make no mistake. However, I think it's fair to say that heads will roll at a higher pay grade than yours. Blair looked at the fingers of his folded hands, and Price saw something flicker on his face. Was it irritation? Was it cynical humor? Whatever it was, flicked on and off his mouth in a microsecond, and the President did not see it. Price said, thank you. But hear me on this, Doctor, interrupted the President. A new executive order is forthcoming, and that will be enforced. Failure to comply will be met with the harshest possible penalties. I understand, sir. The President studied him for a long 2-count. Do you, Dr. Price? I believe I do, Mr. President. Then let's get down to it. Samples of the pathogen are being sent to you by military courier. Even though you already have the original pathogen there, we now know that Dr. Herman Volker used a modified version. Volker said as much to his CIA handler when he called to alert us about what he had done. What about Dr. Volker? If the release of Lucifer was an accident, then surely he'd be eager to help us. Herman Volker is dead, the President said flatly. What? Gasped Price. Was he infected? He hung himself. Oh, no. That's horrible. Dr. Price, let's not waste time weeping over a man responsible for the deaths of thousands of American citizens. Price straightened and cleared his face of expression. Of course not, sir. It's just that he could have helped us. Remodeling a weaponized pathogen is tricky work, and even though it can result in something as apparently unstoppable as Lucifer, there are often chinks in the armor, so to speak. What kind of chinks? Intentional vulnerabilities left by the designers so that they are not as vulnerable to the pathogen as, say, their enemies, or in some cases, design flaws that can be exploited to create a counteragent or some prophylactic measure. The President brightened. Are you sure? Sure. No, sir. What will make you sure? Price considered. One of two things offer the best chance of that. The first will be an examination of the Lucifer 113 samples being sent to us. We'll learn a lot by comparing it to the most recent version of Lucifer that we have. That's going to take time, though, suggested the President. We can work pretty fast when— Skip the sales pitch. What's the other chance? Looking at Volker's research notes. Do we know where they are? There are no records in his office at the prison where he worked. The hard drives have been completely wiped and degaussed. Everything? Asked Price, aghast that any scientist would do that to his own work. He kept no backups? He did, said the President. All of his research was copied to a set of flash drives. Well, that's terrific, which we do not have. Price had to bite back a curse. Is anything being done to obtain those drives? Of course, said the President. However, since we have no guarantee of that happening right away, we need to move forward with what we have. Is there anything you can tell me about Lucifer based on what you've so far been told about the current crisis? Price nodded. I believe so, sir. I reviewed some field reports from a doctor attached to the National Guard. If the reports are accurate, then there are marked differences between the current strain and the samples we were initially given here. What differences? Well, the rate of infection appears to have been greatly accelerated, possibly by a factor of 10. The original Lucifer samples we have been working with here have a much longer gestation period. This was a problem the Soviets recognized that essentially limited practical application of the weapon because there was too great a lag time between introduction and a full-blown outbreak. Now that appears to occur in minutes. That's rather exciting. Doctor, warned the President, his voice low and slow. "Be very careful in your choice of words." I'm sorry," stammered Price. "I meant from a scientific perspective." "I know what you meant." The president's eyes were hostile. So, Price noted, were those of Dr. Macready. Price composed his own features to show contrition. "Yes, sir," he said. "My apologies." Macready bent close and whispered something to the president, who looked unhappy, but he nodded. "Doctor," said the president to Price, "how active has your research been on the Lucifer pathogen?" "You bitch," thought Price. Aloud, he said, "We, have continued to study it in order to prepare a response protocol in the event of the weapon being deployed as, it currently has been." "What is the status on that research?" Price licked his lips. "We have developed several advanced strains of the pathogen." "And where are you with response protocols?" Again, Price tried not to look at Scott Blair. "We've made some progress." He leaned slightly on the word some. "Describe that progress, Doctor," ordered the president. "Sir, before I do, I need to explain what Lucifer is. It's more than just a weaponized disease. Lucifer was built using select combinations of disease pathogens and parasites. Those parasites have undergone extensive transgenic modification. Toxoplasma gondii is a key element, as is the larva of the green jewel wasp. The toxoplasma is a key element in artificially induced schizophrenia, a disease that heightens fear and increased psychological distress. This is the keystone of the uncontrollable aggression of the infected. Their brains have, to put it in layman's terms, been rewired to react as if they are constantly under attack. This triggers our most basic survival instincts, feeding each infected a modified cocktail of adrenaline, dopamine, and other elements. At the same time, the genetically modified lancet flukes Dicrocoelium dendriticum and Euhaplorchus californiensis combine to regulate that aggressive response behavior into a predictable pattern, specifically a pattern that includes seeking uninfected prey, attacking it, and infecting it. Remember, sir, this was developed by Soviet scientists during the Cold War as a self-cleaning weapon. Once introduced to, say, a base or station, the disease would spread like wildfire, and ultimately there would be no uninfected survivors. The infected would be unable to manage any organized defense, even to the point of being unable to aim and fire a gun. An armed infiltration team could then enter the base and eliminate the infected, and thereafter secure any physical assets like computers, equipment, and so on. The president nodded. "If there's more, Doctor, let's hear it." "The central element of the entire Lucifer program was the transgenically rebuilt green jewel wasp, a parasite that normally targets cockroaches. The wasp's venom blocks the neurotransmitter octopamine in the target, and from that point on, all movements of the host are controlled by the imperative biological needs of the wasp. Those needs are, of course, reproduction. With the combination of the toxoplasma, the wasp, and the flukes, the host has essentially become an organic robot whose sole operational software requires that it attack, bite, feed, and then seek other prey." The president looked sick, but his mouth was a hard, flat line. "About the feeding," he said, his voice thicker than it had been. "Field reports indicate that the infected stop feeding on their victims after a while. Why don't they consume the entire body?" "They can't and won't," said Price. "That's a design requirement. If the infected lingered to consume their victims, there would be no new vectors, and it would stall the overall rate of infection. Mind you, they do need to feed, but only for the raw protein to feed the parasites as they spread throughout the bloodstream and infuse the mucous membranes. The hyper-accelerated life cycle of the parasites expends a great deal of energy. They need fresh protein to make more larvae so that every single drop of saliva is crammed with millions of eggs ready to hatch. But of equal importance to the infected is the need to spread the disease. That far outweighs their need to continue feeding." Macready spoke aloud for the first time. "If I may, Mr. President." "Dr. Price," she said, "what triggers the host to stop feeding on their victims? What's the biological off switch? We're hoping that there may be something there we can use as a prophylactic measure." Price shook his head in grudging approval of the question. It's partly a reaction to nerve conduction, but it's mostly triggered by blood pressure. The normal intensity of blood pressure sparks aggression and appetite, but as it diminishes through injury and subsequent blood loss, it sends a signal to the parasite that the target is no longer a viable food source. That's the off switch, Dr. McCready, and God only knows how long it took the Soviets to crack that, especially with the crudity of genetics during the Cold War.
Doctor, when you're done congratulating madmen, the president said dryly, perhaps you can tell us about what your team has developed as a countermeasure? Can we kill the parasites?
Price cleared his throat. We, were never able to actually kill the parasites, Mr. President. Not the way you mean, not with a vaccine or anything of that nature. Not in an active vector. By the time the victim has become a host, the parasites have spread throughout his body. However, this corresponds to a dramatic drop in circulation. The host is very nearly dead in clinical terms, with minimal brain function, respiration, circulation, and nerve conduction in play, just enough to allow it to continue acting as an aggressive vector. The Soviets did their work very well, however, and they designed it so that there was not enough circulation in play to transmit any kind of parasite-specific toxin throughout the host. Only destruction of the host stops it, and by that I mean either isolation long enough for the larvae to die off, say 5-6 weeks, or more practically, incineration of all infected tissues. The president closed his eyes for a moment.
Dear God,
he murmured. However, McCready said, Wait a minute, Doctor, she snapped. You said that you were working on a countermeasure. Short of headshots, did you actually come up with anything? We, hedged Price. Then he took a breath and said it. We found that the only possible or practical response was along the lines of fighting fire with fire.
Which means what? Growled the president.
We created a different parasite, he said. One that is genetically designed to attack and consume the larva of the green jewel wasp. We're in the earliest stages of testing it, but I think it might work.
The president suddenly looked at something off-screen, and Price heard someone that he couldn't see say something. Price couldn't hear most of the words, but he saw the way in which those words affected the president. Anger and concern were replaced by shock, and then a twisted mask of what appeared to Price to be absolute horror. The same horror was mirrored on the faces of Blair and McCready.
"Oh, my God,"
breathed McCready as she covered her mouth with her hands. Panic flared in the eyes of Scott Blair. The two words Price did hear hit him like punches to the face. Quarantine failed. If he heard more, his mind was momentarily unable to process it. Chapter 48. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des and Billy sat on opposite sides of a teacher's desk in an empty room. Des had swept all of the items from the desk and had covered it with rifles, handguns, and boxes of shells. "This is what we have," she said, not counting the pieces I gave to Piper and a few of the others. 3 rifles with 50 rounds each, 2 shotguns but only 44 shells left, 3 Glocks and 9 magazines, all full, and this piece of shit 38. She nudged a Ruger LCR revolver. I don't know why I even brought it, but there's a box of hollow points for it, so it's not entirely like giving a blowjob. Trout smiled thinly. "Didn't Sirhan kill Bobby Kennedy with a .22? What's your point? 38's a bigger gun." "It's not the caliber that matters, Billy. It has a 5-round cylinder." She patted the Glock 22 Gen 4 holstered at her hip. "Extended magazine with 17 rounds. Which would you rather have if the shit comes down again?" "I can't hit a barn with a baseball, Des, so I'm not sure it would matter." Des leaned across the desk and pushed one of the shotguns toward him. "It's Korean, but don't hold that against it. Daewoo USAS-12, gas-operated with selective fire. Very nice in close combat situations, which is pretty much the definition of life as we know it. I have a 10-round detachable box magazine or a 20-round drum magazine. Take your pick. Fires 12 gauge. He hefted it and winced. "Shit, this thing is heavy." 13 pounds fully loaded, she said. "Don't be a pussy." "I have a bad back." "Really? I thought maybe you had menstrual cramps."
Des. She grinned at him, and it was the first time he'd seen an unguarded smile on her face in a long time. I'm just messing with you. He grinned back. Des picked up a pistol that didn't look like it could fire anything. There was no barrel. What's that, a taser? Close. Nova SP5, 5-shot stun gun. Bulky. Yeah, she agreed, and she affixed the holster to her belt. What's the point? I thought only headshots bring them down. Des snorted. How many human assholes have we dealt with so far? She asked. Much as I'd love to pop a cap in some of them, and the name General Zetter comes to mind, I don't think that would go over well. And you think tasing him would? They don't execute you for making a dickhead general piss his pants. Outside, the storm battered at the building. Des walked over to one of the windows and looked down at the parking lot. On one side of the lot, the National Guard had set up their camp, and there were all kinds of vehicles and portable structures down there, all of it turned gray by the rain. However, at the other end of the lot were big yellow school buses. Lots of them. Some from Stebbins, and at least twice as many from surrounding regions. Buses that had brought the kids here to the emergency shelter. Trout joined her and looked out. Some of the buses had burned. Others were wrecks, torn apart by gunfire. The dead had attacked while the kids were being offloaded. Thousands had died, but there were fewer than 100 bodies. The rest had walked off. Trout wondered how many of them had been killed along with J.T. They could clean out those buses, said Des. They could hose them out and put some heavy-grade clear plastic over the windows. To what end? To get us out of here. There are places they can take us, places where they could quarantine us, but where we'd all get better food and medical attention. Maybe they will, he said. Maybe in the morning. She just shook her head. He studied her profile, and then he saw her sudden frown. He followed her gaze and saw that something was happening down there. People were suddenly running everywhere. Soldiers scrambled to climb into troop transports, and beyond the fence, the big vanes of a dozen helicopters were beginning to turn. What is it? Are they coming for us? No, said Des. I think this is something else. As they watched, the soldiers dragged boxes toward the armored personnel carriers. It looks like they're leaving, said Trout. Why do you think? Because of the storm? Des shook her head. Maybe, Trout began. Maybe it's over. Maybe they've stopped this thing and they're standing down. Des turned to him and gave him a brief, harsh look. Does it look like anything's over, Billy? Is that what it looks like to you? Trout hesitated before answering. His statement had been on the stupid side of hopeful, and they both knew it. The troops below did not move like people whose long, dark night was over. There was none of the post-crisis malaise in anything they did. There was none of the laughter that comes at the end of great tension. Every movement down there was fast, but not everyone moved with the smooth and practiced ease of professional soldiers. They're definitely leaving. Yeah, agreed Des, and in a big damn hurry. Trout saw people collide into each other. He saw them drop things. He saw people running for transports only half-dressed. There was only one word that appropriately described what he and Des were seeing. Panic. Part 3. Collateral Damage. Pale death with impartial tread beats at the poor man's cottage and the palaces of kings. Horace, Odes. Chapter 49. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. If you're just joining us, folks, it has become a wild, wild night in western Pennsylvania. There are unconfirmed reports of military activity in the vicinity of Stebbins County. That is correct. You heard me when I said it. Military activity. So what does the Fink think about that? Well, we know that the National Guard is on call for flood control and disaster aid, and FEMA has also announced its presence. The President of the United States made a rather vague statement earlier in which he talked about natural disasters and cyber terrorism. Every word of that speech has already been dissected by the brain trusts on MSNBC and Fox, both of whom need a GPS and Sherpas to find a clue. Fox is talking about zombies. MSNBC is spouting some socialist claptrap about military helicopters firing at a school in order to stifle the live broadcasts of some whack job who claims to be reporting live from the apocalypse. And unfortunately, that whack job is a longtime friend of the show, Billy Trout of Regional Satellite News. We tried to contact Billy to get him to tell us his side of the story, or to find out what he's smoking, but it looks like Superstorm Zelda has knocked out more than the lights. There's no cell reception at all in or out of Stebbins County and large parts of Fayette County. Gavin paused to light a cigarette. So, again, you ask me, what does the Fink think? He laughed. For once, my friends, the old Gav has to admit that I don't have a clue. Not tonight. This one has me stumped. So, help Uncle Gavin out and call in and tell me what you think is happening on this dark and stormy night. Once more, all the call lights lit up. Gavin Fink took a long drag, blew smoke into the air, and took the next call. Chapter 50. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. How bad is it? The president fired the question off as he hurried into the Situation Room. It was the 10th time he had asked the question, but so far no one had been able to give him a definitive answer. Even now, each of the faces that looked up from the table gave mixed signals: doubt, anger, frustration, determination, and naked fear. Sir, said Scott Blair, as he came to intercept the president. Here's what we know. I was told there was an attack on one of our checkpoints. There was, said Blair. And we lost a soldier, but the other man on that post eliminated the infected and, resolved the resulting infection. It took the president a beat to understand what that meant. He blanched. Jesus Christ. The checkpoint has been reinforced and all checkpoints are on high alert, said Blair, but he was shaking his head as he said it. The problem, however, is elsewhere. A map of Stebbins County filled one window on the big plasma screen. A red dot glowed beside one of the major highways. There was an attack at a Starbucks on Route 653. How many casualties? It doesn't matter, said Blair. How the Christ can it not, sir? The victims of that attack were able to leave the Starbucks and they wandered into traffic. Their presence resulted in multi-car pileups, both directions. Blair pointed to a second screen, which showed an aerial view of a terrible traffic accident and what appeared to be a riot. Helicopter spotlights ranged over the crumpled wrecks of dozens of cars and trucks. Bodies lay in the road, some of them clearly crushed under or between the vehicles. The president walked numbly over to the screen to study the scene more closely. The pileups completely blocked the highway in both directions, and even spilled over into the Starbucks parking lot, which was positioned on a wide spot in the median. Behind the roadblocks, lines of cars stretched for miles in bumper-to-bumper traffic, headlights on, windshield wipers slashing back and forth, and everywhere, running between the cars, crawling over the wrecks, moving along the lines of stopped cars, filling the median, were people, fighting, struggling, rolling over and over in the mud or on the slick streets, punching and kicking, biting. The president tried to say something. His mouth worked, but there was no breath in his lungs, no air in the room, no words. General Zetter's voice croaked from the speakers.
Mr. President, my God, Mr. President, permission to engage, permission to engage.
He said it over and over again, as on the screen hundreds, no, thousands of people fought and screamed and died and came back to kill, to eat, to... Scott Blair touched the president's arm, lightly, almost gently, a gesture of pleading. Mr. President, he said in a ragged whisper.
"Give the order."
The president looked at him with eyes that were filled with so much confusion that it was clear the man teetered on the edge of collapse.
"Mr. President, please."
"Congress," muttered the president.
"I need to inform them. I need approval for this. I can't. I can't. The nation—"
"There isn't time, Mr. President. If we don't act now, there won't be a nation to save." The president's staring eyes blinked again, and then suddenly filled with a measure of understanding.
"Do it,"
he whispered. It was the loudest sound in the room. Blair wheeled around. "General Zetter, the president has authorized you to go weapons hot. Engage the enemy with all resources."
"Acknowledged,"
said Zetter breathlessly.
"Going weapons hot."
The guns on the helicopters opened up, and instantly the screams of the dying were drowned out by the heavy growl of machine guns. The running figures began juddering and dancing as the rounds punched into them. Other helicopters, Apaches and Blackhawks, moved down out of the storm, flying awkwardly in the high winds. The pilots kept as much distance from each other as they could, but this was worst-case scenario for any pilot. High winds, heavy rain, enemies who looked like civilians, and no clear set of targets.
"Some of the pilots are not engaging," said one of the officers in the room.
"General Zetter," growled Blair, "half of your pilots have not engaged." There was the sound of arguing and shouting from the speakers, and they heard Zetter yell,
"There are no civilians, goddammit! This is a target-rich environment. Fire at will. Anything moving is designated an enemy combatant."
Even with that, some of the pilots repeated requests to verify those orders. Finally, the president himself had to yell into the mic, repeating the same words Zetter had used. Blair thought about how clinical and detached those words were. Target-rich environment. Enemy combatants. No civilians. Zetter was, finally, with the program, finally getting it right, but it was still so insanely wrong. On the screen, one by one, the helicopters began to fire on the crowds. General Armistead Burroughs growled,
"All pilots, you are cleared to deploy all weapons. Deploy all rockets, all missiles."
Once more there was a lag in obeying those orders. Once more the president had to repeat the orders. And once more the helicopters obeyed, one by one, slowly at first, and then with the kind of wild aggression Blair knew was only born from panic and despair. The helicopters rained fire down on the road. Rockets struck pockets of shambling dead and exploded like parodies of big-budget movie special effects. In the movies, though, people flew away from explosions, pulled by wires or digitally added as computer graphics. Here, the people burst apart in ragged pieces that lacked art or style. And though real explosions are always less dynamic than movie special effects, they were far more horrible in their understated destruction. Automobile gas tanks exploded one after the other, lifting the tail ends of Toyotas and Fords and Coopers and Hyundais with equal indifference and efficiency. Chain guns stitched endless lines of holes along pavements, through automobile skin and through flesh and bone. The living and the living dead crumpled under the cudgel blows of rapid-fire lead. The living died and stayed down. The dead, those with no traumatic damage to their brains or brainstems, rose again, less whole, less human-looking, but infinitely more monstrous. The living tried to hide from the dead and from the rain of fire. The dead were indifferent to it, walking or running or crawling after the fresh meat, stopping only when the spark of life was blown from their central nervous systems. Blair and the president stood together, their eyes open and mouths slack, at the hell unfolding on the screen. Then Blair forced his mouth to speak. He turned to the Air Force general. "General Sisko, where are we with the fuel air bombs?"
We have 4 MQ-1C Gray Eagle drones fitted out and on deck. We can have them in the air and ETA, interrupted Blair.
What's the flight time?
Sisko didn't even pause. 22 minutes and change, and that includes lunchtime.
Shit.
And we have 4 A-10 Thunderbolt 2s from the 104th Fighter Squadron at the Warfield Air National Guard Base in Maryland. Fires are lit, and all they need is the word.
Blair again touched the president.
Sir,
we have to order them in now.
The president's entire attention was locked on the screen. Blair wanted to punch him. He had never in his entire life wanted to beat anyone as badly or as brutally as he did this man. Before he even knew he was going to do it, he grabbed the president's sleeve, spun him around, and backhanded him across the mouth. Blair was not a big man, but there was so much rage, so much fear in every ounce of his body that the blow sent the president crashing sideways against the edge of the big table. Blood burst from torn lips. And a split second later, Blair was on the floor, his body exploding from sudden agony in his back and the after-impression of a Secret Service agent kidney-punching him. He was slammed to the carpet with a knee on his cheek and a pistol barrel screwed into his ear. Someone clicked cuffs onto his wrist, cinching them painfully tight.
"No! No!"
bellowed someone, and through the pain Blair realized that it was the president's voice. From the corner of his eye, past the knee of the Secret Service agent kneeling on his face, Blair could see an agent and General Burroughs helping the president to his feet. Blood streamed down onto the president's chest, staining his white shirt, dripping onto his shoes.
"Leave him alone, goddammit! Let him up! I am ordering you to uncuff him and let him up!"
Christ, someone get me a cloth. The agents hauled Blair roughly to his feet and took the cuffs off, but they weren't gentle with either task. He stood there, legs weak and trembling, his right hand beginning to swell from where his knuckles clipped the president's cheek. The president gave him a look of savage intensity, but for the first time since the crisis began, there was that old spark in POTUS's eyes, that old fire, the fuck you blaze that had won him the primaries and enabled him to bully his way through brutal debates and a nail-biter of an election. The fires that had allowed this man to play hardball with Iran and North Korea, to refuse to be bent over a barrel by the Chinese. This was his president. The president pointed a finger at General Sisko. "Scramble the jets. Launch the drones. Stop this!" The general began shouting orders into a phone. Blair sagged with relief and fatigue. But then the president grabbed a fistful of his necktie and pulled Blair so close they were breathing the same air. Secret Service men closed in on both sides, but the president growled them back. He tightened his hold on Blair and, in the coldest, most dangerous voice Blair had ever heard the president use, said, "Call Sammy Mora and tell him to get me those flash drives. Now!" Chapter 51. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. "This does not look good," said Trout. Beside him, Des simply shook her head. They stared out the window, stunned, mystified, and deeply frightened by what they saw. The soldiers were scrambling to get into their gear and climb into vehicles. The roads leading away from the school were choked with Humvees and Strykers and an assortment of smaller and lighter armored vehicles. Then one of the big 8-wheeled M1135 Stryker nuclear, biological, chemical reconnaissance vehicles rumbled through the gates, the decks crowded with armed men in hazmat suits. Its 15-ton mass made the windows rattle. "Damn, it looks like they're all going," said Des. She snatched up the walkie-talkie and tried to raise General Zetter, but all she got was static. Trout tried the sat phone, and it was as dead as it had been all night. "Something really bad's happening," muttered Des. Then the whole building seemed to rumble, and they craned their necks to look up. A phalanx of helicopters flew over, Blackhawks and Apaches. Trout counted 30 of them before the rain obscured his vision. They were not coming to attack the school.
They were not headed toward the center of Stebbins. They were all headed northwest, toward Bordentown, toward the edge of the Q-zone. "Oh, shit," said Dez. Chapter 52. Town of Stebbins, 2 miles inside the Q-zone. Boxer turned off the farm roads and drove along the stretch of Mason Street, heading toward the center of Stebbins. According to the GPS, they needed to turn onto Doll Factory Road, and then veer off that to follow a secondary road to the Stebbins Little School. The rain slowed to a desultory drizzle for a few minutes, but the thunder was closer and louder, and the lightning flashed like artillery fire. "What's that?" asked Gypsy, leaning forward from the back seat to point at something on the road ahead. Boxer slowed as they approached a pair of wrecked cars that were little more than burned-out shells. The blacktop around the vehicles was littered with shell casings. Sammy Mora rolled down his window to get a better look. A hunting rifle lay on the hood of one car. Beside it, its shape slowly distorting to pulp in the rain, was a box of .30-30 cartridges. A second gun, a military M4, lay sideways across the yellow line down the center of the 2-lane. Near it was a Pittsburgh Pirates ball cap, and a dozen feet away was a blue wool women's sweater. "No bodies," murmured Shortstop. No one commented on that.
"Keep going,"
said Sam, and Boxer gave the wrecks a wide berth. They passed other cars, and once they saw a big 18-wheel Peterbilt that had gone off the highway and smashed its way through the young maples that grew wild beside the road until it crashed itself to silence against a massive old oak. The driver's door stood open, the cab empty. And that was the pattern of it. Wrecked cars and trucks with open doors and broken windows, houses and buildings with doors standing ajar, and miscellaneous debris, but no trace at all of the people of the destroyed little town. No living people. Several times they found bodies sprawled haphazardly on the road, on the verge, on porch steps, in parking lots. Every single one of them showed evidence of traumatic injury to their heads. A few lay with their heads hacked off. "Somebody put up a hell of a fight," said Boxer. "Doesn't look like they won." They reached a deserted gas station and made the turn onto Doll Factory, and stopped before they went 2 blocks. Slowly, all 5 of them got out of the Humvee and stood looking at the monstrous thing before them. A Stryker armored combat vehicle sat at an angle in the middle of the street. It was a brute, 8 feet wide and 22 feet long, sitting on 8 fat tires, with a big Browning .50 caliber machine gun mounted on the top, the same model as the one mounted on the deck of their Humvee. Thousands of empty brass shell casings littered the top of the vehicle, and their curved sides peeked out from puddles. At least 300 bodies clogged the street, many of them civilians, but there were uniforms of local and state police, and even some soldiers. Dead. All dead. Sam had seen the Browning in action, had fired one himself. He could easily, too easily, visualize the moment of slaughter as the living dead shambled into the storm of lead. But what puzzled Sam was how the soldiers lost this fight. The Stryker was abandoned here in the rain, the gun silent. How many of the dead had the guardsmen faced? Had it been overwhelming odds? Had they run out of ammunition? Or had they been caught in one of those terrifying moments when a gun jams or reloading takes 1 second too long? He would probably never know, but looking at the scene sent a chill up Sam's spine. It felt like the icy breath exhaled against trembling flesh during a moment of precognition. Or perhaps it was an icy touch, not of revelation, but of realization, as he saw, here on this battleground street, what was coming. Soldiers were more than a match for the dead in any kind of fair fight, even 5 to 1, 10 to 1. But there were at very least 7,000 infected in Stebbins, and possibly many more. When a crowd attacks, the front ranks take the bullets so the ranks behind them can advance. Given sufficient numbers, the defenders simply run out of time or ammunition or both, and the wave passes over them. It was something used on battlefields ever since armies went to war. The foot soldiers of Alexander and Napoleon knew it, the riders of Genghis Khan and Santa Anna, and the marching lines of the Romans and the Confederate boys in butternut brown. Cannon fodder, a forlorn hope. Only here, it was no more planned or orchestrated than the thousands of worker ants that die when the entire nest goes to war, or the millions that fall when locusts swarm. In the end, all that matters is that the main host survives. The hive. This was what Sam was seeing. He was positive. This was the real terror of this infection. The parasitic impulse to procreate through infection and to sustain itself through feeding was matched with a ferocious aggression that had no parallel in nature because it was not natural. Volker had made this, building it on the bones of Cold War bioweapons madness. He heard the shallow breathing of the rest of his team, but realized he was holding his own breath. Sam let it out slowly.
"We are so fucked,"
said Moonshiner. No one disputed him. They heard the crunch of glass, and they all wheeled around at the same time, bringing their guns up. Across the street was a diner with a gaping hole where a big picture window should be. The entire frame and all of the building was covered by so many bullet holes that it looked like polka dots, except there was nothing fun or festive here. The rifle-mounted flashlights of the 5 soldiers painted the front of the store in pale yellow light. A figure moved in the gloom just inside the diner.
"Inside the store,"
called Sam.
"United States Special Forces. I need you to step out of the building with your hands raised. If you have a weapon, I need you to drop it now."
The figure came out of the shadows and into the glare of the overlapping flashlight beams. It was a man. He wore only ragged boxer shorts. The rest of his clothes were gone. Much of his flesh was as well. He raised his hands toward the 5 people standing near the Humvee. It tried to moan, but there was not enough of its face left for that. No jaw, no tongue, just a gaping red horror below the stumps of its broken upper teeth.
"I got this,"
said Shortstop, and he fired a single round, the report crisp in the wet air. The zombie's head snapped back, and it fell into the store. But then it seemed to hover there, not quite hitting the ground, and for a bizarre moment Sam thought that it was somehow fighting for its balance, even though it was bent so far backward. Then the body shuddered and tumbled to one side as something else came into view. Another of the infected. This one was crawling, and its humped body was what kept the first one from hitting the floor. The dead thing's face was smeared with red, and its mouth still worked, still chewed on some piece of something that dangled from between its lips. The creature looked at them and bared its teeth. Sam heard Boxer gag. Not because of the horrible thing on the floor or what it was clearly eating. He gagged because the zombie was dressed in the woodland camouflage of the Pennsylvania National Guard. It was a soldier. Behind it, other shapes moved in the gloom of the diner, and these figures sent up the moan that the first zombie could not, a haunting, wretched cry for something to staunch the dreadful hungers that drove them. They began moving through the shattered window frame. So many of them.
So many soldiers among them. Their battle dress uniforms torn, helmets lost or askew, bodies opened by teeth and nails, souls lost, eyes vacant. Black blood dribbled from their mouths. "Oh, fuck me," breathed Boxer. "Fuck me, fuck me."
"Keep it steady, kid,"
said Moonshiner. The scuff of a clumsy foot made them turn, and they saw more of the infected coming out of the open doors of the bank, the feed store, the craft shop, and the county assessor's office. 50 at least. "I thought General Zetter said they had this shit under control," growled Gypsy. "Fuck me," said Boxer.
"This is some evil shit right here,"
agreed Moonshiner.
"Stand and fight, boss? Although I'm really okay with hauling ass,"
said Shortstop. But for once, even his pragmatic cool seemed to be crumbling away. "There's so many of them," said Boxer. And as he said it, more of them rounded the corner of the next block. There were children mixed in with the adults, their faces and limbs turned worm white from blood loss, mouths black as bottomless holes. All of them torn, all of them ragged. That's how it stuck in Sam's mind, and somehow he knew that's how it would always be. The ragged people. As if they were all members of some secret fraternity, bound together in death, or from some far country where the sun never shines, and all there will ever be is the hunger. "Boss," urged Gypsy. "No," said Sam, turning. "Everyone back in the Hummer. This isn't what they sent us to do." They held their weapons out and ready as they climbed in. The Humvee was armor-plated and had reinforced glass windows, but Sam did not feel even a little safe as he shot the lock on his door. He knew the others didn't either. "Get us out of here, Boxer," he said with a calm he did not feel. But the younger soldier was already putting the car in gear. He backed up and circled the striker, then stamped on the brakes as more of the pale figures moved through the downpour. "Shit," he said, and spun the wheel.
"This is turning into a crowd scene,"
said Moonshiner. Despite everything he knew about the situation and everything they had done so far this night, Sam hated the idea of opening fire on these ragged people. It felt like abuse to him, like bullying. But there were so damn many of them. "The flash drives," he told himself. "Get the flash drives, or this is the whole world." All he had to say aloud was, "Shortstop." The man rolled open the top hatch of the Humvee and stood up into the fierce rain. He whipped the cover off the big Browning, yanked the bolt back, and began firing. The heavy bullets tore into a knot of zombies, knocking them backward with massive foot-pounds of impact, bursting apart joints, ripping loose connective tissue, splashing the striker and the other infected with black blood. 4 of the creatures went down. Then another 5.
"Go, go, go!"
yelled Sam, and Boxer hit the gas again. The Humvee rolled over the fallen infected, heavy tires crunching bones. Shortstop pivoted and fired at the zombies closing in on the right. 20 of them.
"Stop Sunday driving!" he bellowed. "Move this fucking thing!"
The Humvee kept rolling forward, but it was difficult to climb over the human debris while avoiding all of the wrecked and abandoned cars. The dead began closing like a fist around the vehicle.
"Little help up here,"
called Shortstop.
"This shit's getting weird."
"Windows," ordered Sam. And except for Boxer, the others lowered their windows and stuck gun barrels into the rain. A moment later, the inside of the truck was filled with ear-splitting thunder. Shell casings hit the ceiling and bounced off each other and stung like wasps where they hit bare flesh.
"Shortstop!"
roared Sam.
"Grenade!"
Shortstop stopped firing, plucked a green ball from his rig, and pulled the pin.
"Frag out!"
he cried, as he flung it into the midst of the dead closing on the front of the Humvee.
He ducked down a split second before the grenade exploded. Everything in the blast radius was torn to ragged pieces, and at the edges of the blast, the concussion knocked the zombies off balance, leaving a rough opening that was clouded with blood-red mist. Sam punched Boxer on the shoulder.
"Punch it!"
Boxer gave it all the gas it would take, and the Humvee leapt forward, smashing through the crippled dead, crushing others. Behind him, the main mass of the infected closed like the waters of the Red Sea. They collided with one another in their desperate race to get to the living flesh. Gypsy and Moonshiner leaned out of the windows and fired back at them, shooting at legs to shatter thigh bones and drop the pursuers into the path of the rest of them. Shortstop climbed back up and turned the Browning in a circle, not needing to aim. There were targets everywhere. The Humvee shot through the bloody opening, and there was clear street beyond it. Boxer kept his foot on the pedal all the way down to the floor, and with every second the horde of the dead dropped behind. One by one the guns stopped firing, and after a full minute, Sam touched Boxer on the shoulder.
"Okay, kid, ease it down."
Boxer dropped the speed from 70 to 50 to 40 and kept it there. They passed other zombies, but by the time the infected could turn and target them, the Humvee was past. No one fired at them. Everyone sagged back, exhaling balls of burning air, their hands trembling with adrenaline and shock.
"Reload,"
snapped Sam.
"Do it now."
They did it, and the orderliness of that action helped steady each of them. Not completely, but enough so they could reclaim themselves. Enough so they could dare look in each other's eyes. They drove on, no one speaking. There was nothing that needed to be said. Then a soft purring buzz broke the silence, and Sam lunged for his satellite phone.
"Sir,"
he said as soon as the connection was made,
"Stebbins is not under control. There is extreme activity and—"
"Sam, to hell with that," Blair snapped. "The Q zone is compromised. I repeat, the devil is off the chain. The president has ordered the Air Force in. Drop everything else and get to the school. Get those flash drives. Do it now."
"How bad is it?"
Blair paused for a shattered moment.
"It's bad, Sam. Volker is dead. We're going to have to go big on this and try to stop the spread. But we need those drives. You are authorized to use all means and measures to secure them."
Sam felt his throat tighten.
"Understood, sir,"
he said. But the line was already dead. The members of the Boy Scouts exchanged looks. Then Boxer kicked down on the gas. The tires spun on the wet ground until smoke curled up behind the Humvee, and then they were rolling fast, gaining speed, heading toward the Stebbins Little School. Chapter 53. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. The president was surrounded by ghouls. Every face of every person at the table looked like a death mask, pale, devoid of hope, sunken and hollow-eyed. On the screens, the glowing icons that represented the jets were streaking toward Bordentown. Other dots indicated the movement of General Zetter's National Guard forces and the reinforcements that had been ordered in to help hold the quarantine line. With that line broken, the troops were being deployed in a wide circle around the Starbucks. The president took a long drink of water, but it did nothing to soothe his dry, raw throat. He set the glass down with a clunk that seemed absurdly loud in a room that was unusually quiet. "What are our options?" he asked of the people around the table, the people whose job it was to always have answers. General Amistad Burroughs said, "The jets will—" "No!" interrupted the president. "I want to know what we need to do afterward, after the bombs." Sylvia Ruddy shared a look with Scott Blair. She said, "You'll have to address the nation again."
"And say what?"
asked the president. Ruddy flinched.
"No, I want you to tell me, what can I possibly say that will help the country understand this?"
"Sir, the president picked up a sheet of paper and shook it at her, at everyone. Everyone had a copy of the same report in front of them. None of them had touched the report after first reading it. The papers lay on the table, unwanted, feared, despised. "These are casualty estimates. In just under 5 minutes, we are going to kill thousands of American citizens. Thousands more are already dead, and we don't yet know if this is the end of it. So, tell me, what exactly is it I'm supposed to tell the nation?" The dead faces stared at him and said nothing. Chapter 54. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. The last of the military vehicles rumbled out of the parking lot, leaving behind a scene of disorder and desolation. "Now what?" asked Trout. Des nibbled thoughtfully on her lip. "If they're really gone—" "What?" he prompted. "I can think of only 3 reasons they'd leave," she said, ticking them off on her fingers. "It's over, and they've been told to stand down." "Is that likely?" "No. They left too fast and left too much shit behind. They were told to drop and run. Question is whether they're running from or running to." "Huh?" "That's choice 2 and 3. So the second option is that there's another problem. Maybe they found a bunch more of these zombies. Or more likely there's a problem at the quarantine line." "What's the third option?" She gave him a flat stare. "Getting out of the line of fire." For emphasis, she pointed up to the ceiling. Trout followed her finger as if they could both see a jet loaded with fuel air bombs screaming its way across the skies of Stebbins County. "Well," Trout said slowly, "shit." "Yeah." "But the flash drives, they want those. They won't blow us up if they think we have them." "Sure. Unless they found Dr. Volker. In which case, when this is over, you are going to be one inconvenient motherfucker, Billy. Same goes for me and anyone you may have talked to in here, which is everyone." Even after everything that happened, Trout was aghast at the thought of such cold-blooded murder. He kept shaking his head, but he wasn't sure he actually disagreed. "We have a window, Billy," said Des as she turned, hurried to the desk, and began shoving the guns and ammunition back into the duffel bag. "We need to get the fuck out of here while there's still a here to get out of." "What are you doing?" asked Trout. She nodded to the windows. "Neither of us believe this is over, right? Not with the way they left. And maybe they're not going to bomb us. But where does that leave us?" "In a nice, safe building that we're reinforcing," he said, "with lots of food and supplies. For a week, Billy. Now think it through. If this is as big a disaster as Zetter said, as big as what Volker told you, then are you telling me that we might only be stuck here for a week?" "No, but they said they'd airdrop supplies to us." "You want me to punch some stupid off of you?" He rubbed his chest. "No thanks. What am I missing? If the guard had to run out of here like their dicks were on fire, then this thing is spreading, which also means that there are so many of those dead fuckers out there that they had to take everyone, including the cook. Does that sound like anything's under control?" "No," he admitted sheepishly. "No," she agreed. "It sounds like big trouble. So, go big picture for a minute. Pull back and look at it. If you're General Zetter and things are going to shit, do you give a crap about, as I said, inconvenient people trapped in a school, or do you go fight the fight?" "You go fight the fight." "Right. Now, look at it from where we stand. Sure, we have a secure building, and yes, I think we could hold it against 1,000,000 of those things. Exactly, until we run out of bullets and bread. Until there's no more gas for the generator, no more fresh water, and no more cans of Spam. Tell me, Billy, what happens then? And before you say something stupid like, but they'll come for us by then, take a moment and think about how long people waited after Katrina. Weeks in some cases. And that was without a bunch of dead sons of bitches trying to eat everyone." Trout used her words as a lens to stare into the future, and the things he saw were ugly and wrong. "Jesus," he murmured. "We've got our window. No one's watching us, and for the moment, no living dead assholes are trying to bite us. I say we load all our supplies and all of us into those buses. We have more than enough of them. We load up and we get the hell out of Dodge. And go where? She shrugged. Pittsburgh's nice this time of year. So's Harrisburg. So's Philly. Then she paused. Actually, if things are really hitting the fan, there's Sapphire Distributors in Fayette. What's that? Des smiled. A food distribution warehouse. Big-ass brick building. No windows on the ground floor, truck bays where we can back up the buses, its own generator with probably a lot more fuel than we have here, plus enough food to replenish a dozen full supermarkets. We could survive there for months. How do you know about it? Dez's eyes slid away for a moment, and she focused on packing the bag. Des? I, dated a guy who works there, head of security. Who? Do I know him? Maybe. Who, Des? It doesn't matter, damn it. Trout sighed. What makes you think your boyfriend would even let you in? Des colored. Des? He's, still sweet on me. Jesus H. Christ, in a clown car. Des glared at him. Give me a better idea, then. Trout picked up a box of bullets, looked at the label without reading it, and shoved it into the bag. Is anything with you ever simple? He muttered. I mean, ever? Chapter 55. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Patrick Freiwald knew that he was crazy to be out on a motorcycle in the middle of one of the worst storms in Pennsylvania history. Crazy and maybe a little suicidal. The problem was that his car, his nice, warm, dry car, was parked outside of his nice, warm, dry house, way the hell up in the Finger Lakes region, on the far side of Canandaigua Lake. And that was a hell of a lot of miles from here. He'd hit the road after a very good but very long couple of days, bartering and dealing at Monster Madness, a small pop culture convention in Friendsville, Maryland. Patrick had traded some old Aurora Monster model kits, including an absolutely pristine Forgotten Prisoner, for some newer stuff, including the Vampirella, which was a new limited edition based on a Frank Frazetta painting. He'd made enough profit off the Aurora model to stock up on a bunch of lower-end but still cool PVC statues of classic Universal monsters. All of that was in UPS boxes on their way home, and like a lot of the conventioneers, he'd waited out the storm yesterday and hit the road when they said the worst of it was over. The weatherman was dead wrong. Big surprise. He'd barely hit the Pennsylvania state line before the rains started again. Not the sluggish end of the storm showers, but a real downpour. So bad a lot of cars were pulling off the road. Good for them. They could sit there and listen to Howard Stern on Sirius and stay dry. Can't do that on a hog. Outrunning the storm wasn't going to happen. Patrick could tell that much without having to listen to the news. There was lightning so thick and frequent, it looked like a neon forest stretched all the way to the horizon. To every horizon. Going back was for shit, too. His only real option was to motor through until he hit the first town with a cheap motel. With a storm like this, even a roach motel would be good. If it got any heavier, a barn out here in the sticks would be just fine. Patrick wasn't crazy enough to listen to an iPad while driving his bike, but he didn't need the weatherman to tell him there was a storm. Everyone knew about Superstorm Zelda, Sandy's country cousin. As the miles fell away, though, he began wishing he could hear a traffic report. Ahead of him, he could see the double rows of red taillights thickening from a sparse few into tightly packed lines that vanished into the distant rainy darkness. Road speed, already down to 40 because of the rain, was slowing more and more until he was barely making enough headway to balance his bike. Shit, he muttered, as the line of cars finally ground to a complete stop. Right out in the big dark, smack dab in the middle of nowhere. The last sign he remembered seeing was for a 24-hour Starbucks in some place called Bordentown. He'd never heard of the town, and at that moment didn't give a crap if it was a nice tourist spot or not. A coffee shop open all night was like a gift from God. He roll-walked his Italian motorcycle out of his lane and saw that the shoulder was clear ahead. He gunned the bike and began moving again. The winds tried to knock him sideways into the line of stalled cars, but Patrick leaned forward to cut the resistance and kept moving. He cut quick looks at the people in the cars. Some of them ignored him. Some flipped him off for doing what they hadn't yet dared. The first thing that troubled Patrick was the sudden roar of a helicopter overhead. With the helmet and the roar of the Moto Guzzi's burly engine, he couldn't hear most sounds, but this was a roar, and he risked a look up as a big damn chopper flew right above him. It was huge. One of those bulky military machines with stubby wings laden with what looked like missiles. Missiles? He was so surprised that he almost rear-ended a Civic that cut onto the shoulder right in front of him. The chopper moved slowly above him, heading farther up the road. The rotor wash took the rain and wind and churned them into a fresh and more intense miniature storm. Patrick had to really fight to keep from having those winds knock him down. The second thing that bothered Patrick was how low the chopper was flying. It could not have been more than 100 feet above the tops of the cars. Patrick had never even seen a news helicopter fly that low, especially in winds like this. That's when Patrick saw beams of light sweeping down from the storm clouds. Massive, bright searchlights, intensely bright, but for a moment they did not appear to belong to anything. It was like a scene from that old movie, Close Encounters, and for a brief, irrational moment, Patrick thought that's what he was seeing. UFOs. Aliens. Then the helicopter above him switched on its light, and Patrick understood. The stormy sky was filled with helicopters. No, that wasn't exactly right. The sky was filled with military helicopters. Chapter 56. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Goat Weinman was pretty sure he was dead. So why was he moving? He tried to open his eyes, but either the world was totally without light, or he was blind. Am I dead? He wondered. Panic detonated in his mind as everything Volker had said about the Lucifer pathogen came sweeping back. When a person is infected, the physical body dies, but the mind, the consciousness, lingers, trapped inside hijacked flesh, floating, observing, able to see and feel, connected to every nerve ending, but totally unable to do anything. Trapped. Was that what was happening? Was his body now oh God, he cried out. I'm one of them. Please, God, no, no. Then a voice said, Wake the fuck up. That was immediately followed by a hard slap across his face, and Goat felt himself reeling and then slamming into something hard. Metal. He began to fall and thrust his hands out to stop himself. He thrust his hands. He did it. Not some parasitic impulse over which he had no control. Goat grabbed onto what had to be the fender of a car, and he crouched there, sore, his face stinging, terror and doubt screaming at each other in his head. He could feel his hands on the wet metal of the car. He flexed his fingers, and they obeyed. He wasn't dead. He wasn't one of them. Then he felt the wetness on his face. Not the rain. Something heavier, thicker, on his forehead, in his eyes. Suddenly he was pawing at his eyes, and immediately there was faint light. Bad light, but there. He wasn't blind after all. Not blind or dead. There was something in his eyes. He tilted his face to the rain and rubbed at his eyes until he could see. There was something black on his fingers. until the lightning flashed, and then he saw that his black fingers were red. Slick, glistening red. It was blood. His eyes had been pasted shut with dried blood that was now washing away in the rain. And there, in front of him, crumpled against a tree, was the ruin of a metallic green Nissan Cube. And that's when it all came back to him. Homer. Starbucks. The accident. He turned sharply to see Homer Gibbon standing behind him. The killer stood there in the howling wind and pouring rain, bare-chested, wide-legged, with a monstrous grin of red delight on his face as the lightning burned the sky behind him.
"Don't you go die on me,"
he said with a wicked chuckle.
"Not until I want you to."
Traffic splashed by on both sides of the median, but the cube was almost invisible in the copse of trees into which it had plowed. Goat looked at the car. It was totaled. Smoke curled up from the wheel wells, and one tire had exploded.
"Never liked that faggoty little piece of shit,"
grumbled Homer.
"Now we need to shop for something better."
He pointed a finger at Goat.
"Stay."
He said it the way people do to dogs. Homer chuckled to himself and began walking toward the highway. Goat stayed. Then Goat realized that for some reason the traffic was completely stalled over there. Cars and trucks sat bumper to bumper under the pounding rain. The line stretched all the way to the west, far out of sight. On the other side of the road, there was nothing. He tried to make sense of it, but his head was too sore and none of his thoughts worked the way they should. "You have a concussion," he told himself. But he couldn't remember hitting his head. Could an airbag concuss a person? He thought he should know the answer to that, but couldn't find it in the messy closets of his brain. Homer was almost to the line of stalled cars now. "Run, jackass!" Goat tried to run. He had that much pride, that much clarity of thought left. But when he took his first step toward the opposite side of the highway, his left leg buckled, and he went down hard into the mud. Like an old tape player slowly catching up to speed, Goat's mind replayed the events of the crash. He remembered seeing the tree suddenly filling the view beyond the windshield, and then the windshield itself bursting inward in 10,000 pieces of gummed safety glass. He remembered the white balloon of the airbag and the numb shock as the dashboard seemed to reach in toward his knees, hitting one, missing the other. Then blood and darkness and nothing. He propped himself up on his elbows, spitting bloody water and mud from his mouth. How long had he been unconscious in the car? Long enough for the blood to dry to dense mud in his eyes. For a moment, just a moment, Goat wished that the crash had been a little harder, or that the blocky little cube had been built with less care for the safety of its passengers. It is a weird and dreadful thing to realize that death was far more desirable than being alive. Goat had never suffered through depression, never rode the Prozac and lithium highway, never held a razor next to his wrists and wondered if the pain of the cut was worse than the pain of the next hour or next day. Never looked into the future and saw a world where he was absent. He was in love with life, with living it, with women and sex, with film and the complexities of filmmaking, with the tides and currents of social media, with being him. But now, behind him, he heard Homer calling out to the people in the cars.
"Lil help! Lil help now!"
Goat thought he heard a car door open. Then a man's voice asked if Homer was hurt, if everyone was okay. And then screams. Such high, shrill, awful screams. Goat closed his eyes and stared into the future and prayed.
begged, pleaded for him not to be any part of what was happening or what was to come. Like all of his prayers over the last 24 hours, it went unanswered. And then suddenly, the sky seemed to open, and against all sanity and logic, the morning sun rose in the middle of the night. Goat gaped at the gorgeous, impossibly huge, burning eye of morning. "Oh, my God," he breathed. And despite all of his lifelong agnosticism and cynical disapproval of organized religion, he believed that he beheld the fiery glory of a God revealing himself to his people at the moment of their greatest need. He began to cry. He covered his head with his hands and wept, apologizing for everything he had ever done wrong, promising, swearing, that he would be a better man, that he would hone the grace of this moment. A part of his bruised mind could hear the shrill, hysterical note in his voice, but he didn't care. He was saved. This is what people believed would happen. In the dark night of the soul, at the end of all hope. The night became brighter and brighter, and Goat looked up, truly expecting to see angels with fiery swords, believing it in that moment. A second sun rose above the horizon, and a third. Goat said, "Oh my God," again. It meant something entirely different now. This was not the rising of the sun any more than it was the shield of God's protection to keep harm from his children. They were fireballs rising from over the darkened hills. "What?" Goat asked the fire and the night, and perhaps God. His answer came in the form of a streak of light that arced across the sky and vanished behind the hill. Another ball of fire rose up, veined with red and black, expanding as it fought its way upward against the rain. Goat turned, following the back trail of the streak, and saw something massive and powerful tearing through the sky. "God," he said once more, but it wasn't what he meant. The A-10 Thunderbolt II screamed through the storm above him. Others flew in a wide formation, and they, too, spoke in voices of fire and thunder. Goat's brain, concussed and confused, now understood the difference between heaven come to earth and hell on earth. Chapter 57. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Patrick Freiwald slowed his bike, suddenly unsure of how badly he needed to get to Starbucks and get out of the rain. The sky was filled with dozens of helicopters. Their searchlights cut back and forth to illuminate something on the far side of the hill, 300 yards ahead. And all around the helicopters there were smaller flashes as the beams struck illusionary sparks from the falling rain. As he slowed and the roar of his motorcycle eased down, he could hear sounds from up ahead. The heavy beat of rotors, the blare of horns, and something else. Something staccato and deep. For a moment, Patrick thought it was the bass rhythm of some techno music played at incredible volume, or a drum solo by someone gone totally apeshit. It was neither, and as he slowed to a stop, he heard it much more clearly. And it was at that moment that he realized the flickering lights in the sky were not searchlights reflecting on raindrops. They were muzzle flashes. Above him there was a sharp hiss, loud as a fire hose, and something streaked over the tops of the cars toward the hill a few thousand yards away. It left a trail of smoke that was quickly torn apart by the rain. Then the whole night turned to day, as an immense cloud of yellow and orange light rose up over the hill.
The deep-chested boom of an explosion rolled along the blacktop, rocking the cars and knocking Patrick to the side. He nearly crashed his bike, but pushed his weight against it and fought it back upright. And he did that without thought because his mind was numb from what he was seeing. A fireball rose into the air, defying the rains to extinguish it. Patrick said, "Oh, my," but the rest was struck from his mouth as a second explosion sent a competing fireball up into the night, and a third, a fourth. Soon all of the helicopters were firing missiles and rockets and guns. People began getting out of their cars. Despite the rain, despite the insanity of all of this, Patrick could hear them yelling and screaming. There was movement near the top of the hill, and for a moment it looked like roaches boiling out of a sewer drain. Then he realized it was people. Hundreds of people, their clothes dark and shiny with water, running from the helicopter attack, running along the road, moving between the cars, climbing over them, and Patrick stared, not sure of what he was seeing. He raised his visor and peered through the slanting rain. Some of the people seemed to be fighting with each other, wrestling, falling to the ground, bending each other backward over the hoods of cars. "What the fuck?" he said. The tide of violence swept along the row of stalled cars, coming his way, coming fast. He had no idea what was happening. A riot of some kind, people going nuts. Either way, he wanted no part of it. Patrick caught a look across the wide median and for the first time took note that it was empty. And he tried to recall if he had seen a single car come that way since this began. He was sure he hadn't. Not one. What the hell was happening over that hill? The helicopters kept firing. Fireballs raced each other into the air. People were trying to turn their cars, and some of them managed to squeeze out of the press and U-turn on the shoulder. They blared their horns, and there were dozens of fender benders as the panic to escape the moment overcame everything else. Chapter 58. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. A wall of superheated gas came rolling down the highway, flattened wet grass, knocking people down, setting off the car alarms of those stopped vehicles their owners had turned off, bending the trees, turning the rain to steam. It hit Goat as he struggled to his feet and flung himself against the wrecked cube. He hit hard, cracking the back of his head, his elbows, the middle of his back. His skin suddenly felt like it was covered with ants as the heat leached moisture from his flesh. Goat felt hot wind blowing into his screaming mouth and down his throat. He collapsed on his knees, aware on some distant level that new pain exploded in his injured knee, but not immediately able to care. Then, as the fiery shockwave passed, he sagged over into mud that was no longer wet and cold. Goat lay there, flash-burned and stunned, gasping for air in a world that no longer seemed to have any. Then, pulled into the vacuum created by the shockwave, fresh air buffeted him. He dragged in lungfuls of rainy air, sucking it down like a gasping fish returned to the healing waters of the stream. People were screaming. Screaming. Horns blared and Goat heard gunshots, spaced, erratic. Hunting rifles, he thought. A moment later, the air above him was churned to pieces by the beat of helicopter blades, and a split second later, heavier guns opened up. Goat wriggled painfully toward the back of the wrecked car and looked past the rear wheel to see something that made no immediate sense. 5 big military helicopters swayed in the air, their pilots fighting the harsh winds as door gunners fired miniguns at the lines of parked cars. People were running in wild panic between the cars, racing out into the farm fields on the far side of the road, tearing across the median toward the empty westbound lanes. Some had managed to get their cars going and were peeling out of the traffic jam, but most vehicles were too tightly packed. The driver of a Jeep Patriot rammed his vehicle forward, threw it into reverse and rammed backward, and went forward again, crushing bumpers until he had forced open a hole big enough for him to turn off the road. But the car was blind, the headlights smashed, the grille punched in. It limped down the shoulder, but stalled within a dozen yards. And everywhere Goat looked, the panicking people were fighting. Except that wasn't what it was. And after staring for several long moments, he understood what was happening. The firebombing, the attacks on the people in the cars, the violence unfolding before him. He spoke a name. Not Homer's name. He said, "Lucifer." Then headlights burned his eyes as a huge Escalade came tearing through the storm. The SUV slewed to a sideways stop, showering Goat with fresh mud and rainwater. The driver's door swung open and a figure climbed out, huge and powerful, but moving stiffly as if every muscle was cramped. Goat said his name now. "Homer?"
"The fuck you doing down there, boy?"
laughed the killer. His face and chest glistened with bright, fresh blood.
"Nap time's over. We gots to go."
He jerked open the cube's doors, grabbed Coat's camera bag, laptop, and recorder, put them into the Escalade, then bent and grabbed Goat by the belt and hauled him out of the mud with a huge sucking sound. Homer stood Goat on his feet and gave him a shove toward the passenger door.
"Get in."
He had to shout to be heard over the continuous machine gun fire and all those screams. Goat obeyed and crawled into the SUV. He even buckled up for safety. Homer staggered around and climbed in behind the wheel, grunting with the effort of bending his body. Goat wanted to believe that the killer's stiffness and pain were the result of the accident, but he knew better. "It's rigor mortis," he whispered in his own thoughts, marveling that something as bizarre as that could be the truth. There was a hiss in the air, and then on the road 3 cars flew up into the air on a fireball.
"Rocket,"
said Homer as casually as if he was commenting on a breed of dog walking down the street.
"Let's get some gone between us and that shit."
He put it in drive, and the Escalade lurched forward, wanting to run. But Homer did not race away from the battle. Instead, he killed the headlights and angled toward the trees that filled the 30-yard-wide median. Between explosions and the lightning, there was just enough light to steer, and Homer drove with care.
"Don't want to wreck this ride," said the killer. "Always wanted me an Escalade. Never could afford it."
He paused, thinking.
"Guess the ticket price don't mean shit now."
Goat said nothing. He jammed his good leg against the floor and clutched the dashboard, using his hands to brace himself against unexpected impacts. But the car hit nothing. No trees, anyway. Several times Homer had to swerve to avoid running people, and twice he didn't swerve fast enough. The dull thud of meat and bone against metal was horrifying.
"Slow as shit,"
Homer said, as one man went spinning off the left fender, his body twisting in ways it shouldn't. When the median thinned, Homer angled across the road to where the line of cars was now thinner. He bullied his way through the traffic and went right off the road again into a farm field. With every second, they were leaving the disaster farther behind, escaping. Goat realized that he was watching the single most dangerous man in the world escape, and he was too frightened to do a thing about it. Chapter 59. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Trout heard the sound and thought it was more thunder. He and Des whipped around toward the row of windows that faced the north. They saw the light, and for a moment they thought it was more lightning. Then the whole sky lit up, and something monstrous rose up from behind the forests and rows of houses. A colossus that towered like a fire god from some pagan dream of Ragnarok, a titan of flame who reared above the town and raised a burning sword with such fury that the storm itself recoiled in terror. Des said, "What the—" She got no further as a wall of furnace-hot air blew across the treetops, setting them ablaze, tearing the smaller ones down, shattering thousands of windows, whipping debris into the air and igniting it. The reinforced windows of the school bowed inward, the glass fracturing into tens of thousands of tiny silver lines, but the fragments held fast by the wire mesh. Tongues of flame licked in through those windows that were open, setting fire to curtains and shelves of books and American flags on wooden poles. Trout screamed as he fell backward, steam rising from his clothes. Des screamed too and began slapping at his clothes, swatting out tiny fires that wanted to take hold. The building shuddered as if it was being pummeled by giants. And then it was over, except for the fading echo of a dragon's roar that rolled away from them into the night. The space around the school seemed empty, devoid of air, as if they were suddenly on the surface of the moon. Then, with a banshee shriek, winds whipped out of the east and west with ferocity, attacking the vacuum left by the wave of heat. The winds brought with them the rains. The winds blew long and black. Trout lay on the floor, and Des knelt over him, both of them gasping like runners, their eyes wide with terror, their faces flushed with residual heat. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," whispered Des. "What was that?" But they both knew. In the distance, the fireball still curled upward into the sky, silent now, but all the more frightening for its persistent reality. Chapter 60. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Patrick Freivold's mind was going into shock, but he felt his body respond to a primal survival drive. Adrenaline slammed into his system, and with a growl he wrestled his bike around, pointing the front wheel toward the verge. He gunned the engine and drove off the road. The verge slanted down, and he sloshed through muddy water so deep it nearly stalled the engine. But Patrick kept it going, doing it right, steering well, keeping control. He picked up speed, kicking up a fantail of mud 40 feet high as he plowed through the rainy field, looping away from the madness and toward the line of cars that had been behind him. He was aware of other vehicles racing through the field, too, and they were all going so fast that he knew the drivers were in full-bore panic mode. That made them dangerous. A motorcycle in the rain was no match for even the smallest compact. So he was forced to steer away from the road and deeper into the field. But it was ink dark out there. His headlight couldn't compete with the storm and rain. Far ahead, at the absolute outside range of his vision, he saw a small side road, a farm road. It was empty. He thanked God and gunned the engine, racing to reach it and get the hell out of there. Patrick never saw the big black Escalade that came bucketing across the field, headlights off, the driver pale and grinning, the passenger paler still, his mouth open in a silent scream. Patrick didn't see any of that. He did, however, feel it, but only for a moment. Chapter 61. Route 653, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. There was a grinding crunch, and suddenly the Escalade slewed sideways, fishtailing in the mud as Homer fought for control. Goat had a fleeting afterimage of a man and a motorcycle flying through the rain, but the SUV kept turning until it spun in a complete circle. As it came out of the turn, Homer gave it enough gas to reclaim the steering, and the machine lurched and bucked, but finally smoothed out. It shot forward across the field.
"Fucking fender's all for shit, goddammit," complained Homer.
We hit, Goat tried to say, but couldn't finish the sentence.
"No, boy, we didn't hit shit. Asshole on the bike hit us. Fuck him."
Goat was trembling so badly that his teeth chattered. Homer cut him a quick look, then laughed. They drove on. Homer kept his speed under 40, and often a lot lower, even when he found a farm road and pulled onto it. The road was lined with huge oaks and elms. Homer lowered his window and squinted up through the falling rain.
"Good," he said. "That's real good."
Goat understood what Homer meant. The helicopters were firing on the cars and on the people fighting between them and fleeing from the road. The infection was out, and they were trying to keep it contained. But a black SUV driving slowly under the eaves of the trees was invisible in the storm, and with every minute they left the sounds of destruction farther behind. Homer kept driving with great care for nearly 10 miles, long past the point where Goat, twisting around in his seat to look, could see the fireballs. All he could hear now was the rain and the wind. Goat licked his lips, tasting mud and blood, and he dared ask a question. "Where are we going?" Homer took his time answering. He found a connecting road and turned onto the blacktop. There were other cars there, some heading to the turnoff to Route 653. Goat wanted to yell at them, to warn them, but that was impossible. Eventually, Homer flicked on his headlights as he brought the Escalade up to 55 miles an hour. They crossed the line into Fayette County and found another road that headed north. "Where are we going?" Goat asked again. Homer grinned at him with bloody teeth.
"Back to where I was raised," he said.
That confused Goat for a moment. Homer had been born to an addict mother and given up for adoption. He'd been raised in a series of foster homes scattered all over western Pennsylvania. No, he thought suddenly. He's going home, to the place where he became a monster, to the foster home where he was first abused by a sadistic man and his wife, to a small apartment in a big city. "Pittsburgh?" said Goat in a small, frightened voice. Homer shot him a look, then grinned again. It was not a man's smile, maybe not even a zombie's smile. It was the smile of the black eye and the red mouth. It was the smile of a monster. Homer Gibbon drove on through the night.
home again, jiggity jig,"
he sang in a voice that was filled with such dark promise. Chapter 62. The Q Zone, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. They moved across the quarantine zone, alone and in packs. Some of them wore rags that had once been coveralls and jeans of farmers. Some wore ordinary shopkeepers' clothes. A few wore the blood-smeared battle-dress uniform of the Pennsylvania National Guard. There were whites and blacks, some Latinos, a few Asians. There were adults and children. There were men and women. None of those professional, cultural, racial, or gender identifiers mattered anymore. They were all of a kind now, all of the same species, and they were all unified by a purpose which, though not actually shared, was the same for each of them. Hunger. Age didn't matter anymore. They were all as old as they would ever be. They walked as fast as broken bones and torn tendons would allow them to walk. Some moved with the stick-figure gait of rigor mortis. Others loped along, low and feral and fast. Most of them were leaving Stebbins County. Not that they understood or cared where the county line was. They lacked the capacity for that kind of perception. They left because they could not smell food anymore. It had moved, and so they followed it. But not all of them. Some stayed because they could still smell the fully blooded meat of the living. Those were the ones closest to the town's only high ground, the ones closest to the Stebbins Little School. Chapter 63. The Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. On the big screen, in ultra-high definition and perfect detail, thousands of people died. The thermobaric bombs did terrible work. Someone had the kindness or sanity, or perhaps cowardice, to mute the sound, and so the bombs detonated in ghastly silence. Flashes of light that seemed to halt the storm and repeal the dark rule of night. The President of the United States watched his orders being carried out with the meticulous precision that is only possible at the highest level of military training. Everything was done exactly right. The jets reached their targets with rapidity, they released their payloads with great accuracy, and the weapons performed exactly according to design requirements and mechanical construction. It all happened without a hitch. If the President had been a madman, he would have been able to enjoy such a level of craftsmanship and professionalism. But because he was a sane man, he sat and witnessed and wept. Chapter 64. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. When they could make their trembling legs move, Des and Trout hurried downstairs. The children were screaming in panic. So were most of the adults. Small fires still burned, threatening to take hold on the old building. Des beat and shoved and screamed at the teachers and parents, forcing them from shocked inaction into teams that attacked the flames with water, with fire extinguishers, with jackets they held in their hands and snapped at anything smoldering. 72 people had burns. 18 of them were serious. Mrs. Madison, whose hair was singed and whose eyes had begun to twitch, organized people into emergency care teams. When the first aid supplies ran out, they used Crisco as an unguent. Trout limped along the hallways, searching for children who had panicked and run during the explosion. He opened every door, looked into closets. It was almost the same pattern as when they had looked for the infected. On the ground floor, all the way in the back, he saw a door close as he approached it. He almost called out, but there was something odd about the way it closed. Soft, almost furtive, or perhaps sneaky. He slowed to a cautious walk and moved to the edge of the door, away from the smoked glass panel, not wishing to throw a shadow on it. Inside he heard a sound that at first he couldn't understand or identify. A whispering voice. Male, low, and then snuffles. A child. No, children. Trout pressed his ear to the door to try and hear better. That's when he heard the window. It squeaked and rattled in the frame, and as it did, the sound of rain became louder. Someone inside was opening the window on the ground floor. Panic flared in his chest, and he grabbed the doorknob and turned it. It only turned halfway and then stopped. Locked. "Hey!" Trout yelled, throwing caution away. "Who's in there? What the hell are you doing?" He pounded his fist on the door. Inside, a child cried out.
Open the door, goddammit!
The cry of the child changed, just like that. It became a scream, and overlaid with it was the low, hungry, unmistakable moan of the living dead. Chapter 65. What the Fink Thinks. WTLK Live Talk Radio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. "We have Teddy on the line," said Gavin. "Welcome aboard the crazy boat, Teddy. Tell the Fink what you think." "Hey, listen, man, I gotta make this quick." "Take all the time you need, Teddy." "No, seriously, I only have a minute, but I needed to get this out. I needed to tell someone what's really going on out here." "And what is happening out there?" "This whole thing. All the deaths, the stories about people attacking each other, about people going crazy and killing each other and eating each other. Those aren't stories, man. That's happening. It's happening right now." "Eating each other, Teddy? It's not funny." "I'm not laughing," said Gavin. "But I also don't understand. Who's eating whom?" "The people who get this thing, this disease, they die, but then they come back right away. So it's not like they're really dead. They get up and start going crazy. You can't talk to them. They don't react the way people do. They're really out of it. All they want to do is eat people." "And that's what you say is happening in Stebbins County? People running around eating each other?" "That's definitely what's happening." "And how do you know this, Teddy?" "I'm here, man. I'm right here in Stebbins. My whole unit is here, and we're under orders to hunt the infected down and shoot them." Before Gavin could ask for clarification and verification, the line went dead. The producer grinned through the glass and twirled his finger by his temple. Another loony. Gavin had to agree, but it was loonies that paid the light bill. He punched another button. "We have Samantha from Evans, Pennsylvania. Hi, Samantha. Tell the Fink what you think." "It's Bigfoot," she said. Chapter 66. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Trout tried to kick the door in. He stepped back, raised his knee to his chest, and snapped out with every ounce of strength he possessed. He knew where and how to kick in a door. He'd witnessed cops do it, written about it in news articles, seen it in movies. His heel hit the wood right beside the doorknob. Angle, placement, and leverage should have torn the lock out of its hinges and slammed the door inward. There was only a tiny fragment of time for his brain to process a sudden and awful reality. This door opened out into the hallway. There was absolutely no way to stop that kick. His foot hit, and the door could not, burst inward. Instead, the force of the impact rebounded from the immovable object and shot through his heel, up his shin, and through dozens of muscular transfer points into the nerve clusters in his lower back that were already damaged. He shrieked in pain and instantly fell onto his back on the hardwood floor, the shock knocking the air out of his lungs. Beyond the door, the screams rose to the ultrasonic, burying the sound of hungry moans. Trout was absolutely incapable of movement. Even when he saw the doorknob jiggle and turn, even when he heard the lock click open, even when the door began to swing outward. The edge of the door struck him on the hip, but his sprawled body prevented it from opening beyond a few inches. A small, desperate hand suddenly thrust out through the crack, tiny fingers clawing at the air, trying to grab something, a lifeline, a hope, anything. Then the hall was filled with a dreadful roar of rage and horror. Billy turned his dazed head and saw a demon running out of the shadows toward him. Beautiful and terrible, blue eyes blazing like lasers, teeth bared in an animal snarl. "Des!" he croaked. She leapt over him, and as she landed, she planted a foot against his hip and shoved him away with ruthless force. He rolled over, fresh agony spearing through him. Des tore open the door, grabbed the child, a little black girl with cornrowed hair decorated with pink dragonfly clips, and hauled her out of the room. the child came staggering into the hall, covered in blood, trailing blood, streaming blood. The sound that came from Des Fox was more savage and far less human than anything Trout had heard from the mouths of the infected. It wasn't a sane sound. It was bestial and horrible. She whipped the door all the way open and ran into the room, and through that open door, Trout could see the tableau and understand what had happened. One of the adults had tried to escape through a window, taking several children with him. But the dead had been outside. Without the soldiers to surround the school, the dead had come hunting for food. 3 of them were already inside the room. More of them milled beyond the open window. All of them were blackened and burned, their skin cracked from the heat, their hair burned away, their clothes still smoking. The only color Trout could see was the white of their teeth, the milkiness of their dead eyes, and the red blood on the mouths of the zombies inside the school. Trout saw all of this in a terrible flash. Then the storm outside seemed to enter the school as thunder and lightning tore the room apart. Des had her gun out and she fired. The booms of the Glock seemed impossibly loud. The muzzle flashes strobed images into Trout's memory, a blackened face flying apart as hollow point rounds exploded its skull. Then Des was moving, shoving her way past children who cringed back, hands clamped to bleeding wounds, voices raised in desperate pleas that Trout knew could never be answered. Not anymore. 2 of the burned infected were down, and the 3rd lunged at Des from her blind side. "Watch!" cried Trout. But Des was already turning, firing, blowing the hungry need from the eyes of the dead thing. She raced to the window, gun out in front of her in 2 hands, and emptied the rest of the magazine into the faces of the things that were fighting each other to climb inside. They fell backward. Des swapped out the magazine, letting the empty one fall. She leaned out and began firing again, screaming at them to fall, to die, to fucking die. And they died. Feet pounded down the hallway, and Trout turned to see a knot of adults racing toward him, guns and clubs in their hands. He saw them reach for the children, and even though he hated himself for doing it, even though he knew it would earn him a sentence in hell, he yelled them back. "They're bitten!" he bellowed. "They're infected!" The adults stumbled to a halt, their fear and uncertainty warring with their basic humanity. The little black girl with the pink clips had fallen down, and she lay still and unmoving on the floor 5 feet away from Trout. Her wounds no longer bled, and as he stared, the blood around the bite marks changed. At first, the bright red seemed to fade to a paler pink, but that was an illusion created as thousands of tiny white worms seemed to explode within the mess. The process was so damned fast that it was like watching a movie speeded up. First, there were dots of white, and then they expanded before his eyes before finally bursting open as worms. Then, within seconds, those newborn worms began seeding the blood with new eggs, which swelled and burst, continuing a cycle that seemed impossible. Except that it was going on, right there, right in front of his eyes. Volker's monster at work. The worms excreted an oily black substance whose nature Trout could not even guess, and soon the blood became as black as motor oil, totally polluted, totally corrupted. Then the little girl's eyes opened. She and Trout lay 5 feet apart, a child and a man, both of them trapped inside a nightmare. Chapter 67. Town of Stebbins, 1 mile inside the Q-zone. Back in the Humvee, Sam took the radio booster unit, removed a small cable, and plugged it into his cell phone. "I thought everything was jammed," said Boxer.
"Special line,"
explained Sam.
"For emergencies. Have to keep the conversation short, though, because it's not all that secure."
Sam punched a number and was not surprised when it was answered halfway through the first ring. "Are you inside?" asked Scott Blair. The connection was very bad, but workable.
"Affirmative,"
said Sam.
"And I have 2 things to report. First, there are definitely Z's at large within the area. Does that match your latest intel?"
Boxer mouthed the word Z's. Blair said,
"On-site command reports that the last Z's are being dealt with." "That sounds like the bullshit it is, sir," observed Sam. "We found 3 without even looking. That tells me there are more, and probably a lot more. Between terrain and the storm, no ground search can make reliable claims."
"For what it's worth, even SZ agrees," said Blair, careful not to name General Zetter over an open line. "He has requested 10,000 additional units be shipped to his warehouse, ETA 2 hours. 10,000 new troops." Sam whistled.
"Not soon enough," he said. "And that brings me to the second thing. The checkpoint we passed was manned by a couple of kids who couldn't keep anyone out of anywhere. SZ's using 2-man teams on the roads, and the roving patrols between checkpoints are a joke. They couldn't keep kids out of a candy store. If the whole area hasn't already been breached, then it's a matter of time." Blair cursed. "Listen to me," said Sam. "I don't know or care what you have to do to convince the big man that the current response is inadequate. Seems to me that everyone is proceeding like this thing is over, but it's not going to take much for this thing to go into the shitter. If it helps any, put me on the phone to the president." "It's worth a try," said Blair. "But I now have something to tell you. HV is dead." It took Sam a second. HV. Dr. Herman Volker. Oh, shit. Tell me he at least left the accounts. He leaned on the word. "That is negative. 0 accounts." Sam watched lightning fork in the sky. "Where does that leave us?" "With a mission change," said Blair. "I need you to scrap the science trip and proceed to the secondary source. It's all riding on that. Do whatever you have to do." The line went dead, and Sam put the phone away. He told the others what Blair had said and explained that the secondary source of Volker's information was in the possession of Billy Trout. "Which means we have to infiltrate a school full of scared kids and force this Trout guy to pony up the flash drives?" asked Boxer. "In a nutshell." No one looked happy. "I volunteered for this gig, boss," said Boxer. "But I didn't sign on to kill civilians, and I sure as shit won't cut my way through a bunch of kids." Sammy Mura said nothing. Around them, the storm slapped against the windows of the Humvee, and the night seemed to go several shades darker. Gypsy very quietly said, "If this thing gets out of the Q-zone, it's game over for the whole world. That's not trash talk, Boxer. That's not a bad line from a monster movie. That's real shit, and it's what we're here to stop. I don't want to hurt anyone but bad guys either. But if it's a few civilians versus the rest of the fucking world, I mean, come on. Is that even a discussion?" No one answered that. Not even Boxer. "Come on," said Sam. "Let's go hunting." Chapter 68. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins, Pennsylvania. Des Fox knew she was losing it. Or maybe she had already lost it. She knew that as certainly as she knew that she should absolutely not, climb out of the window of the Stebbins Little School. All she had to do was close the window. Close it, lock it, then close and lock the door to that room. That was all. Something simple. A smart and very sane choice, which she did not make. Instead, she hooked a leg over the sill,
shifted her buttocks onto the ledge, ducked her head out of the dry room and into the rain. Hands reached out of the storm to claw at her, fingers that were withered to black claws by heat. Soot-stained teeth clacked together as the dead came for her. Behind her, Billy Trout was screaming her name. "Fuck you," she growled. Des was never sure if she meant that for Billy or for the dead. It didn't matter. Her mind was filled with the immediate images of those children, her children, the little ones under her protection, bitten, infected, doomed. She jammed the barrel of the Glock against a charred forehead and fired. Did it again to another infected. 2 of the dead fell back, their suddenly limp bodies collapsing against the other zombies, hampering them, tangling up with them. Des jumped down, using the pistol to smash aside the reaching hands. She kicked at wobbly legs, shattering bones, causing jagged splinters of white to rip through the blackened skin. She fired and fired. Every shot was point blank. Every bullet hit a face, a forehead, a temple. Every hollow point round did what it was manufactured to do. It expanded and exploded through the brain matter, blowing out the backs of skulls, spattering the other dead with pieces of bone and brain. More than once the bullets, fired from so close, punched through one skull and then struck another. She fired every round in the magazine, released it, let it fall, swept another magazine from her belt, slapped it into place. The process was absolutely automatic, as orderly and efficient as the functions of a machine, a robot. The dead kept coming out of the rain. 10 of them. 15. 30. The gun was heavy in her hands, the recoil sending jolts of pain into her palms and wrists, her trigger finger burning with overuse, her skin tingling with powder burns. When she had come leaping out of the window, Des had been screaming, a primal war cry, something like a cave woman might have bellowed as predatory animals stalked toward her own mewling children in the dark of a prehistoric night. But as she fired and fired, the scream burned away, leaving only the rasp of her panting breath and the thunder of her gun. She could feel her face lose expression. It wasn't a calmness settling in her muscles. It was a deadness, a nothingness. The dead wore no expressions either, and the battle became strangely dreamlike. Des dropped an empty magazine and fished for her last one, and did not find it. Suddenly, the deadness was gone. Panic returned in a terrible rush as she realized that she had miscounted the number of magazines she had carried, that she had used every last bullet. There were at least a dozen of the dead still on their feet, and 4 or 5 more crawling along, trailing broken legs behind them. She turned toward the school and with a cry of horror realized that somehow she had moved away from it, that she had walked into the schoolyard, leaving the building 50 yards behind her. She was trapped out in the storm, surrounded by the dead, and there was not even a bullet left to take her own life. The dead closed around her. Chapter 69. Stebbins-Fayette County Line, east of the Bordentown Starbucks. Ross Cruikshank staggered away from his burning car and ran for the woods. Steam rose from his clothes, and he could feel a dangerous heat spreading on his skin. His mind was filled with mad images that were fractured and strange. Pale-faced people with black mouths, blood-splattered people reeling out of the storm and throwing themselves at the crowd that stood watching in numb horror as helicopters fired on the lines of stopped cars. And then something else. A screech from above the dark clouds, streaks of bright yellow light, and then fire. Fire! Everywhere. Cars leapt into the air and exploded. People ran screaming, their hair and clothes ablaze. People flying apart, each separate piece of them igniting as the heat blooms spread out from the point of impact. The shimmering wave of hot air moved across the road like an attacking mirage, surreal and deadly. Ross was at the extreme edge of the blast zone. His car was more than 2 miles back from the Starbucks on Route 653, and until the blast, he stood on the edge of the median, hands cupped around his eyes so he could see through the rain as he tried to make sense of what looked like a soccer riot there on a rural highway in Pennsylvania. The radio had been weird all night, with local news talking about virus outbreaks and rumors of people being killed in Stebbins. Ross had never heard of Stebbins, beyond it being a place on the map between his long drive from an uncle's funeral in Akron to a friend's wedding in Cape May, New Jersey. He had taken the back roads because the news said that the Pennsylvania Turnpike was slowed to a crawl, even this late, because of the storm and because of whatever the hell was happening in wherever the hell Stebbins was. Then he hit the traffic jam on Route 653, totally blocked in, sitting there for 40 minutes before finally getting out of the car to see what he could see. What he saw was the riot, or whatever it was. Then the helicopters. That made no sense to Ross. Then the jets and the flashes of bright light. And now he ran through the rain, with steam hissing from his clothes and a mouth filled with hot ash and gritty debris. He coughed and gagged as he ran. He fell several times, dropping knees first onto the highway, then falling off the asphalt into the rainwater that surged through the brimming runoff ditch. Falling into the cold water was like plunging into a river of knives. Ross screamed hoarsely, his burned throat seemingly filled with razor blades. He scrambled up the other side and struggled weakly to his feet, just as a second streak of fiery light arced out of the clouds and struck the line of stalled cars. Then Ross felt himself flying. Flying. He soared through the storm winds, wondering if this was real or a dream. Ross did not remember landing. His next conscious perception was pain and sickness. He lay in the dark, legs and arms splayed, face turned to the sky as water filled his mouth. He coughed, swallowed too much water, and then rolled to his side and vomited. The insides of his mouth ached from the superheated air he had inhaled, and there was a burning line of scalded tissue running along the wall into his lungs and down into his stomach. It hurt, and it itched. He coughed again and spat something bitter and foul into the mud. Ross pawed at the dribble on his lips, and he thought, just for a strange little moment, that he could feel something wriggle between his fingertips. Something tiny. But the rain washed it away. The itching in his throat continued. Sickness sloshed like sewer water in his stomach. He vomited again and again, unsure of whether anything was coming up. It was too dark to see, and his throat hurt too much to tell. The darkness took him again. When he was next aware of things, he was on his feet, walking. It wasn't the median anymore, nor was it farmlands. When the lightning flashed, it painted vertical lines all around him. Tree trunks. He was in the woods. Ross did not know which woods. At night, in the dark, he hadn't seen much of the landscape. This was rural Pennsylvania, though, and it was a green state. Lots of damn forests. He knew on some level that he was in shock and that he was hurt, maybe badly hurt, but he didn't seem able to care about it. He did care about the sickness, though. His stomach felt like it was full of wriggling snakes, and his entire esophagus itched terribly. His skin did, too. He scratched his arms and chest, but it didn't help. The itch was under the skin, deep and painful. "I gotta get home," he thought. And while he understood what that meant, it felt somehow irrational and stupid. Home was hundreds of miles away from here, and he didn't even have a car. Why didn't he have a car, he wondered. But he couldn't answer that question. It was so hard to think clearly. The ground began to slant downward, and he followed it because it was so much easier than climbing uphill. He staggered along, going in and out of awareness. Then his foot caught on an exposed root, and Ross was falling. He felt himself hit the ground, chest first, the shock driving the air out of his lungs, and then, as he fell face forward into the mud, there was a sharp metallic snap and a white-hot explosion of pain on both sides of his face. He could feel something like knives punching in through his jaw and cheeks and temples. Broken bits of teeth filled his mouth, and he tried to spit them out so he could scream. But he could not scream. Not the way he wanted to. Not the way he needed to. The teeth held his jaws shut, locked, trapped. Ross Cruikshank lay there in the dark, with a heavy grade steel bear trap locked around his face, the teeth buried deep, a chain anchoring it to the trunk of a tree. It took nearly an hour for him to die from blood loss, shock, and burns. It took less than a minute for him to come back. But all through that night, and for all the nights and days to follow, Ross lay face down in the forest, caught in the jaws of the trap, chained to the tree, unable to rise, unable to hunt, unable to do anything about the awful, gnawing hunger. All he could do was lay there and moan and rot. East of the Bordentown Starbucks. Deborah Varus drove like hell. All hell itself seemed to follow. Mushroom clouds of burning gas billowed into the air, and the trees along both sides of the road burned like candles. Her husband, Roger, was a silent, twitching hulk in the seat next to her. She tried not to look at him, tried not to smell the cooked meat stink of him. He had stood between her and the first blast of superheated air. She would remember how it looked as he seemed to rise into the air, arms out to his side as if crucified against the night, and then flew back against her, and they both went tumbling and crashing into the watery mud beside the road. It was the mud that saved them. Of that Deborah had no doubt. If they were, in fact, safe. It had been a screaming hell to pull him out of the mud and to support him as they staggered toward their car. The doors were still open from when they had gotten out to see what was wrong, and Deborah pushed him in. She didn't dare pull the seatbelt around him. Too much of him looked blistered. Instead, she limped around to the driver's side, got in, slammed her door, cut the wheel, and tore off another car's bumper as she broke out of the line of stopped cars. She hit the gas hard to give the car enough momentum to fly across the drainage ditch. Even then, the rear wheels hit the lip, and for a moment, Deborah thought the car would slide backward into the water. But the muscular front wheels somehow found purchase in the mud, and the car lurched forward onto the median. She cut across, weaving around staggering survivors who were all trying to flee the blast, and then she hit the opposite lane, fish-tailed around, straightened, and bore down to the west. The speedometer climbed to 60, and then 80, and after that, she stopped looking. Deborah had no idea what had happened. The stalled cars, and then something that looked like a riot, but it was a half a mile from where she and Roger stood. It looked, though, as if whatever the commotion was, it was coming their way, but then the world seemed to explode. She wondered about that, and whether she should be far more upset than she was. Shock. It was shock. I'm in shock. It was a strange thought to have, like realizing you're drunk. You know it, but can't really take control of body or mouth or anything. Like being a passenger in a hijacked car. I'm in shock.